Recording in
Good
progress.
afternoon, everybody. This is a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, and it is Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. We are going to begin the regular meeting now. First, by announcing some postponements and one withdrawal. The following items have been postponed: 239 Greenwich Avenue for a rooftop terrace at that address. Then 20 West Brother 1 LLC at that address for a final subdivision. And Greenwich Park LLC at 18 Valley Drive in the GBO for a final site plan and special permit. We also have one withdrawal, and that application is 243 Glenville Road for outdoor dining at Glenville Pizza. For those of you who are interested, that is going to be handled administratively now. And with that, we go to our first application, Danielle and Lisa Charney at 10 Lighthouse Lane for a final coastal site plan to demolish the existing house, guest house and tennis court, and construct a new dwelling and sports court. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Commission. For the record, on behalf of the Charneys, this is a property at the end of a cul-de-sac on Lighthouse Lane. It currently has, as the Chair indicated, an existing house, which actually is in the VE 16 zone, but has a first floor elevation of 14 and a basement. It would have to be 4 feet higher in the air than it is right now. It's also an accessory dwelling that's in the AE 13 zone, but has only elevation of 10. And both are more than 4 or almost 4 feet lower than they are required to be under the flood zone regulations. There's also a tennis court on the property, which we're looking to remove. We're looking to construct a new house that will comply with the flood zone regulations. A pool, and I guess the trend is, as I'm reading, tennis courts get replaced by pickleball courts. So we will have one pickleball court.
No, you won't. No, wait, Mr. Hegney, you're just making a joke, right?
There's a sports court that is proposed for this.
Okay, but just so you know, the commission has a lot of concerns about pickleball courts being near neighbors. There's a lot of complaints nationwide about the noise level. Just tell us you're doing tennis, okay?
Court. Yeah. Which is what it says on the plan.
Yes, thank you.
I want to give you a little bit of background because the Charneys did quite a bit of work before they actually signed a contract to purchase this property. They contacted Len DeAndrea in January of 21. We prepared a survey at the end of January in 2021. We submitted it to the planning and zoning staff, zoning enforcement staff. And Steve Formica, zoning enforcement, assured him that the proper setbacks here would be from the R7 zone rather than the R12 zone, which is what the property is located in. And, Steve Formica, when he was sending it back, highlighted diagram 6, which is part of our zoning regulations and shows setbacks being measured, the frontage being measured at the setback line. When they were talking to their attorney about this, just ready to sign the contract, he said, well, you probably should talk to someone in handling zoning applications. So they called me, and I went over this with Jody Kuchar, our zoning enforcement officer, and then prepared a letter based on our discussions, which said that the R7 zone would apply, given that this is a little bit non-conforming as to frontage. Jody, I sent him that letter on March 10th of 2021, and he signed it on March 12th, 21. And then the Charneys went ahead and sign the contract to purchase the property.
Mr. Hegney, if
Uh,
I could, Mr. Hegney, two things. First of all, you're breaking up some. You're coming in
Sorry
and
to hear
out.
that.
The second thing is, could I just get some clarification on this? When the letter that I saw that went into zoning enforcement described the situation that had been created with that a situation existed with non-conforming frontage, but it did not provide the detail that that non-conformity in the frontage had been created by adding land so that this was no longer a rear lot. So would that be accurate, that land was added and that now you were saying it was a non-conforming frontage, but that part, the land acquisition was not shared with the ZEO?
No, what we shared with him was the current status of the lot. What you're referring to is a piece of land that was added in 1960 to what had been a rear lot with an access way. Once that additional square footage was added, there was no access way, and this became essentially a pie-shaped entrance to the property, and it didn't meet the criteria under 6131 of our regulations as an access way to a rear lot. And based on the map that Len DeAndrea prepared, it showed how you would measure on a cul-de-sac, which is sort of a unique situation. This particular regulation used to apply to anywhere where you had converging lot lines, which the commission changed in the 80s. But when you're on a cul-de-sac, you are measuring the frontage at the setback line. And that's what the map that Mr. DeAndrea prepared showed. And that's what we did share with Mr. Kuchar.
Would it also be accurate to say that in the change in our regulations, you would have had a non-conforming, it would have created a non-conforming rear lot, but that since the property was added, you then became a lot with insufficient frontage, and that was done by the addition of the property, which made you stop being a rear lot and become a non-conforming front lot, the pie-shaped lot, and that it was the acquisition of that additional property that created a different type of non-conformity. So you went from non-conforming rear, which was created by the change in the definition and therefore entitled you to 6.9, to a non-conforming front that occurred because of a property acquisition.
Which occurred in 1959 and then combined in 1960. Yes.
So my question is this: for the non-conformity for which you are requesting the 6.9, the property itself created the non-conformity. Had you remained a non-conforming rear lot, you would be entitled to 6.9, but the non-conformity that was created for insufficient frontage was actually created by the property and not by the regulations.
Well, I have to say, having looked at this regulation, which has been in effect since 1947.
It's too bad it's before we were born, isn't it, Mr. Hegney? Because I would love to know the history of it. I actually was asking you a yes or no question. I know you're going to give me an explanation, but my yes or no question is, the non-conformity that you are claiming of non-conforming frontage was actually created when the lot stopped being a rear lot and became a fronting lot, and therefore was created by the property owner in the 1950s and not by our regulations. Is that correct?
Not totally, no. And the reason I say that is our definition of what counts as part of a lot and how lot shape is measured did change. And that was done in the 80s when we adopted the lot shape for determining lot area for parcels and their
Yes,
and whether they are fronting or rear lots.
but I believe, looking at
and
that
I-
change in the regulations, I believe that you still, before the regulation changed for that shape thing to fit in, you had a non-conforming front lot. You could argue then that it became further non-conforming as a result of our regulatory change, which is, I believe, what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying that it was partially the adding of this land, partially a change in the regulations that ended up this being a non-conforming fronting lot, which has
Okay.
deficient frontage, which qualifies it for 6-9.
And so
And
you
I have to say,
aggravated, if I may, Mr. Hegney, you aggravated the nonconformity of a fronting lot, but the nonconformity already existed before we did the lot shaped circle and square thing. So I would say to you that this nonconformity that you are claiming was not created initially by our regulations, which is what 6.9 requires.
I can't tell you what happened in the first 30 years that this regulation was in effect. I can only tell you what's happened in the last 40. And the way our current zoning enforcement officer has applied this and what he said in his memo to you on July 1st of this year is that this meets the criteria to be considered a non-conforming lot, which is eligible for stepping down to the next lower zone for setback purposes only.
At
And
that
I
time,
have to say, all of the zoning enforcement officers, since I've been practicing, have interpreted it in this fashion, and rightly so. This is how this regulation has been applied, at least for the last 40 years, is all I can tell you.
well, this could be, but the way the regulation reads, the nonconformity has to have been created by our regulations. The initial nonconformity was not, from anything I can tell, Mr. Hegney, created by our regulations. And further, when you first sought the opinion of the ZEO, the letter that was sent in merely described a lot with non-conforming frontage. It did not describe how that frontage became non-conforming. So what you got from the ZEO was a partially informed opinion.
So what we have here is an existing parcel, and it's existed this way since 1960. And when you apply the regulation to this lot as it exists, it is eligible and has been applied dozens and dozens of times, if not hundreds, throughout the town, as eligible for drop down to the next lower zone for setback purposes.
I've only been on the commission for 16 years, and in those 16 years, I believe we have seen before the commission, we have potentially seen 4 or possibly 5 uses of 6.9.
This doesn't come to the commission very often because it's something that's interpreted by the zoning regulations, by the zoning enforcement officer under the regulations, and then people apply for a building permit.
In any event,
Not
you're
something that you would see very often.
okay. But in any event, you're agreed on the main points that we've just discussed of how the nonconformity came to be. Madam DeLuca.
I was just going to say, Mr. Hegney, the current definition of lot frontage changed in 2002. So what, and that's the one where it's very specific, obviously the one we're applying now. So what was the regulation pre-2002 for frontage? Because I don't think it was.
It's changed a few times. It was changed in the 80s when the commission eliminated converging lot lines, which permitted you to measure two lots side by side that didn't have adequate frontage. You measured one at the property line and one at the setback line. And that was the change that was made. And then there was the change, as you referred to, Katie, in 2002 that included the lot shape.
So was this ever a conforming frontage per the previous regulations pre-2002?
No, this regulation and how it was applied has really been the same since the 40s.
No, not the frontage regulation, not 6.9.
Oh, you mean in terms of 6.5 and how you treat a lot on a cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Yeah, that was what was changed actually in the 80s.
Right.
And so was it conforming to that regulation
No,
in the 80s?
No, it still would have been non-conforming at that time.
because
Okay.
they had already, that was the thing. It was when they added the land that they made it a non-conforming front lot. When they added the line to the rear, it became a non-conforming front lot. The changes in the regulations have aggravated their non-conformity. It has increased it, if you will, by the way the definitions have changed, because it added the lot shape thing and the pie shape. But bottom line, the non-conformity was created by the addition of the property, of the land. Okay.
And by the change in the regulations.
Which aggravated it.
I can't
It furthered it,
agree with
Mr.
you there,
Hegney.
Madam Chair.
Well, what I'm saying is you became a non-conforming frontage for the first time when you added the land. Is that correct? Yes.
It went from being a non-conforming rear lot to a non-conforming fronting lot.
Right. And therefore, you would have had 6.9 for a non-conforming rear. But since the non-conforming front lot was created by the addition of the land, you do not have 6.9 in my humble view.
Well, that would be an unfortunate conclusion to make after my client has spent literally millions of dollars to purchase this property and hundreds of thousands to develop the plans that they have based on a decision by a town official, the zoning enforcement officer, who has not only done it once, but 3 times has said that this is eligible. My client is allowed to and permitted to rely on that moving forward and developing these plans.
Only to the extent that you or your client provided the full information available on how that nonconformity had been created and increased. And that information was not provided to the ZEO. You gave him the letter that was sent in, only described insufficient frontage. It did not describe how that frontage came to be insufficient, which was by land acquisition.
I have to say that would go far beyond any kind of proposal or information that the zoning enforcement would normally ask for. It's not something he said. Now, how was this lot created? That wasn't a question that he had.
But you knew, Mr. Hegney, you knew at the time how that nonconformity had been created, and you chose not to share that.
No, actually, I did not. I took the map
Yeah,
that
'cause you lose your
Wendy Andrea had
license, right?
prepared, and I provided that to the zoning enforcement officer, discussed with him that I thought that this met the conditions of 6.5 sub 35. It did not meet 6.131, and that it was eligible to drop down to the next lower zone under 6-9. That was the discussion I had with him.
Okay, I think we've made the points about this specific part of the application. Let's move on to the discussion. I think you and I have each made our points. Let's move on to the rest of the discussion.
So there are a number of things that came up as part of this application. There are a number of changes that have been made while it has been pending. We had a deck that was over the rain garden that has been eliminated, and the deck and the rain garden has had additional planting added to it. We revised the development plan to address the Public Works Department comments, and they have issued a memo as of today that this is okay for a building permit, not just site plan approval, but for the building permit. We discussed with the sewer division, the sewer line that serves the neighbor to the north cuts across the property, which needs to be relocated. We worked with the neighbor to the north and their attorney, Bruce Cohen, to come up with a easement. And that was submitted to the sewer department, and they are satisfied with what we've provided to them and signed off for this purpose. And for the conservation, as I said, we removed the overhang on the rain garden, added the planting, actually reduced overall coverage by about 2,000 square feet on the site from what exists now. We are protecting the rain garden from the sound with a wall that is at elevation 13.3. There's actually one that's farther closer to the water that has an elevation of 14.8. So the concern about the rain garden flooding on a regular basis, I think, is addressed. We've also gotten sign off from the DEP as well as from their division that reviews applications for repairing seawalls. And I would say that as part of this, we're reducing a number of nonconformities. We're over on coverage right now as the property sits. There are 2 dwellings on it in a single family zone. And both of those dwellings are woefully deficient in terms of their flood zone elevation, which is, of course, something that as a commission you look to encourage, since buildings that don't meet the flood zone regulations and get damaged ultimately have to come out of our tax dollars to be repaired. The neighbor to the west has retained Casey O'Donnell as their counsel. And Casey and I have had the opportunity over the last several months of working together to see if we could come up with a plan that would address his client's concerns. I submitted a letter to staff yesterday that includes 5 conditions, which we have agreed to and would like incorporated as part of a site plan approval. And I just want to go through those for you briefly. First is any air conditioning condenser for the property at 10 Lighthouse Lane would be at least 100 feet away from the property line to the west owned by Mr. Wolf. Number 2, the pool equipment on 10 Lighthouse Lane would be a low noise design surrounded by an acoustical enclosure which admits sound no higher than 40 decibels at the property line, which is below what the nighttime decibel limit is for under our health code at 45. The plant material, number 3, plant material on the north property line of 10 Lighthouse Lane would not exceed 12 to 14 feet in height. The plant material along the, number 4, excuse me, the plant material along the western property line of 10 Lighthouse Lane, starting from the northernmost point south, a distance of 50 feet, shall not exceed 12 to 14 feet in height, and there shall be no overhead lighting on the sports court. And my client has also agreed that if they file any additional site plan applications for this property, that in the future, that there would not be any request that is inconsistent with the 5 conditions that I just reviewed with you. I have to say that this is something that Mr. O'Donnell and I literally have spent months working on together to arrive at this. I think that and his client is agreeable and accepts the design of the house and its location, which includes meeting the R7 setbacks. I should say that's only for the side yards. Is well beyond both the front and rear yard setbacks, even in the R12 zone of the 35 feet. Beats it, exceeds it significantly, actually, and is farther back from the shoreline than the existing house. So, with all of that, we would ask for your approval.
Commissioners, do you have any comments?
Well,
No.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Having listened to this, the earlier conversation between the chair and Mr. Hegney, I would sort of puzzled and seeking guidance on the significance of whether or not this nonconformity was created by the regulation or was it created by the applicant, and also just how material that distinction is. Maybe
The
somebody.
regulation 6.9 says that you can use the setbacks of the next zone down if we have written a regulation that makes your lot non-conforming. So that's why it's significant, because it isn't just if you did a lot. It says specifically we had to have created the regulation that made it non-conforming. So that's the significance. To that, what I believe we should let Mr. Hegney respond to the initial nonconformity, although I believe he has.
I have to say that and I don't necessarily want to defend this regulation as it's written. It is not the most artfully written regulation we have here.
We gave
But the way
degrees
it
in
has-
run-on. We did give degrees in run-on sentences at one point.
And this would be an extreme of a run-on sentence. And I can tell you how this has been applied and how this zoning enforcement officer has applied it here, and it's consistent with that. That you drop if you are non-conforming as to frontage, area, or lot shape, you drop down to the next lower zone, and this does not have the required frontage, so it drops down to the next lower zone for setback purposes only.
So I guess my question would be, Mr. Hegney, is that there's two ways of looking at this property. It either has non-conforming frontage, or it's a non-conforming rear yard, or it's both. But either way, can you speak to the history of the lot in that obviously, the land was there prior to zoning, and events happened along the way. And has there ever been an instance where one has a nonconformity, and there's multiple nonconformities, and you have to choose which one is applied to the property? So for example, the one that I was thinking of, and this is a non-conforming situation, but if you have a corner lot, for example, you pick which side is your street side and which side is your side yard. Once that is chosen, that's it. You don't get to then flip and flop. So in this situation, the house is being taken down, and so it effectively becomes a vacant lot. And then is that a similar thing? Have you seen that in your travels where you now choose which one you're applying? I mean, is that something that would be logical?
No, I see this more as a situation where, given the lot shape that we have, it doesn't have an access way, so it can't be a rear lot. There is no access way to this parcel the way it's shaped. And
It's not a rear
then
lot
has to be-
anymore. I agree with
It's
that.
not, it's not a rear lot. And so
Absolutely not.
the
When they
way
added the land, it
6-9
stopped being, sorry, Mr. Hegney, but when they added the land, it stopped being a rear lot. That's what created the problem. Go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
and the way our zoning enforcement officers have applied it, at least during the 40 plus years I've been practicing, is they have not asked for deed history on it. They've applied it to the lot as it sits, and this lot is eligible for that interpretation and that
So-
application.
And so the issue here is that any lot that is made non-conforming in respect of area, lot shape, or frontage by the adoption of or any amendment to the this article or the building zone regulation map, or a taking by one of the governments of the land, gets to use 6-9, and that's the question before us. If the commission,
I do have a question, actually. Mr. Hegney, when was the land added?
59.
It was separated in 1959. The map showing this as it currently is configured was recorded in 1960.
1960. Okay. Mrs. Duluca, the 6-9, when was that revised? Do we know? Was it was relatively recent history?
It was first written. What Mr. Hegney says, it goes back to the 40s. It says here that it was rewritten in 78, and it was 78 and 13 when the language was redone. Sorry, Katie, I answered for
That's
you
okay.
because
Yeah.
I've got the book in front of me.
So it was revised in 1978,
And 13. But it didn't change.
2013.
But the only thing that matters in 6-9 didn't change. As far as I know, it's always been a nonconformity created by our regulations or by a taking.
What I'm trying to get to is that if the land was consolidated in 1960, we changed our regulation in 78 and 2013. Wouldn't that be what we're
No,
trying to get to?
no, it is not, Mr. McRae. That language about the requiring that the nonconformity must be created by either regulation or a taking did not change.
When was that written?
I believe, and I'm going to trust Mr. Hegney on this, he says that the regulation goes back to the 40s. I don't know that it does, but he says it goes back to the 40s, and I'm believing him on that. I know it's been around for a while. He says, Mr. Hegney, do you stand by that 6-9?
This came into effect when the residential zones as we know them today, with certain changes, were adopted in 1947.
Okay, so, and that language that you got to use the setback of the next zone down only by, if we had affected you by regulation or a taking, has always, excuse me, been there. Tried not to sneeze in the middle.
Bless you.
Okay. Anybody else from the commission have questions or comments? Can we go to public comment then? Do we have any issues on the rest of it? It seems, Mr. Hegney, you've addressed everything. Because DPW did sign off on the rain garden no longer being under the deck, right?
They submitted a memo dated today,
Okay,
which says approved for zoning and building permits.
okie dokie. Does anybody in the public wish to speak on this application? Okay, and I'm seeing that Mr. O'Donnell is not here. Okay.
No,
so-
well, we have had
Alrighty.
a long discussion on this
Mhm.
particular topic and on the issues that you are discussing now. And Mr. O'Donnell has submitted a letter to the commission supporting this application, withdrawing his objection, and saying that the application of 6-9 should be as done by the zoning enforcement officer.
All righty. Okay. Back to the commission. Does anybody have any additional questions? We have no public comment. Anybody have any more questions on this? Okie dokie. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All right, this application is hereby closed. And Mr. Secretary, if you would be willing to make a motion.
Okay. It's 10 Lighthouse Lane, PLPZ 2022-193 final coastal site plan. Applicants requesting approval for final coastal site plan to demolish the existing house, guest house, tennis court, construct a new dwelling, sports court in the R12 and COZ zones per section 6111 of the BZR and sections 22A 90 and 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the subject property straddles the AE 13 and VE 16 zones and has direct frontage on Long Island Sound, and the applicant has submitted under section 6-9 deficient lot frontage. Sewer has endorsed the project, and the applicant was asked to submit an acknowledgement letter. Engineering issued comments 8.2 indicating zoning and permit approval for zoning and building permit. Conservation indicated recommendations to the final plan. DEP indicated no comment for planning and zoning. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire indicating no permit required. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. For conservation comments, the tree restoration is 2-to-1. It suggests that they're relocating some of the proposed trees along the driveway, patios, and sports court to take advantage of their cooling function. Per sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter dated 6/2/22 acknowledging the receipt of the sewer division and P&C comments, and a letter dated 7/11 confirming authorization to relocation of the shared sewer lateral. Exterior HVAC machinery shall be located at least 100 feet away from the western property line. Swimming pool equipment shall be specified as low noise and surrounded by an acoustical enclosure limiting mechanical sound to no higher than 40 decibels at the property line. Plant material along the northern property line is indicated on the landscape plan revised dated 7/18/22 shall not exceed 12 to 14 feet in height. And plant material along the western property line as indicated on landscape plan revised 7/18/22 starting from the northernmost point south to a distance of 50 feet shall not exceed 12 to 14 feet in height. Overhead lighting of the proposed sports court shall be prohibited, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second to that motion?
And I'm
Second.
sorry, did you include that, the points that were submitted?
Yes,
by-
Yes,
Yes, he
those,
did.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
he did. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is nay on the basis that we discussed. I do not believe this application meets the standards contained in Regulation 6-9, and therefore I vote against its approval. Okay, with that, we move on and to our next application.
Thank you.
That's going to be Mr. Romeo. Or who's representing the applicant? Is it Mr. Tessie?
Mr. Tessie, Madam Chair,
Okie dokie.
I'll look. And I got Mr. Bristol, I'll let him in.
You got him?
Got Bristol, yeah.
Okay. Is it Tessie or Bristol?
I think I've been writing both of them, so.
Okay.
I'm just gonna bring in Mr. Johnson too.
Excuse me. Does
Hello,
this-
Mr. Basili.
Hello, hello.
does this go right into the public hearing or
Yes, sir,
still
we're
wait-
going to we combine these items. So
Okay.
we are about to open the public hearing.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Mr. Bristol, the last time we heard this application, we heard the 3 items at the same time, so we will do that now. We are now opening the public hearing, and with that, it's Greenwich Communities application for a municipal improvement to construct 52 units of senior independent living at 0 Western Junior and 71 Vinci Drive. I'd like to note that the MI has an extension available on it to November 5th, but it is currently a must act this week. The next part of this application is for the zoning map amendment, which would have to be closed but tonight, but would then be available to decide, Katie, 60 days from tonight from the
65.
public. 65. So if we were to close it tonight, we would be able to decide it Septiembre, Octubre. We would be able to decide it in October. Of course, I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying. And finally, the final coastal site plan for the same application. This is a must close by tonight. But again, in the public hearing, it is not a must decide tonight if people aren't comfortable with making a decision tonight. However, that would mean waiting till our September meeting, and 6 weeks of inaction might blur our brains. And with that, Mr. Bristol, if you would proceed, and then we'll jump in and interrupt you and whatever.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Attorney Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant Greenwich Communities in this project. We were before you last in the June meeting, and where it was determined that the project didn't meet the definition of congregate housing in the planning and zoning regulations, meaning that the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't have the authority to vary the setbacks, and sent us off to the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals to go get a variance, which we did. So we were successful in obtaining the variance last week from the Board of Appeals. No conditions. So that was very good. I guess just to, I'm just going to say a couple words just to set the stage a little bit. We also have along with us Tony Johnson and Sam Romeo, who are going to say just a few words after me. And we also have John Bryce, who's our project architect. And I think Steve Cipolla is our traffic engineer as well. So I'm going to be bringing them in one at a time after I say just a couple of things. As you noted, this is a proposed 52 units, 4 stories of senior and handicapped living. It is on the property is entirely leased by the Greenwich community. So the entire 6-acre parcel is leased by the applicant. What I wanted to point out first and foremost, and I think it should be obvious to everyone at this point, but for the record, so everyone understands, this project is the epitome of what has been endorsed by the POCD and the town's affordability plan. I'm sure we said this before, but it really bears repeating. Both the POCD and the affordability plan really give strong credence to looking to town assets, town land, in particular those lands and facilities and projects managed by the Housing Authority in order to bolster the town's stock of senior housing and affordable housing, both of which have been a recognized need in town for ages. This is the epitome of such a project. This is an existing site that's already been developed and managed by the Greenwich Housing Authority. In terms of impact to anybody, I mean, it's very well screened. I'm sure we're going to touch on that before, but to the west, to the east is a completely wooded parcel. To the south of us is park and playground land. Over to the west is basically West Putnam Avenue, although it's screened also by topographical changes and trees. And the building is actually going amongst other existing facilities. It's a perfect spot for it. If the town were to look to anything in order to solve this acknowledged housing shortfall, this would be such a project. We We also went to ARC. We've been there 3 times, I believe. We went through 3 whole rounds of changes and done the best that we can in order to be sensitive to the various design comments that we have. So I guess I just wanted to, it also bears repeating that the entire, all the units count toward the 10% total that goes into the 830G moratorium calculation. We've explained that before, and I think I've submitted just a document by email which confirms that the project is receiving financing through CHIFA, which is one of the standards for 830G applications or units. And also, I believe Tony Johnson will confirm that there's going to be deed restrictions placed as well. So in terms of bang for your buck, in terms for these types of projects, this is the most bang for your buck in the best place and location possible. So I just wanted to make a couple of those points. And I guess from there, I want to pass it over to Sam Romeo, who I think is going to say a couple of things. And again, then Tony, and then we can move on to the John Bryce after Mr. John. So if you can go to Sam, that would be great. I just saw him. No?
I'm trying to get him in now.
Oh, okay.
Should be in.
There he is.
Yep.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commission members. Briefly, I'd just like to read something into the record that is right out of the Housing Trust Fund document, which Madam Chair is very familiar with. I'd like to read it into the record anyway. It's bullet point 3, and the heading is explore town or state-owned land as potential sites for affordable housing. Greenwich owns many dozens of parcels of land, some of which are underdeveloped and located in areas that might well be suitable for affordable housing. The state may well own similar parcels in town, where publicly owned land to be leased on a long-term basis is capable affordable for affordable housing developer, be they public or private. The major impediment and the exorbitant land cost could be overcome. This, in fact, is how Greenwich Communities developed its McKinney Terrace property and how it plans to develop its Vinci Garden project. Then it goes on to say on bullet point 4 in this document, Housing Trust Fund, support and partner with Greenwich Communities. Greenwich Communities is a public housing authority and has operated in town of Greenwich since the 1940s. It accounts for a vast majority of the housing units in town that meets the state's definition of affordable. It has staff devoted to the acquisition and development and operation of affordable housing, something it has greatly been doing in our community for decades. Greenwich Community owns the only 100% affordable housing properties in town, and is the only developer who we know is actively seeking to develop more 100% affordable apartment communities here. Moreover, in recent years, looks like I've been knocked out. Sorry. Moreover, in recent years, Greenwich Communities has embarked upon an important effort to acquire existing small-scale market properties, duplex and other modest homes, renovate them and use them to house some of Greenwich's community's low-income clients. These conversions are an efficient way to increase the town's affordable housing stock without adding to our aggregate unit count, thus creating no additional burden on our infrastructure. And it goes on to say the town must increase its support of Greenwich communities and find ways to work more effectively with it. The recent creation of the Housing Trust Fund was a step in that direction. And Greenwich Communities is hoped to be a major consumer of the trust fund's monies. Accordingly, the board has asked in this document to ensure the leadership of Greenwich Communities continues to inform progress at the trust fund and its efforts to expand the funding resources for affordable development and conversion in Greenwich. Learn more from Greenwich Communities about challenges it faces in its efforts to quickly and efficiently add affordable units to its affordable, which we're trying to do here this evening. Find ways to especially support Greenwich Communities in its effort to identify and acquire existing market housing that can be converted into affordable. And these are our goals. These what we have planned to accomplish, with buying other properties. Also, in creating a nice, beautiful campus here at Bincy Gardens. And again, it's right out of the document that was approved by the RTM recently. And we're now before you to move forward with our Bincy Garden application. I'll turn it over to Tony now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. If Mr. Romeo, Mr. Johnson, if you would go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation for the 52 units of senior and disabled housing at McKinney Terrace. One of the things you may not be aware of is why do we still have this parcel of land available to develop affordable housing? As you know, McKinney Terrace, the entire site that we have, was given to us by the town of Greenwich. And the reason they gave it to us was to develop affordable housing. We don't make money on that land. Actually, the senior building is a cash loser, not a cash flow positive operation. The original buildings were financed by CHAFA and DOH. The new building will be financed partially by CHAFA and DOH as well, through tax credits and through loans that we will put together to try to make this project financially feasible. But why is this parcel of land developed? Well, it's open rather. It's open because many years ago, when the Housing Authority came through with development plans, the community objected. And the objection was, we want it to be smaller. We don't want it to be bigger, we want it to be smaller. And guess what? It shrunk for no reason other than we don't want it. So I think we're back to that point again of we don't want it, but also I think we have an obligation now as a town to provide affordable housing the way that Greenwich communities and only Greenwich communities in this neighborhood can provide it. That's 100% affordable housing that goes directly towards your 830G requirements. And there's no profit motive involved in it. We follow the same regulations as any other developer, even though this structure adds to our burden financially in terms of trying to make this thing work. Anyone who has financed affordable housing in the past understands that it's a multi-source financing operation. You borrow money from many different sources to make this work. And there's always a gap, even at the end of that research, of finding partners to partner with you on this deal. So every time that we actually have to go back to the well and redesign our building, or go to ARC and go back 3 or 4 times with different designs, it costs us money. And that money gets added on to the bottom line of these developments. And it continues. And so, we need to be cognizant of the fact that the burden on this building and on the Greenwich communities is a financial burden, and that financial burden is not just dollars, but it's time. We provided to the committee documentation today that showed that Chaffaa and DOH is interested in financing this development. So it is will be a state-funded development in the future. So that going into this. We have not tried to get around any regulations. We're not calling any shots and saying, hey, we're going to file this application or that application. We've done it as a good citizen of Greenwich, trying to do it the right way. And we want to continue to try to do it the right way. So with that, I can literally read you a list of the changes that we've actually made based on our conversations with ARC. It's multiple. What I would like to have Chris submit that for the record, just so you have it and you can review it. I don't want to read it in. That'll just take too much time. And I don't think that's necessary. But what I'm asking you today is to give us a fair hearing, understand that any delays cost us money and time to a project that doesn't need to be delayed any further. And be aware, as I'm sure you are, that time is money. And time is the most valuable thing that we have in this affordable development project. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Chris, unless you have questions of me.
I have a question. I wonder, Mr. Johnson, if you could clarify your statement that this land was given to you by the town. Doesn't the town still own this land?
Well, ownership it depends on what you mean legally by ownership. We have a 99-year lease. Technically, legally, we own it for all intents and purposes. So ownership in the sense of—
Mr. Johnson, can you explain that to me again? There's a documented 99-year lease with the town of Greenwich, but technically you own the property.
Well, that's what I wanted to tell.
How is the lease with the town ownership of the land? I'm confused.
If I could just interject for a second, I think what the technical description would be that yes, the town owns it, but for all intents and purposes, the Housing Authority, Greenwich Communities, has development rights to develop and use the property in accordance with that lease, but over an extraordinarily long amount of time. So if you at the barest technical amount, yes, the town owns it, but for all intents and purposes, the Housing Authority has every right to develop the property as well.
Yeah, to say it in potentially more legalese terms, what Greenwich Communities has by reason of that lease is what's called a leasehold interest. They plan to use the leasehold interest for the development, not the fee. So they own what it is they need in order to develop what they need to develop. They do not own the fee under to the land.
That is correct.
Mr. Johnson, I could ask, I understand the difference between leasehold and fee. It's clear that this would go towards our 10% area. I think you said that. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
The improvement of our affordable housing. Have you had a chance to try to calculate what the housing equivalency units would be? Because as you know, we're also looking into a possible moratorium, and I'm hoping this would help us in that area also.
It would. I could reach out to Chaffaa. We do not get into, our job is providing affordable housing. We're the only organization that you get credit for all of the units that we own in the town. I cannot tell you what the count is because we're not obligated to actually do the calculation for that number. We know that it counts, and we know that all of our units count, but that is really a town obligation, and our job is to help the town actually achieve that goal. What the number count is, I could research that for you and ask DOH.
I think the whole commission would appreciate that. Whether who's obligated, I'm not asking about obligations. I'm asking to get some help because you also know the detail of what you're going to rent, and sometimes that detail gets heavily influences the housing equivalency units and the amount of money you put in and the type of unit and that sort of thing. So it would be helpful to the commission and the town, quite frankly, to know ballpark what that would mean to our housing equivalency units. So if you could do that, I think I would appreciate it. I think the commission would appreciate it.
Oh, sure, I can
Okay.
do that. I can do
Thank
that.
you.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I will say this, I believe we discussed this already. I mean, I think they all count toward that total. I mean, I know that it's
That's-
not the housing authority's obligation to maintain
No,
that, so they shy away from doing that.
It's two separate things. I think you know this, but one is counting towards the creating enough units that represent the 10% of the units in Greenwich. The other one is a calculation that the state does based on the type of project that when added together, we haven't done anything formal on this, but we may ask for a moratorium. Other communities have done it. We've just had some difficulty understanding that. So that's why I was asking if you could do us both a favor. And they're two different numbers and they're calculated differently. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think I was thinking about it a little differently, but yes, I'm agreeing.
By the way, I think this is right up your alley. I mean, you guys are the major provider of affordable housing in town. So I just think that it makes all the sense in the world to help us out here.
Mm-hmm. Sam, were you waiting to say something?
Yes, our Armstrong Court, Tony, maybe you can jump in this too. Right now, with the renovation that we're doing, I believe that they weren't originally counted in our affordable housing 830G plan. And now that we're doing the renovations, when we're done, they will now all be counted
No,
towards.
sir. They all
No.
count. They all count for the 10%. They always have.
All right,
I've explained this a whole bunch of times. All the units in Armstrong Court have always counted for the Armstrong Court always counts for the 10%.
Is that still true that if they're renovated?
Yes.
Okay,
They
if they're renovated
always
as new.
count. No,
Yeah.
no, Nick.
Yeah.
Renovated has nothing. Okay, for you build it and it counts as long as it's affordable, it counts in perpetuity towards, as long as it's affordable, it counts in perpetuity towards the 10%. The 1990 date is only if you're going after a moratorium. Those units at Armstrong Court count for the 10% before the renovation and after the renovation.
Okay,
I
even
know
though the rents are changing, that kind of stuff, it's
Mr. Romeo has assured us in the renovation that he will keep the affordables affordable.
Well, we
When
have
they
no,
did
we
the-
have no choice. It's a
Exactly.
legal obligation.
Exactly.
Mr.
Well,
Yeski,
yeah, you could have, I suppose, Mr. Johnson, but the important thing is you're keeping them affordable. You could have a higher percent of market, you could, but you have assured us that you were keeping the number affordable.
Well, no,
The
not-
distinction here is exactly what Mr. Yeski was getting at, separating the points versus, or moratorium versus the 10%. Correct?
Exactly. For a moratorium, the units have to be post 1990. A significant rehabilitation of old units may potentially help them create accounting for a moratorium. Mr. Barilak and I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how much of a rehabilitation would be necessary. I don't know if he's landed on something, but I think since we are not discussing rehabilitation, but new construction right now, we should
Right.
go back to the application in question.
I agree.
Okay, so the units count, they're going to be affordable. The Greenwich Communities has represented that to us all along. I believe Mr. Johnson and Mr. Romeo, that you have said 100% affordable all along.
that is correct, and that remains the case.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, when I did ask the Department of Housing about this in the past, in order to convert these units to housing unit equivalency points, you need the ACC, but I have to admit, I don't remember what the ACC stands for. Tony, do you remember what that, or do you know what that is?
Yeah, the ACC is an agreement between, and that's a public housing agreement. We have an agreement with the state as well. And so I would have to look into it. Our ACC with the federal government is different than our ACC with the state.
But it effectively spells out the requirements of affordability for the project, and then it lays out the income bands targets for each project, and then you go from there. So to
Well-
Madam Chair's point, it's not really relevant right now. It would be something to deal with in the future, but that would be how you would do it.
Well, let me explain it a little differently. When you do the ACC, quote unquote, in public housing, those rules are set by the federal government. When you work with the state on the tax credit program, affordability, those rules are set by the state and the IRS, and they don't vary, right? So you could work within different quartiles of affordability. So 30%, 40%, up to 60%. In some areas, if you wanted to, you can go to up to 80% of AMI. We go up to 60% of AMI. The reason we're able to get credits and in our community or any community, because it's a competitive process within the state, being such a small state and having a reduced amount of credits available, it's a competitive process. So the closer you can get to serving as many people at the 30% quartile, which gives you more points to be able to compete for the dollars, quote unquote, tax credits that you need to do these developments. And guess what? The closer you get to 30%, the more people you put at the 30% income level, the lower the rent is. And guess what happens on the other side? The bigger the gap that you have to finance. So it's a teeter-totter that we have to balance to make these projects come together.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Any other comments?
I have the traffic comments from Beta that were sent back to us actually were kind of concerning. The Beta is actually indicating that the responses to the traffic consultant indicates the evaluation included the revised trip generations and crash history, but no existing traffic volumes here collected and no capacity analysis. And the level of, they quoted the level of additional traffic at Western Junior Highway, Western Putnam Avenue by the new proposal will likely result in an insignificant impact of the overall. That's coming from the applicant's traffic consultant. I'm actually concerned and uncomfortable with the proposal being, having a likely result. It would seem to me that actually, if it doesn't have a likely result and it's actually more intensive, there's an issue. I think that's having a problem. I'm also finding that there's a conflict in a couple of different things here. Beta comments that the response about the sightlines, a field investigation indicates, and this is coming again from the traffic consultant from the applicant, indicates that the sightlines for vehicles exiting Vincent Drive are limited due to alignment of Western Junior High vegetation in the grades along the road. And then the applicant's letter from 7/29 indicates that the updated traffic report mentioned also provides that sightlines in Vincent Drive and Western are adequate and do not need to be improved. Therefore, no street trees will be removed. Is that actually still part of this? It seems that, the sightlines are adequate and don't need to be improved. I'm confused because I have a site plan in front of me that has this part of it. Is it not now? There's a conflict here and I don't see the resolution to it.
Well, the resolution is that, if I can address that.
I'd like to finish, please.
Go ahead.
The equivalency points. Again, that letter indicates that upon information and belief, all units count towards required 10%. But as Mr. Yeski pointed out, we don't know what those numbers are. So if we were talking about, a application for an affordable housing from a private developer, we would be looking for that information up front. We would like to know exactly how is this going to benefit the town in terms of those units and get this on the record so we know what we're actually kind of buying into. I'm actually quite uncomfortable with an understanding of that this is costing time and money. I think really, to me, if this, as I said before, was a private development,
it's not my concern about time and money. My concern is what is the benefit to the town, not today, not time and money today, but long-term. Do I wind up with a building that everybody, the citizens of Greenwich are saying it's too big, it's too this, it's too that. It doesn't benefit the town. It's destroyed a park, so on and so forth. If it costs time and money now to get it right for the next 50, 75 years, that has to be one of my considerations. Because if we do get this wrong, it's wrong for everybody in town for a long time. I don't think I have confirmation on the rezone and why the land area of the rezone is so big. It was said that it actually follows the lease, but the line that I see on the rezone does not follow any kind of a lease. It's a kind of a jagged line cuts through the middle of it. And I still have not gotten clarification on that. The MI request is from 2018, 51 units. I don't believe I ever saw a request letter from the selectmen that was submitted by the applicant on that. That's something that's missing, and as secretary, we really appreciate having, because as part of it, I have minutes from a meeting, but I don't have a request to planning and zoning requesting an MI. Looking through the information that was provided in terms of sections and heights and things, kind of reading it, I was seeing block buildings, I was seeing sections from different places, but I still don't get a sense of the height of this building in comparison to the surrounding area, specifically the historic building, the Byram School. Byram School is 2.5 stories. This is going to be 3 with a roof, and the roof is actually a occupied space. And I want to kind of get a sense of that. I'm looking at renderings that are provided by the design team, and in the renderings, it seems that this building will actually overpower the site at 4 stories. And as a design professional, I don't trust the renderings because they can be manipulated, but that comparison and how that works and that height to height is something that's critical, because I think it's going to create a central courtyard that may be completely overpowered by this building. In addition, actually, there had been a lot of statements made that actually I was uncomfortable with. One, just as an example, so just an example, that the Christoph tree was dead. It's quite alive. And, okay, we'll move the marker that's there to inside the building and name a room after the person. I don't believe that's good enough. I think actually it's a tree. It's a living memorial to this person. It should be a tree still somewhere on the site. And we're coming in, and this was actually presented to us initially as congregate housing. I think we went through this. It is not congregate housing. So
no, we agreed. Everybody agreed to that. That's why they had to go for the variance. He made that clear.
So
Yeah,
a lot of things that are still up in the air for me. I think
we told them that it wasn't congregate housing. We all read the definition, and then they went and got their variance, because we would have been able to. They would have been able to go without the variance otherwise. So what else is key for you, Mr. McRyan? What's up in the air?
I'm still stuck on the rezone size. It doesn't follow a line. It just kind of meanders through side of the building there. And I don't understand why it's actually so much land unless not under the thing. The letter, the 729 letter from council creates a lot of conflict between what was stated before and what's happening now. The only thing I think I see here that's actually interesting is I can confirm is that the PZBA gave them a variance of side yard on the 27th. The MI, I don't have a request letter from so I'm not too sure where that is. It buried, but it was never provided as required by us. And again, the architecture, just, it's a building everybody's going to have to be with. There was a lot of time and effort put on saving the existing school building and the new the buildings that are building adjacent to it, and then this. And I'm very uncomfortable how this is working in relationship to those 2 other buildings on the site already, and any potential building that could be built for the rink or the park.
Well, we're willing to go in and address these points if you're still going to allow us to make our presentation, but we're ready to address those points.
Great.
And so I'm going to say a couple other things. I'm going to turn it back over to Chris. We have our design team here. We also have our traffic engineer here to address all of those things.
Yeah, that
But
would be good.
I'd like to address the tree issue. First of all, the tree is on the land that we control. We never gave permission for that tree or the plaque to be on our land. In addition to that, there is a misunderstanding, you're correct, that the tree is next to a dead tree. And there's a picture that we're going to show you that we're going to present to you I think what you're trying to indicate is that we're lying about a tree. No, it's right next to a dead tree and the tree is dead and we're going to show you the picture. So take a look at that. But also what I would like from anybody in the town of Greenwich to show me where I approved it or Sam Romeo approved it or our board approved the planting of that tree or the plaque. So I think it's there illegally, to tell you the truth. But
Well,
with that,
so just to clarify that, we're probably, just to go down that rabbit hole for a sec, Mr. Johnson, the town owns the land and has leased it to you. Did they give up all their rights in leasing it to you?
oh, absolutely. You can't come on land that you've leased to someone else. And I rent apartments all day. I don't go into people's apartment.
You're going to have to, Mr. Romeo, you're going to have to talk to Mr. Camillo about his trespassing on your land, okay? All right. The Board
But
of
with that,
Selectmen.
let me turn it
The
back over.
Board of Selectmen approved that tree planting, and I believe that they assumed that it was town-owned land. So Mr. Romeo, as chair, is going to have to go talk to Mr. Camillo that he's been trespassing. Go
Well,
ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. But yeah, no one told us that. We've never seen any documentation, so we didn't approve it. We are currently the
Okay.
homeowners, or the landowner or recipients of the land lease, that is, to be technically correct.
All
And
right.
so just like any other lease, we did not sublease it or give approvals for a permanent plaque or anything else on the land. So that's still a fact. Chris, can we now address the issues now that we know where we're going with this? And I would love to.
Was Sam
Mr.
waiting to say something else?
Yeah. As far as the tree goes, we didn't find any documentation where the Board of Selectmen or what Board of Selectmen approved it. We'll probably have to go back to John Margona's time, but we couldn't find anything. Not that we're not going to not do something, but I had a conversation with Mr. Christoph a year ago, and I had told him point blank, we met at the site, that we would put that tree anywhere he wanted to. And I had suggested at that time, we'd put it right in the middle of the island where we're going to put the new gazebo. And so it would be visible for all. So to think that we were going to do something, bring up a red herring like the tree, this was resolved, I thought, a year ago with Mr. Christoph. He and I had met personally there. So why this coming up now? Another red herring, another delay tactic, and I'm tired of it. Let's move on with the things that matter. Let's get the affordable housing that we need. Let's get the state off our back and do what we have to do. Whether the building complements Byram School or not, this is a new building, another building, and we're not going back to the future. So the design is what it is, and we want to move forward with the plans we have. Either it meets the regulation or it doesn't. If it doesn't, deny it. If it does, let's move forward.
Okie dokie. Just before we move on, for those of you in the public who have your hands up right now, it isn't that I'm not seeing you, it's that it's not time for the public to speak yet. And as soon as we get there, we'll call on you. Mr. Bristol, did you want to proceed with calling in your people?
Yes, please. Yeah, I originally planned to talk about the building first and then traffic, but I think traffic was the first thing that was mentioned by Mr. McRae. So if I bring Steve Cipolla, should be in attendance, and he could speak on the traffic report and respond to the beta comments.
Okay, he's on his way in.
Okay, good.
Mr. Cipolla, whenever you want to unmute. Here you are. Okay, Mr. McRae, I'm gonna let you run with this since you raised the traffic questions.
If you'd like, I could do a quick presentation that might be able to answer.
I think Mr. McRae had some very specific questions, Mr. Cipolla,
Correct.
but I will let Mr. McRae decide that.
Mr. Koval, go ahead and actually do your presentation, whatever information you have, and make answer some of the questions.
Just as I was trying to save time, Nick. That's okay.
I'll be
was
quick.
code for let's cut to the chase.
Yes, I'll be quick. We prepared, Steve Sapola for Hardesty Hanover. We prepared our July 29th, 2022 traffic evaluation letter based on the request of Beta's peer review dated June 2nd, which was requested to be based on a review and update of a traffic evaluation that was prepared by our office in 2007, which would consider, current conditions and referencing current standards. So in our traffic evaluation, we updated our accident data. We collected it from the Connecticut Crash Data Repository for the latest 3 years we typically collect. Due to COVID, we collected prior to COVID 2017 through 2019. And just for reference purposes, we also included from 2020 through current for the entire length of Western Junior Highway and Vinci Drive. The findings of the of our accident investigation where there was no accidents at the Vinci Drive intersection or on Vinci Drive itself for the 5+ years of data that we collected. In addition, we updated our site traffic estimates based on the latest ITE trip generation manual. To be consistent with our 2007 evaluation, in this new evaluation, we used non-age restricted trip rates, which provides a conservative analysis as the proposed development is for seniors and as well as 1-bedroom units. The site traffic estimates were 19 vehicles in the morning and 20 in the afternoon. Based on this level of additional traffic, the new proposal will likely result in insignificant impact to the local adjacent roads and intersections overall operations, and no modifications of current traffic controls in the immediate vicinity is anticipated. We were in receipt of the Beta peer review, the more recent one, August 1st, where they requested additional traffic counts and analysis, which was not asked for in the original Beta peer review in dated June 2nd. They asked us just to review and update with the most up-to-date standards, our traffic evaluation from 2007, which is what we provided. If we ended up using age-restricted rates, this proposed development would generate approximately half of the site traffic noted in our traffic evaluation. And then with the Vinci Drive intersection with Western Junior Highway, it's an approved driveway, and based on our accident analysis, there were no accidents at the driveway over a 5+ year period. Therefore, we did not have any safety concerns with the operations in and out of the existing Vinci driveway. If there's any additional questions.
So the driveway entrance, is that work then still on the table in terms of opening up that sight line, or has it been resolved that actually no trees have to come down and it doesn't need any work?
Based on our field observations and our accident detailed accident history and safety study, we believe what's out there does not provide any safety concerns at this time.
Okay, so the sight lines are okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So if I could just interject for a second, I guess if the sightlines are okay and we don't have to remove those trees in order to widen the sightlines and improve the sightlines, and we just assume not. We obviously want to keep as many trees as possible. So if we could not remove some, that would be great.
Okay, well, that's as I was seeing it, is that a lot of the trees are taken down because you needed to get to the ledge to cut the ledge back to make the sight lines. But it seems that if the trees are okay and the sightlines are okay, you're not doing that work.
Correct.
There's my confusion as to, are you doing the work or not? It seems that the sightlines are okay, so it would seem to me that you're not doing the work. So, okay. Mr. Coppola, I guess from Beta, no actual count was made or anything like that for the traffic?
No, there was no actual counts or analyses of volumes. Based on the proposed development and the limited amount of new site traffic, typically a traffic evaluation is prepared for this type of development and level of traffic, and it's very consistent with, you know, what we typically do for these low generating developments.
Okay, so there's really
it's
no
consistent.
comparison there's no comparison as a build, no build issue, because we really don't know what's actually truly happening in the street. It was updated from the last time. It was 2007, if I remember, the last traffic analysis. I think a lot's changed since then. So I think there's my concern is that we're making an ITE calculation based on what the building is, but we really don't know what's happening specifically in the street itself outside the building.
The 2007 traffic evaluation is the same as what was prepared in this new evaluation. There was no traffic counts. There was no analyses done in that traffic evaluation. It was based on, you know, field observations, and I was out there as well observing, and it was very similar to what we found, and the findings are similar and the same as what was found in our 2007 traffic evaluation.
Okay, I'm still uncomfortable with that. I think I raised that point the last time that we met, is that a lot has changed since then, and that kind of a more in-depth analysis would have been warranted for this to understand, yes, what the new impact on this side of town with everything that's happening, build, non-build, potentially built, that kind of stuff. So, okay, I think that maybe covers it for me for the traffic at the moment. Mr. Coppola, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody
Just
else?
on the chat. Oh, sorry, Mr. Barrow, go ahead.
I had just one question, Mr. Cipolla. Did I think I heard you say that the trip generation accounting for this as a senior's property is going to be less than 50 trips per day?
No. Our traffic evaluation was consistent with the 2007, where we estimated site traffic based on non-age restricted trip rates.
Right, and then you should.
What I said in my presentation is if you use the age restricted trip rates, the peak hour volume, the peak hour site traffic would be approximately half of the 19 and 20.
Exactly. What I thought I heard you say was your non-age
hour, not daily.
Your okay. Your non-age restricted trip generation numbers were what?
Were 19 in the morning and 20 in the afternoon.
Got it. So, and that's per day. So you've got
no, that's per peak hour. The morning peak hour, morning rush, and then the evening rush.
So rush is
1 hour period.
But you recognize, of course, that this is a 100% age restricted. It's going to be occupied by Section 8 recipients, frankly, who, if 5 of them have cars, I'll be stunned, right? So your traffic, it's reasonable to assume that the traffic that this project will add is negligible. Is that a fair statement?
Correct, and that's what I tried to bring across in the presentation, is that we provided a conservative analysis using the non-age restricted. When we use the age restricted trip rates, the site traffic would be approximately half of what was noted in the traffic study. So with the age restricted, it's going to generate less traffic, like you said.
Yeah, my question was along a similar vein, actually. It's a good segue because where I was initially going is that this is not assisted living. This is just senior housing.
Right.
Correct.
So that you wouldn't think that the traffic would necessarily go down, but what Mr. Bearlick was saying, adding on to that is, I'm wondering in your existing housing, Sam and Tony, I wonder if there's, if you have an idea of how many of the population have vehicles of the, a similar age population to the point that Mr. Bearlick was making.
Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, we have an account, but I don't know what that count is today. But I don't think current population has anything to do with the future population.
Well, Katie, let me try to give you a little bit of data from properties that the nonprofit I manage for a living owns. 100% Section 8 elderly properties. Our experience is that fewer than 20% of the residents own cars.
So that would be,
That's in a suburb like Greenwich?
Anywhere.
Because I mean, obviously it's going to be, oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I mean, this is a driving community. That's why I'm asking. But even if though, you're saying, Mrs. Cipolla, that if you've got the 19 peak in the morning, this is just not elderly population. So it's 19 in the morning, right, and 10 in the afternoon
Correct.
peak. So
No, 20 in the afternoon. Yeah.
okay, so even with those numbers, would that have an appreciable difference on those intersections at those numbers?
Not, we believe at those numbers that they would not have a significant impact on the adjacent roadways and intersections at those numbers. And we believe when we do apply what is actually being proposed, the age restricted, the impacts will be even significantly less than if it was non-age restricted. So we believe that there would be no significant impacts to the adjacent roadways or intersections with the proposed development, either as age restricted or non.
I would like to ask about any synergies there are with the other buildings. And I would think that one difference is that there's going to be more employees on site because of the new building. So that should account for, I don't know what shifts there are, if there are 2 shifts or 3 shifts or how that works, and how that impacts your.
Oh, sure, I can address that. Actually, it's the opposite. First of all, there's only 1 shift, and it's only we only have 1 maintenance guy there who we hope to take care of this building and the existing building, and then we'll see. There is no on-site manager. The manager visits the location from our main office here on Millbank Avenue. So there's no increased traffic from the standpoint of the operation of the housing authority.
Which is actually, that works nicely.
That's actually an advantage for us because it keeps down our operating costs because we're adding obviously more units with the same manpower.
But does that impact the the morning and the evening traffic study? It's more, in other words, the real traffic is not at those points anyway. It would be.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect it anyway because our manager has no real reason to go there unless there's something going on, and the maintenance worker goes there today anyway, so he's already counted in the traffic count.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Romeo, you had your hand up for a while. If you don't want to comment, that's fine. We can move on.
No, it's been asked and answered, so I
Great.
don't need to say
Okay.
anything.
Anything else for the traffic consultant, folks?
I'm good.
All righty. Okay, what other outstanding questions do we have?
So I guess I just wanted to mention a couple of things and then we'll go on to the building, I guess. First of all, I guess I just wanted to point out and remind everyone that engineering had signed off on this so we have sign offs from engineering department, DPW and sewer as well. So we've addressed everything with those two departments. And I know that there are some questions about the building, so I was going to have John Bryce, who should be in attendance, speak as well. Speak about the different, just a brief summary of the changes that we've done from the beginning to most recent, and perhaps answer any questions that the commission members may have. Now, again, I wanted to point out this is a very beneficial location for this building too. We had this discussion with the Board of Appeals, actually attorney or a board member Vecchiola, who's a longtime resident of Byram as well. And we went through the areas where you could actually see the building, given its location on the campus and the location of the property. It's minimal. It can be barely seen, from the surrounding streets, giving us location, given the fact that all the trees and stuff around it. But if John Bryce can just give a quick summary of the
Chris,
changes we did.
This is Tony. Do you have the map that we created, the 500 feet radius around the existing building that we can show?
Mr. Bryce, why don't you go ahead in the meantime? Mr. Bristol has a somewhat deer in the headlights look. Mr. Bryce, if you would go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to pick up where Tony left off a little earlier and just reiterate that we have been to the ARC 3 times, and we have made significant modifications to the design at each point, after each meeting. And I just wanted to run through this list quickly of the things we've changed, just to give you a sense of how we've tried to be responsive to those concerns. After the first ARC meeting of February 14th, at their request, we developed site sections and north, south, and east, west directions. We created rendered views. We eliminated the brick at the first floor of the building because people thought it was too horizontal. We eliminated the gable dormers at the 4th floor because it seemed to be too, I don't know what the right term was there, too elaborate, if you will. And we changed the vinyl siding to a different material. We changed the roof color at the suggestion of one of the ARC members to black. After the second ARC meeting for April 18th, we replaced the, I'm sorry, after the 4th, we added thin stone in a vertical arrangement to try and accentuate the vertical nature, accentuate the verticality of the building. We created more rendered site sections and building elevations. We added rendered views. We changed the dormers, as I said, on the 4th floor. We added some detail for the 3rd floor roof terrace. And we indicated the actual materials that we were proposing to use. After the last ARC meeting, we, at the suggestion of the ARC, we replaced the thin stone with brick to be more in keeping with the school that was adjacent. We changed the entrance canopy. There were some concerns about the overly traditional nature of the entrance canopy. We cantilevered it and made it a little more contemporary looking. We changed the windows in the building, throughout the building, to add variety to the window sizes and styles, and to address the concern about it being too repetitive in terms of the window treatment, the treatment of the windows. For instance, we made the bedroom windows wider, but a single window relative to the double windows in the living room. On the 4th floor, we added windows from the corridor into the terrace. And we also added windows at the end of the corridor in response to their suggestion. And I mentioned about the windows on the 4th floor. And we changed the trim around windows in various places to create more variety in the trim. So we used some decorative brick trim in the brick portions and wood, simulated wood trim around the windows in the siding portion. So that's just and I think there was probably other things we did, but that's the highlights of what we try to do in response to the ARC comments. I mean, one of the big things that after the first one is we completely redesigned the site plan to create a little park area in the middle with a path that would connect the existing school building with the proposed new building. So that was a major change in the site. And I think added a lot of green space and was a positive change. So, I mean, most of these things were good suggestions, and we didn't adopt every single suggestion that was put out there, but there were certainly some good suggestions, and we incorporated those.
Mr. Bryce, quick question. You said that the vinyl was replaced with the material. What material is it now?
It's still vinyl. We replaced it. I misspoke there. We replaced it with a different style of vinyl. So I apologize. I misspoke there.
Okay, so the siding is still vinyl?
Yes, correct. Well, it's a combination of vinyl and thin brick.
Okay, yes, I saw that on the drawings. Okay. Looking at the landscape plan, this is actually dated 6/15/22 for ZBA. That's, I guess, the most current one.
Yes, that would be most
okay. Yeah, I don't believe it accounts for the Christoph tree being relocated. I just want to make sure is that the case that that tree, that memorial, hasn't been moved or hasn't been shown on this plan.
I would have to defer to the landscape architect, but if you're not seeing it, then I presume that's correct.
Okay. And the lighting around the building, you have lighting by code at exit areas, but is the lighting low level, and so we don't have wall packs and site lighting and crazy lighting all over the place? I don't believe I saw a lighting plan.
Again, I would have to defer to the landscape architect. They are the ones who developed this. But if I remember correctly, I don't know that we were adding general site lighting. But if I'm wrong about that, I apologize. But I don't recall seeing anything. If the Joe, if you guys are on, you can probably address that better. The site, the civil site and landscape designers were more focused on those exterior features, landscape features.
Right. Okay. I did see the site sections that you had developed. Just wondering, was there a site section that was developed from the area, the intersection between at the post road between the buildings? I saw one that came up the hill from the post road, but I'm talking about the intersection of Western Junior Highway. Was that done at all? I don't see anything in there about that. I see from the post road up the hill, and I see from Western Junior Highway across the wooded area. Was the site section done between the field and the building and the rest of the site in the building?
I don't think we looked at those directions. We tried to take site sections which represented the most typical conditions. So to answer your question, I don't believe specifically from the field, I don't believe there was a site section, nor from Western Junior Highway. Although from there, you really can't see anything because of the turn in the road there. As the road turns and goes up the hill, you can't see anything from the bottom of the street there. You can't see any of, well, maybe the lower residences you can see.
Okay, and also I'm looking at your rendered sections. It does look like the building's about a story taller than the school building is. Is that a correct assumption from the site sections?
I mean, this is a 4-story building. The school it's a tall 2.5 stories because those floor to floors are quite high. It's an old school building. They had very high classroom ceilings. So, it's difficult to compare them in terms of stories because there's such a difference in floor to floor of a residential building versus a school building. However, it's true, I think it's correct to say that this building will be taller than the school.
Okay, that's okay. In the renderings, was any, I don't believe I saw a rendering that actually from Straza Field or that side. Did you guys put anything together?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. So this is what you were asking, Nick, a minute ago?
Yes. So that top one is from the approach to this two buildings up of McKinney Terrace or McKinney Drive. And I believe the one below that is actually the front facing building inside the courtyard, if you would.
Yes, correct. So okay. It's worth pointing out in this view, and thanks for putting this up, that although our building is somewhat higher than the school building, it's also elevated up. In other words, it sits higher than the road by a good 6 or 7 feet. So that, that contributes to, the appearance of it being taller. That's the topography of the land.
Mm-hmm. So it's naturally going to be taller.
Even if it's exactly the same size, it would be tall. Yes.
Okay. If we can go to actually the next page, nope, maybe it's the next one after that. Yeah, that one. I think I see what I'm seeing is that this comparison, as I was saying before, it's very difficult to tell with the rendering, the heights of the buildings. But I think actually understanding and I see the changes that you've made in the architecture in terms of the materials and things. So I'm still seeing a very flat building right on the street, very tall. There's articulation there, but I'm seeing some brick, which is great because it matches the brick next door. But I see a lot of vinyl siding. I see a lot of PVC trim, asphalt, and those materials are, to me, are not indicative of what the site probably could be, understanding the nature of the building next door and the other buildings on the site, which are predominantly brick. The school has hip roofs. The other buildings have gabled roofs, and we're introducing a mansard roof. So, but Mr. Bryce, thank you.
I think you just spoke to the variety of different styles on the site. So, the other buildings, the other residential buildings on the site that were more recently built are of a totally different scale. They're 4 or 5, I can't remember exactly now, buildings that are put together. They're much smaller scale. They're not elevator buildings. They don't have a central corridor. So it's a different building type altogether. So they're naturally going to look different. And the same is with this school, which is, is a school building and has large windows, as was common in this time period when schools were built. So you have large rooms with large windows, and it's just a completely different building type. And it's to make them look the same would be very, you're an architect, it would be dishonest.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Bryce. I think what I'm kind of getting to is that the previous buildings, the gable end buildings, have demonstrated some respect for the school building and the nature of the school, the architectural type, the brick, the historic nature of it. What I'm probably trying to say really here is that the new building is a complete departure from that, and that I don't see any kind of respect for the existing building, the school building itself, which to me is the primary building on this site. It's the one that everything should be working off of, because it does represent the significant architecture of this site, a significant architecture of the neighborhood, Byram, and a historic structure in town, in Greenwich. We all know how we are trying to save our historic structures. And actually building around them really should, demonstrate respect to that historic architecture, because somebody really went through the time and trouble to actually say, yes, this building is something worth preserving, and has placed it on the National Register. So,
well, I'm sorry that you feel it's disrespectful. It's not meant to be disrespectful. We've tried very hard to sort of give it a little more variety in terms of the treatment of facades, so that it didn't seem, so we could break down the apparent scale of it. The mansard roof is another device. It was invented in Paris, as you know, to reduce the apparent height of buildings. And so we've used that device here. So if you made this truly a 4-story building with a shallow hipped roof, as the school is, it would loom even taller. So, we try to mitigate some of these scale issues, and it's really scale that is the issue here. We try to mitigate some of the scale issues, but there's only so much. It's a good sized building. There's only so much you can do to make that size building look small.
Okay. We were just given an email that actually shows the 500-foot radius drawing that I think Mr. Romy was talking about.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that is?
Yes. Although I didn't generate the drawing, so I'm going to be winging it a bit, but I think I understand.
Actually, who did generate it?
It was the engineer Joe Perugni. So it's our project engineer. So I think that shows the concentric circles about the distance away from, showing the distance away from the proposed building location, so we can get a sense of what could be seen where and when.
Yeah, I think the point of the drawing is to see how many neighbors, if you will, are within a 500-foot radius. And I think it's pretty illustrative of the fact that, there's really nothing. So Tony can speak to this perhaps better than me.
Can you post the drawing, please?
Is it?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Correct.
So the point of this drawing was to actually have a 500-foot radius from our building, the new building, before we touch the neighbor. So it's not just a random 500 feet. So if you look at the building, I mean, where are the neighbors? I don't see them on our drawing. Disappeared.
Sorry. I'm getting back there. It'll take a sec. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point of it is just to show that there are no neighbors really in that vicinity. Neighbors who live within 500 feet of our existing building. So it's really a very isolated location. It's set there for affordable housing. It's a great spot for affordable housing. It affects no tenants. The fact that we're actually having these discussions about, sight lines and how you can see the building from where, it doesn't make any sense to me because, and again, I'm not the brightest guy in the world, but that's a 500-foot radius. And I don't think any of us could say, unless you live in the backcountry somewhere, that we're within 500 feet of a neighbor.
I take exception to this. What I find, yes, you have developed a 500-foot radius around your building, and nobody lives in that radius. But I see your tenants live in that radius. There are people who live across the street in the housing development that are in that radius. Everybody who uses the park is in that radius. Everybody who passes by the building is in that radius. There are a lot of people who are affected by this development on a day-to-day basis. They may not live there, close by. They may be across the street, but they are affected by it. Yeah, this is an interesting drawing. That's fine, but you have to consider what you're trying to tell me is that nobody can see the building. Nobody's affected by the building. But I believe what I'm seeing here is that anybody who passes by, lives anywhere close or enjoys the park is going to be affected by the building.
Well, we're just showing you the drawing. You have to draw your own conclusions about it. And, we've drawn ours and you can draw yours. We're inferring one thing, you can infer whatever you like. The picture speaks for itself.
Okay.
Well, I would like to make some comments that support Mr. Macri's thoughts. This is a wonderful project, and it's very exciting to finally have something that that the town of Greenwich is going to build like this. This is a great opportunity for the town. We all applaud this effort. There's no question. And this is a great place to put these units. And I'm very happy that there was a reconsideration of the sight lines going out onto the street, and you were able to make those changes. However, the community that we're trying to create here is greatly affected by the architecture, and there's a really wonderful opportunity to do a little bit more with this architecture so that it does fit in better, and it does say something about how concerned our town is with these issues that Mr. Macri brought up. Scale is what Mr. Bryce was talking about, and I agree with him. The scale is very important here, and I think that there's an opportunity to create a better feeling for how this building sits on this property and relates to the other buildings. I think that they could have done, there's some opportunity to make this building be much more of a, a more formal, traditional kind of wall to create a courtyard. And there is a sense of a courtyard here, but it could easily have been enhanced. The siding of the building is perfect for creating that courtyard and creating this community. I think that this feeling of this very tall, flat surface that sits so close to the curb line does create a kind of it is more, it creates a sense of being more important and towering over the other structures. There is easily something that can be done here by moving things around and being a little bit more I'm not going to use that word, being more concerned about the scaling of this building. I think the mansard roof does not scale down a 4-story building. It can be a beautiful architectural motif that creates creates a very nice Beaux-Arts building, but it's not. Its motif to scale down the building is not relevant here, because it's a 4-story building, and and nobody would perceive it as anything other than that. So scale is what it's all about. I think that we've gone so far, and everybody's so excited about this thing. It is very important at this point to reconsider how this building fits into the context of these other buildings. It really needs to be, instead of just massaged on the with changing a window here and there, it needs more work than that. And I'm more than confident that Mr. Bryce, who's a very competent architect, can do that. I would say that there are some things that are a little bit awkward, where how the mansard roof ends in the middle of a bay. I think that's a simple thing to do something about. But that's just a very cursory kind of exercise to fix those kinds of things. I'm talking about something much more intentional, and I think that the massing of this thing is the thing that's going to make this a really wonderful project as you scale this thing so that it fits better into the context of the historic building and the other buildings.
This is Tony Johnson again. I take your point, but you know, this is a moving target. We've done this 3 times. We can't afford to keep going back to the drawing board to guess at what appeases everyone. We just can't do it. We are going to ask for you to vote on the building. You know, we've tried, I think, and we've had this conversation in ARC where we've attempted to go back and make changes and relocate the building. The building at one point started out as sort of an L-shaped building. They wanted a courtyard. We created a courtyard. We've done that. The building is the building. It is a large building. We've tried to make it fit in. It's going to be a 4-story building. I think we have attempted to do what we can do, unless somebody gave us specific directions as to what they want to see. We can't go back and play with our drawings and say, come back with something else that fits. This is what we came up with. This is what we believe works for us. This is what we believe works for the community. I think it's a beautiful building. I think it works. That's just my opinion. And no one has to accept my opinion. But my other opinion is that we can't afford to go back and do this again without someone telling us exactly what you want in writing to say that we can do it. I'm not even agreeing that, you know, we will do it. I'm only saying that to tell us to go and do something, go back to the drawing board. We can't do that. We can't do that.
I mean, I take it, if I could, I would take it one step further, and that the danger here is that we get caught in this endless recursive loop of opinions, you know.
Yes, but in all fairness, I know that ARC, I know you guys made an effort, and I'm just saying, it's not like P&Z is saying something different from ARC. The between the lines was ARC still wanted to see more changes, and finally had understood that they were kind of at the end of the line with you guys. You went back 3 times. I think everybody has been, I'm hearing Mr. McRae and Mr. Levy pretty much agreeing with some of what ARC had been doing. And so, Mr. Romeo, did you want to add something?
Yes, I do. Matter of fact, the building is what it is, and you have a decision to make before you, one way or the other. But as far as the windows go in the Byron School building, the worst thing that could have happened to our residents that live in that building is those damn windows. They are inefficient, they are cold, and the Historic District Commission, who made the Housing Authority at that time, put those windows in, did a tremendous disservice to the residents. They cannot open, they're too big, they're too large, and you can't get draperies for them. So as far as trying to complement that school building, I take exception to, because if it was up to me, I rip all of those windows out and put windows in that would work. That's number one. Number two, to go back to Mr. McRae and it's affecting people in the neighborhood. You can't see this building unless you drive onto the site. You drive by Western Junior Highway, you don't know what's in there. You drive by the post road, you can't see it. You're down in Dorothy Hamill, maybe you can see the top of the building, but it's not affecting neighbors. And I don't know where he's getting all of this information that the neighborhood is impacted. The people that live there are the ones that see it. So thank you very much. And as far as the ARC goes, I'm a little disturbed with what went on with the ARC. First of all, we were demanding an answer from them for months after they had an agreement. Someone evidently told them not to give us their decision. I'd like to know who that was.
I don't think anybody ever does
Well,
that.
I'll find out. I'll get to the bottom of it, one way or the
If
other.
anybody does that, they make their own decisions.
You're right. And I want to find
advisory
out.
to
I
us.
want to find out why they
It
didn't
has
come
to
back.
be, Sam, I wouldn't go there. They make their own
I'm
decisions.
going there.
You're hearing a rumor, I mean, but I would not think you're hearing something. The bottom line is ARC makes their own decisions. Nobody tells them when to decide from our side of the fence. They are
Well, then,
advisory to us.
No
So-
one, no one can tell me why, after they told us they were going to give us the decision, and we kept calling them, asking for the decision for a month, and we got nothing but a stall
I
tactic.
don't know.
All
I
they had to do
believe,
was say, decide or not decide. But I do recall
all right,
in
but
the
that's up
last
to
meeting,
them. So
the last
Mr.
meeting
Romeo,
we had-
Mr. Romeo, if I could just stop you, let me put it more clearly. That is their internal workings. It has nothing to do with P and Z.
We'll
They
find
make
that
it.
out.
Well, you go right ahead and find it out. But the bottom line is they make their decisions when they make them. Nobody here has anything to do with when ARC makes a decision. Okay, we don't meddle in that because they're advisory to us. If we want, they can say the sky is pink and we can ignore them. So we would have no reason to intervene. And I'm surprised you would believe we do that. Okay, now, anybody else on the commission have questions at this time for Mr. Bryce? Because we've been doing this for a while now. Our first selectman just wrote me and said he waited to speak and couldn't wait any longer. I believe he was going to speak in support. But in any event, does anybody else on the commission have questions for Mr. Bryce? Have we addressed the outstanding questions that the commission has? Mr. McRae, have your issues been addressed?
Yes.
All right. Okay, what I'd like to do then, does anybody object to turning to public comment now?
No.
All righty. Our first public speaker is Ann Kay. And as I promote you, who will be followed by Al Shahadi, and then Mr. David Wald. We only have 3 speakers. We are not, trying not, oh, no, they're coming on with more. Folks, we're gonna hold you to 3 minutes. Where's my hook?
I'm here.
Okay, we're gonna hold you to 3 minutes, okay? Because we've been doing this for a long time. And I'm gonna bring in Ann Kay. Oops, there we go. And ma'am, after you unmute, if you would kindly give us your last name for the court reporter.
Don't.
My last name is Christoph, Ann Christoph, the daughter of Ann Christoph, who's
Great.
At the
Hello.
school. Hi.
We've been talking a lot about you and your tree, or
My
your mom's tree.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
mom's tree. Hello. So
hi.
that's KRISTOFF, Mr. Court Reporter.
Correct.
Okay. All right, ma'am.
I just want to say that I really want to echo a lot of what Mr. McRae was saying. I do believe that the hulking behemoth nature of this building is disrespectful to the neighborhood and to the existing buildings and also to the feeling of the history. I don't know how many people here went to Barham School as I did. My mother fought to save Barham School, which is why Frank Keegan wanted to honor her with that tree on that site. My mother's tree is not trespassing. What we were always told was that that land was never going to be developed. I don't know how that has changed over the years, but obviously that's, the horse is out of the stable. But I do understand the need for affordable housing, and, you know, I know that this is a long process, but I would really love it if you would all consider the fact that the building is disproportionate, and it's not an isolated neighborhood. It is in a very densely populated, vibrant neighborhood with a long history and a lot of people that really care about it. Yeah, I don't want to see my mom's, you know, my mom's tree is trespassing. I think Frank Keegan, if he was alive, he would disagree with that. And I don't know how far, like if we need to go back and like dig up any records. I don't know if it was Selectman Margnot who approved it, but yeah, just because Mr. Johnson doesn't know who approved it doesn't mean that it doesn't belong there. So I do want to advocate also for the tree as well as a smaller building. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Christoph, a quick question. Do you know when the tree and the marker were installed?
Well, my mother died November 10th, 1989. So around that time, you know, I don't know the timeline, obviously, because, you know, I was upset. So my dad may know it, but it was around the same time that they named the playground after her at Barm Shore. So it was sort of like a 1-2 thing that happened. So it would have been like, if I was going to look it up in the Greenwich Time or something, I would probably start in late 89 and then maybe I would go into 90, 91. So somewhere around there, but you know, she's dead. Frank Keegan is dead. I don't know who else would have been, is alive today that was alive then that could also sort of speak to it.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All righty. Mr. Shahadi, if you would go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody.
Thank
My
you,
name's
Mr.
Al Shahadi. You know who I am. I'm speaking on behalf of the BNA. We submitted formal comments. I'm going to provide a summary of those comments, and I'm going to try and talk fast to keep it within 3 minutes. First issue is the building's too big. As Mr. Bryce said, scale is the issue here. Height, scale, massing, roof line, it's all out of place for the site, all is out of place for the surrounding neighborhood. It will be one of the largest, if not the largest, tallest building in Byram at the highest point in Byram. Nobody's saying don't build it here. We're saying build it in the context of the neighborhood. I drove around Byram this afternoon looking for other 4-story buildings. There is one building in Byram that has one facade that is 4 stories on Rich Avenue. It's on a hill and the other side is 3 stories. There is no building of this size in Byram. And I understand what the POCD says about the use of the land. I don't believe that the POCD said that the town can build anything of any size regardless of the scale of the surrounding neighborhood. What is proposed is a scale with no precedent in Byram and very little precedent in the entire part of Western Greenwich. Visibility, I think it's been talked about. I just have to react to Mr. Johnson's comments that there are no neighbors. A lot of people use that public property. The 500-foot circle included houses. There are neighbors that live on that site, and it just communicates a sense that all of us here who care about our neighborhood are invisible to you. And I'm not sure that's what you meant to say, but I would advise you to think about it. Third, I'd expand on Mr. Macray's comments. We have a real discomfort with a pattern of factually questionable, if not outright false statements that have been made at these hearings. Run through them quickly. The Byram School only has one historic wall. Meals on Wheels is congregate housing. The dead tree issue, the building's not visible. There was a letter to the PZBA last week that said that the Planning and Zoning Commission had endorsed that. None of those statements are true. And none of them said were any doubt with any caveat. I'm not sure if the tree is alive. I've been told it's dead. I will check and get back to you. The tree is not a red herring. Apologies to Mr. Romeo, the tree is a tree, I get it. Credibility is not a red herring. The credibility matters, and step back and accept that the cumulative effect of all of these statements doesn't help your credibility with the committee. And in terms of Mr. Johnson, think about the message you were sending the community that was planted without permission. First, that kind of conveys like a bunch of people coming in the middle of the night with shovels and flashlights illegally planting something, as opposed to a town ceremony that was in the newspapers. Two, you actually can't even say that it's illegal without looking at the lease. Landlords don't give up rights under the lease. And until you look at the lease, you don't know what rights the town of Greenwich retained to the property that was not housing at the time that building was planted. Won't go into much detail about the rezoning, but I agree with what Mr. McRae said. The rezoning of so much more property than what the footprint of this, what is required for the footprint of this building is really troubling. The fear the community has is that that's going to open the door to another inappropriate development without any level of public accountability, without even having to genuflect toward the neighbors.
Mr. Shahade, excuse me, we're now past our 3-minute limit, and I'll leave it up to the chair to adjudicate the additional time.
We've got three more speakers. Mr. Shahade, do you need to add another point?
I'll just in conclusion, I'll say respectfully request that the current application be denied and the applicant told to come back with a smaller project, more in keeping with the neighborhood, and to only rezone the footprint needed for this building.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shahade. Our next speaker is David Wald. And
he declined to become.
I know, but we can allow him to talk. That's what we do. And thank you, but
Yeah.
Mr. Wald. And
I brought in Joanne Messina.
Yep, saw that. Okay, Mr. Wald, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to this forum. And I would like to draw attention to what Fred Camillo pointed out in his letter to the appeal board. I just have a transcript from the Zoom, but it says, protect the integrity of our neighborhood from the mandates coming from Hartford, which I believe would have a deleterious effect on each of our neighborhoods. The recent work over the past several years have made Greenwich a leading in how to provide affordable housing units in a local way, local jurisdiction and local consideration. So I would like to go back in history to when this property went from a school building to the town of Greenwich property. And that's happened around 1978. And at that time, the Byram community, PTAs, all of them got together and they wanted to preserve it as a historical registry or a historical property. Town of Greenwich wanted to, through Ruth Sims, to also protect the area, but they found that they needed to rent out the building. Housing authorities came on the field. They were willing to take it on a lease of $1 a year. So they're renting the space. They have to restore it or return it back after the 99 years. So about 60 years from now, in the same condition as it was when they received it. In the application to the historical register, we can see a record that they are holding back in 83, 85, etc., when the housing authorities applied to build the townhouses on the 6 acres that they were given. And when they had completed and finished the 3 townhouses or sections of townhouses, the historical register would not recognize that area as part of the historical property. They acknowledged 6 acres, which goes up to the townhouses in the north, went down the memorial grove in the front, and included the ball field. So the townhouses was excluded because of its design and its layout. So comparing this new building on the historical register's property, I find strange anyway. I would like to further draw attention to these facts that Jill Oberlander in 2011 drew up a report on leased land. And she was very clear that the housing authorities had an option to apply to the town hall, not a right, not some kind of, anyway. They could apply to build these townhouses and anything else they wanted on that 6 acres. they applied only for the 3 townhouses and left the rest as open space. Only after they have taken their decision, the town went forward with the historical society and the community and got it registered as historical district.
Excuse me, Mr. Wald, we've gone past your time, and again, I'll leave it up to the chair to let you.
I think if you would finish your last comment, Mr. Wald, so we can
Okay.
move on.
Then I would like to just go to the questions. They are saying that you cannot see it from the post road. The whole purpose of building Byram School was to be seen from the post road. During the management of the housing authorities.
So Mr. Wald, since you're out of time, could you just ask the questions? Because now you're making
Okay.
statements. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, why is not the building as it was built as the gateway to Connecticut and Greenwich to show that we have been gone from a farming community to a town? Why is the building not viewable? Secondly, the comments that you are not able to see this building because of the 3-story Byram School. I have just sent some pictures to members of the committee. That 1,500 square feet extension on the building there in front of the new building is only a 1-story building. So you can see it from
Okay,
Sherman
just
Avenue.
keep going, Mr. Wald, because we gave you like a few extra seconds, but we didn't mean
Okay.
for you to add another 3 minutes. Do you have another question?
Yeah, so my question there is, when did you survey and see that this building was not visible?
Okay, so you did the visibility.
And
Keep going. Next question.
Okay.
Just next question. Don't
is,
elaborate.
Yeah. ADA accessible.
Good.
You're
Okay,
saying that this is ADA accessible. If you look around
gotcha. We'll check that. Keep going. Next question.
Fire lane around the building.
Okay. Next question.
Parking spaces.
Okay.
Why is there no underground parking?
Okay, we've talked about that. Go ahead. Next question.
You're saying it's the best location. Have you looked at the rest of the park?
Yes. Okay, good. Next question.
Wow, you're pushing me.
Yes, I am. Okay, then you're good.
Okay, bye-bye then.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, Joanne Messina, you're the next speaker.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Joanne Messina, Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. Just want to emphasize both what Commissioner McRae said as well as Mr. Shahade. I think we have a balancing issue here. We are very much in support of affordable housing in town and are very pleased that there is a proposal such as this. But again, we need to balance green space. We need to balance size. We need to balance for our community. And I think it was very well said that this is for our entire community, and to put a concentric circle around and say, this is what you're looking at. We're all experiencing all of this development. Specifically, the Tree Conservancy was just granted $37,000 from the state to plant trees in Byram, because it is seen by the state as well as locally that this is an area that needs green. We have the island effect, we have flooding issues, we have issues that are getting worse in this area. So I would just like to remind the commission to do what you can to maintain the green space in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Messina. Our next speaker is Liz Eckert.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be short and sweet here. I just wanted to have my voice heard, because at the last meeting, they were saying there was only one person from Byram that was opposed to this plan. We have 350 members in the Byram Neighborhood Association, and they are all opposed to the size of this structure. It is abutting our parkland. I just wanted to say that I agree with all of Mr. Macri's concerns, Ms. Messina's concerns, Ms. Christoph's, Mr. Shahade's, and Mr. Wald's. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eckert. Thank you for making the time. All righty. Okay, that does it for the public speakers. Mr. Bristol, did you want to address any of the questions that have been raised?
I mean, I guess I would say just a couple of things, although, and perhaps other people from my team have comments. I guess just going from last to starting at the last comment, actually, when you look at this, if you look at the site, if you look at the aerial map, there's a tremendous amount of trees and forested land here. You know, so we have a development envelope on this previously developed site, but to the west, yes, to the east and west, actually, there's a great number of trees, probably more so than most other parts of Byram. So you have a tremendous amount of trees and natural cover that are surrounding the property when you step back and look. And that's it for now, actually. I'm not sure if anyone else has anything else to say.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Don't understand. But go ahead.
Mr. Romeo, did you wish to add anything?
You're on mute.
Muted.
Yeah, I don't know, if Tony had anything to say, but all I can say is you have a plan before you. And I think we've made our position, relatively clear. We're not going to make any more changes. I know Mr. Macri's a no vote right off the bat, by where he goes. So you can either approve this plan or deny it. It's before you, and it is what it is.
Mr. Romeo, you don't actually know what Mr. Macri is going to do.
No.
He can be a pain in the neck in general, asking tough questions. So I would appreciate you not going there.
Okay, I won't go there, but the plan is there.
I'm just sharing since it came up. I'm sharing the aerial with everybody so you can see the entire site. With the rink, you can see all the buildings that are there and where the building would be added, where the new buildings are.
Again, it doesn't have anything to do with us. You can't see the building unless you enter the site. As much as people say they can, they can't.
Okay, so we have no further comment from anybody. Mr. Johnson, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I mean, we just, we put forward our best effort, regardless of people who want to impugn our integrity. I think our integrity is solid, that we've been honest and straightforward. And when we say we want to do affordable housing, that's what we want to do. We don't say we want it, but we don't want it, really.
Okay.
We want it. We want it. And so we're here. We spent a lot of money to do this. By the way, just for all intensive purposes, and also for the record, put this on the record. The last time
everything's on the record, sir.
The last time we attempted to do this, we spent $500,000 on a project for the same site. Here we are again. We're probably up to $150,000, $200,000 now, and we're going through it again.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I think our board agrees that you either vote it up or vote it down, and we go from there.
Okie doke. Thank you. Mr. Bristol, before you say anything, and if you don't mind, this is tough having three people presenting at the same time and calling on each other, just for your future reference. If you would let the commission control, it would be easier. Now, Mr. Bristol, I don't know what the commission's going to do, but since we have three applications, if they are willing to decide the MI and they want some more time, for example, on the site plan, are you guys okay with that? If they're willing to decide the MI and the rezone and they want to wait on the site plan, are you okay? And if they decide all three, I'm sure you're fine, but I just want to make sure before I ask to close anything where you are with this.
Madam Chair,
wait.
Before you answer, Chris, I'm so sorry. You could also, just as a third option here, you could just take a vote to, it's postpone's not the right word, to.
On the MI, we can defer the MI. Yes,
yeah,
that is how we do.
Defer, yeah.
Yes, but it really depends on what he wants. What I meant, not decide the MI, we would have to defer it and we would give reasons for the deferral. that we still have missing information or something like that. So, but I just want to know if the commission was willing to do a piece of it tonight and not the rest of it. I always ask that when we have as many questions as we did tonight. So, Mr. Bristol.
In response to that question, I would say that the commission members should make their vote on each application in turn.
Okay, but if we were to decide 2 of the applications tonight and not the 3rd one, or if we only decided 1 tonight, would you be okay with that if that's what the commission wanted to do?
I mean, I don't. Would it be my call? I mean, I'm not trying to be cute.
Yes, that would be.
I'm just trying to
Yes.
think.
It wouldn't necessarily be your call, but we always tell people when I know there's controversy and I know there's a lot of questions, I try to give people the flexibility. Often, and you yourself have done it, when an application involves a rezone, the applicant prefers to wait to have the site plan decided at the same time, for example.
May I make a suggestion? It would be a little cleaner to have the MI with the site plan, simply because once the commission acts on the MI, then an appeal can be taken on that without knowing what the commission's doing.
Well, let them decide on the MI. We get the MI, that opens the door for us.
Well, yeah, but it opens the door for someone.
All right,
to
so
take
let's,
their
okay,
consent
so
to the
I'm going to listen to the town planner, Mr. Romeo, no offense. So, and I'm going to go then with Mr. Bristol, if you don't mind. What I'm going to instruct the commission now is that we'll decide everything at the same time, be that tonight or be it at some point afterwards. Okay, all right. Okay, so with that, these are must close items. The MI can be deferred. The MI isn't, as you know, handled quite the same way. It's a must act, and we would have to defer our action. The others are must close. And so the question is, we have to close tonight on, first of all, let me ask the second 2. If once we close, why don't we just go ahead and close the rezone and close the site plan? Does anybody object to that at this time, since we're out of time?
No.
Could I ask quickly, there was a lot of question about the size of the area to rezone, particularly from you, Mr. McRae, and I had understood that it was due to FAR.
Problem is, Katie, we have to have a special meeting for them to answer it. We have asked that question. I remember we asked it at the last meeting. Very specifically, was the area to be rezoned included entirely in the existing ground lease that they have with the town? So since this is Mr. Mr. Bristol, done. You done. Okay. So Katie, so that question, we have to close it. The commission can't take any more information on the rezone, because it's a must close tonight unless we have a special meeting before the 13th of August. So at this point, we are closing the zoning, the rezone, and the site plan. Okay, I'm just going to ask, does anybody object to that at this time? The maximum to close on the site plan is also 8/13. So both of those would have to be closed. There's no objection. Therefore, both the rezoning application and the final site plan application are closed. Now, if I may ask you, are you in a position to decide those applications tonight, Mr. Yeski?
You're muted, Dennis.
I got it. I don't think so.
All right.
No.
Mr. McRae?
No, there's too much information that I need to wrap my head around. So I don't believe I can make a decision tonight.
All righty. I'm going to stop there, you guys, because if we've got 2 commissioners who wish to have more time to consider an item, we normally grant it. Now, moving to the MI, I would therefore suggest that we defer action on the MI until we decide the other two applications. Do I need to make a motion for that, Katie?
Well, if the MI, yeah, you would have to make
All
a
right.
motion that you did,
I hereby move that we defer action.
because the timeline is such that you would need to do it before the 8th, so you could just defer, so it's
Yes, ma'am.
site plan.
It's a must act by 8/7.
Right.
I hereby move that we defer action on the municipal improvement as its full consideration is dependent on the consideration of the other two applications for Greenwich Communities. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I think Mr. McRae has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye, yes. Defer.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. So folks, if the commission for some reason decides that it is ready to vote before its next meeting, we will advise you and we will post it and let you know. Otherwise, we would be voting this application at our next meeting. All right. Okay. Thank you very much to the three of you.
Thank you.
And we will now move on to our friends at Arno Foods. This is application number 8, Arno Food Company LLC, for a final coastal site plan and special permit for an emergency generator at 10 Hamilton Avenue. I would like to remind you that this application is also a must close tonight. The people seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Yeski, Lowe, and Wells. And with that, I don't believe it's Christopher Bristol who's representing the applicant.
And I'm just looking at, Chip
Haslam.
Got it.
All
Yeah.
righty. All righty. Okay. And Mr. Haslam is on his way in. Hello, Mr. Haslam. If you would go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Chip Haslam for the applicant. I did not attend the briefing session yesterday, but Greg Ersprung, who's the project engineer, did attend and reported back to me that the commission still had a couple of questions about the environmental issues. And therefore, we've assembled a team tonight from our engineering squad, from the bakeries and their engineers. Those include Gerald Holt, Chris Wolf, Greg Ersprung, who I just mentioned, Eddie Jones, Jordan Brown, and any of those people can address particular issues as they may arise from the commission's asking. There's one question specifically whether this was an EPA Tier 4 rated generator, and it is, I'm told. So I think that would be hopefully satisfying as to the other issue which was raised as to whether we could do 2 gas-fired generators, which is problematic, as I understand, because of the need to get fire access to the building, and also because of the existing storm line that runs through the property. And generally, the property is very challenging as far as space is concerned. We did go back to the ZBA last Wednesday and had the variance modified to include the slightly larger enclosure for the generator. And Mr. Vecchiola, who's a member of that board, said he hoped he didn't have to hear anything more from Arnold Foods about generators again. And we hope that's the case. But in any event, as you know, we're planning to put some arborvitaes along Hamilton Avenue to screen the building. At the request of the commission, we submitted a landscape plan showing what we had in mind. Hopefully that is satisfactory to the commission members. And if there are any other questions that the commission has, then we're hopeful that we can go get approval from you and move forward with the project, which is very important to Arnold in order to maintain its food chain. Questions?
So I think the key issues that have been raised is we were still not clear with, hold on a second, I got to switch systems. We were just oops. All right. Okay. So we were just having a lot of trouble because we were initially told it couldn't be a gas generator because of that 20-second lag that gas generators took. And then we heard from EMAC, and EMAC said, well, actually you could do it so it's only a 7-second lag. And then so we said, okay, why can't it be a 7-second lag? And then they said, oh, well, the generators, the gas ones aren't powerful enough. So then we then said, well, why can't you have two? And so the other thing that happened was that we had said at the last meeting, Mr. Levy, in fact, had been, my notes have that Mr. Levy said several times at the last meeting not to do arborvitae, that arborvitae is not as environmentally attractive, appealing, and there were a whole lot of reasons not to do arborvitae. When we got the plan back, boom, there's the arborvitae still. So we have this sense, Mr. Haslam, of not having our priorities and our requests listened to. And so you got, if Mr. Earthsprung was listening yesterday, I was out sick, but that was what I gathered from the commission. It's like, we keep saying stuff and people keep ignoring us. Unhappy commission. So I'm sorry you've had to keep going back, but part of it is giving us incomplete answers. So I leave it over to you, and I'm gonna, since Mr. Wells is seated, I'm hoping that he can do us in brave stead here, since he's our energy expert now.
I apologize about, do not recall at all hearing about the arborvitae from Mr. Levy, and that may just be my addled old age brain, but I don't recall.
Well, you're older.
We
you
can,
know how it is.
but we can certainly make changes to that. And if there are suggestions in particular, if Mr. Levy or anybody else wants to make, is how we can substitute out some of the plants that we've already suggested for others, we're more than happy. I see Chris Wolf is on. Chris addressed you the last time we actually had a hearing in front of the commission on some of the environmental issues. And I think at that hearing, you felt he was very responsive to your questions. And then you got more questions, of course, from your Energy Advisory Committee. So I would defer to Chris once again, because I think of all the people here, he's probably the most knowledgeable on the issues that you've raised. Chris.
And Mr. Wolf, before you start, and we know we're really drilling down on you guys, and you guys are going like, why is Greenwich hassling us about a generator? Well, there are two reasons. One is that we're starting to be conscious about energy efficiency as a town. But the other thing is, and Mr. Wells made this point at the briefing yesterday, is we're thinking about environmental justice. You are in an area, you're exactly 0.4 miles from our largest affordable housing complex in town. And so if you had to run the generator on a continuous basis, that impacts those people. And our sense was that if you were in a very high-end part of town, albeit you wouldn't be in a mixed use zone, it would not be happening. And that is disturbing to us as well because of the environmental justice issue. So it's A, it's energy efficiency, and B, it's the environmental justice consideration. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf.
All right, Madam Chair. I
Yes,
do
sir.
have one request. Gerald Holt needs to get into the room if you don't mind. He's my colleague.
Would that be Gerald with a J, I guess, because I'm not finding him with a G.
Yes.
All right.
And he's going to address some of the questions we had.
Not Holt. You think it's with a he?
No, it's Holt. Holt. Gerald Holt.
Are you sure he's here?
Yeah, I saw him before and promoted him.
Gerald. J. Mr. Holt, would you raise your hand, please? Because I'm not seeing you. Mr. Holt, kindly raise your hand. You are going to have to do without him, Mr. Wolf. I'm sorry.
All right.
He's
Well,
not raising his hand. Mr. Holt, text him if you can text him if he's on your,
Yeah, I've texted him. All right.
Tell him no August vacation unless he turns up.
So again, I was brought in a little bit late. I think if everybody recalls last time, I think I was out grilling and I got the call to join. So it sounds like you don't think that we heard you, which I apologize. That's not our intent. We want to be a good neighbor. Environmental justice, I understand that. We have other facilities in other areas, for example, Chicago and others. As far as energy efficiency goes, my company, Bimbo Bakers USA, is the premier as far as EP Energy Star. We've won the award 5 consecutive years. We have had 18 bakeries certified. We strive to be energy efficient. Greenwich actually was recognized in 2014. A little dated, but they were recognized in 2014. We have high efficiency motors there. Our latest oven that we have in there is a direct spark ignition system that reduces the amount of natural gas used. So we are 100% on board with where this committee wants to go. And again, it sounds like there was some confusion on the sizing. I'll just tackle it this way. We initially did some loading. Looks like Jerry's actually raising his hand now. So he
There he is. Oh, and it's with a G, so you know in the future, not a J.
Can you hear me?
There you go, Jerry.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Mr. Holt, you're in. All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wolf. So confusion about the sizing.
Yeah, so we did an initial load study. We did some, so once we met with this committee, and natural gas was brought up, and we look for natural gas. That would be the when we can do it. That's the preference for bakeries, as I tried to explain the last time. Typically, it is that transition. Typically, it's the sizing. When we went back to look at the load, we're close to 3,000 kW. Jerry, you can comment on the specifics on that if you'd like.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Holt, yes, please.
Yeah, we can
sorry.
hear you.
Okay, let me start my video so you can see me at least.
Okay, there you go.
Hi. Yeah, when we did the initial application, we hadn't sufficient data for our on-site meters. So we were able to collect that data actually over the year, and it showed us that our demand had actually moved more to the 3 megawatt range of a generator, which is quite large, probably one of our largest generators. So that's what caused us to go back and revisit the sizing of the generator.
Mr. Wells?
Yeah, thank you. So are you amending, because in your current site plan, it says 2,750 kilowatt generator. Are you proposing increasing that?
Yes, I believe that was resubmitted, Chip, to the ARB, correct? The last time around. Is it ARB? I think that's the name.
The
No, we only went to,
review.
we went to ARC once. They approved the project. It has no impact. And that was before they even, you had suggested that we include the arborvitae screening. So it's not an ARC issue. The ZBA, that went to the size of the enclosure and floor area ratio and building coverage. So that's not really their issue. So it's a P&Z issue, if anything, which is saying that, yes, we're looking for approval for a generator, and it sounds like that generator size has now been established to be 3,000, where kilowatts, previously it was 2,700 or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, you might want to update your site plan then.
Happy to do that. We can augment that. Yep.
Yeah, so here we are with the must close. You've changed the specs on the very thing you're here to apply for, and you haven't fixed the site plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We actually, before we went to the ZBA at the last Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, if you recall at your briefing session, we brought this to your attention and that there was an issue. And did we have to go back to the ZBA? We expected that we did, but we did bring it to your attention at the last hearing, and therefore did not go forward with the P&Z hearing on that date because we had brought that to your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Being grumpy.
Okay, then maybe someone could explain, Mr. Haslam went very quickly why gas wouldn't work, something about storm drains. Could someone, perhaps an engineer, describe what are the challenges to having 2 natural gas generators there, which would combine 3,000 kilowatt?
Yeah, we have insufficient floor space or ground space. We're with the current generator, we're pretty much very close to an underground storm drain that runs diagonally across the property. Going out with another generator enclosure would probably easily bridge that storm drain. Not only that, it will restrict access to go around the building and could probably, and I couldn't do this without measuring it, restrict fire access for fire engines and other access that we need to get around the building. Plus, there are some very highly technical issues with trying to sync the two generators on what's known as close transition, okay? Nobody's willing to commit to us being able to do that. And close transition, for your edification, means that when we transfer from the generator back and forth, you don't even see the lights blink. It's that synchronized with the utility. And that's what we need.
Is there no other place on the site for the generators?
No, because we're right adjacent to where the main incoming power is. The power comes down the road there from the town, and then it goes into our property to a set of 3 banks of transformers. We have to put the generator right next to it. The cabling sizing that goes from the generator at 3 megawatt is 4,000 amps. That's massive cabling that's you couldn't just run across the building. It's impossible engineering feat, really.
Can we go back to the EPA rating? You're saying your proposed diesel generator will be rated EPA Tier 4, and
it's Tier 2. It's Tier 2.
It's actually it's Tier 2. Let me explain
hang on. Your lawyer just said it was Tier 4. Now, does anyone know what's going on there?
It's Tier 2. We're following the state regs and the federal regs. This is an emergency generator. It's not being permitted, and we're not asking for it to be permitted as a major source. It is an emergency generator, which Tier 2 is the appropriate emissions control. Not quite clear on the confusion with our attorney, but it's a Tier 2.
Well, I've gotten an email today indicating that there's a Tier 4, so I apologize if there was a misunderstanding.
Now in the questionnaire, there was a questionnaire that went around where we're discussing the Tier 4 option. That was one of the questions posed to us.
Okay, well, there's a huge difference, as you all know, in terms of emissions. The moving from Tier 2 to Tier 4 results in an 80% drop in particulate matter, which, as you all know better than I do, is a contributor to asthma and heart conditions. And again, as you all know, you're right in the middle of a neighborhood and right next to a playing field. So I would strongly encourage you, even though it is not required by the EPA, but I think it's within the commission's power to determine what conditions we approve the standby generator. And I think, if we have to go diesel, and it sounds like we do, let's go Tier 4, which is the highest standard now for diesel generators. I agree with you. You're right. It is not required federally or in the state. It is not required, but at least this commissioner would support Tier 4.
We understand
without any exceptions.
Okay, we understand your position. Sorry for the misconfusion that got communicated. But as Chris said, normally all the other generators we didn't, but we respect your decision.
Okay, I have a couple other questions. Sorry, go
ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Mr. Holt said.
We respect your decision requesting Tier 4.
Okay,
it's not required by federal or state, but if the city of Greenwich requires it, then
well, yes.
I'm just speaking for myself. I mean,
it's just a better case for you if we're putting it to you this way. We are putting it to you in an environmental justice position. We have, as we said to you, our housing authority is very close to that. It's their largest development. Yes, I know we're close to 95, but we don't need to make anybody's world worse. Go ahead, Mr. Wells. You had some other points you wanted to raise.
Just 2 more questions. I'll be quick.
No worries. I know that you've done your research on this.
Okay. In Mr. Daniel Kissel's letter, he said if you're running continuously, you'd need to refuel after 24-hour run. We'd also asked about the number of trucks. So once the tank is empty, having run for 24 hours, how many trucks need to come to fill it up again?
Okay, it's a little bit more than 24. It depends on the load, but essentially, let's say it's 24 is the baseline. It would be probably another 24 to 30 hours later before we'd need another truck.
But how many trucks does, oh, I see. So it doesn't empty after 24 hours. Your 9,000 tank doesn't empty after.
No, no, it doesn't. You know, you've got to keep a little bit in there. You don't want to do it. You know, you don't want to get to the bottom like your own gas tank in your car. You never want to get empty, right? Because of the particulate in it and water. So it would be a matter of bringing a fuel truck in maybe every 24 to 30 hours. And because it's a standby generator, you know, there was a question about 72 hours. It's not designed to be what's called a firm generator, okay, which means we can run it to curtail load and things like that. We would have to start thinking about shutting it down after 48 plus hours to kind of let it rest, for want of a better word. You know, it's to get us through from 0 to 6 seconds to 48 hours. You know, if there's a major outage like a hurricane, there are other problems outside the plant, but this gets us enough to get distribution going.
Well, then you're not going to get fuel if there's a major outage.
And that could be a possibility. We always keep our generators full. If there's a sign of a storm, we will fill it up. But, you know, at 24, that's full load. We may curtail the load in the plant, which will take it to 36. A business decision has to be made, you know, are we going to operate internally in the plant to save fuel, but yet make product for the market and the people.
Right. But I don't think, well, you know better than I do, but there isn't a capacity issue. I mean, I thought emergency generators could run for like 500 hours without.
So again, it depends on the type of generator. There are two types of generator. There's what's known as a standby generator and firm. A firm one is a bigger, more robust. A firm one is used for people who want to run it and cut the utility off to curtail load and run for hours upon hours and hours. On a standby one, you really don't want to use it in that mode. It's to get us through 48 to max, maybe 72 hours. And again, as Madam Chairman says, if we can't get the fuel, we're shutting down.
Okay. So basically, if we have a 7-day outage, you guys are shutting down, right?
Probably. I would say that that's a very, very, very well-placed statement. That if we can't get fuel, we're shutting down.
Well, you probably, I'm hoping you have contracts because that will be met. So, but we're not going to touch that. I'm assuming that your kind of operation has a contract for an emergency situation, whereas all the thousands of generators we have in town do not. But, you know, just, okay. So, but one of the things, Mr. Holt, before you do your, okay, yes, go ahead, Mr. Wells, do your final question.
Final question. You indicated that testing would be done during normal working hours. I think you operate 24/7. So does that mean, what does that mean?
We can do it during the day if that's the preference.
If you have specific, yeah, we can. That's our choice when we do it. And if you want, we can do it Monday through Friday, normal hours. We don't want to do it
9 to 5.
9 to 5. We can do it 9 to 5. Not a problem. There's no problem.
That'd be great.
We will comply with that.
Okay. Mr. Wells.
Thank you. I'm
okay,
done.
So Mr. Wells, now that you've asked your questions, I think that the applicant has agreed to the tier 4, and they've agreed to testing during normal other people's business hours, Monday through Friday, sometime between 9 and 5 p.m. we'll call it. All right. And now let's go to the landscaping. Mr. Levy, I'm not seeing you, but I'm hoping you're there.
I'm here. You don't see me?
Okay. No, you've got your screen off.
I see him.
I see you, Mr. Levy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong Levy. There's 2 of you at the meeting. So let me remove the other
Yes,
dude.
I have an auxiliary here.
All right.
Evil twin.
All right. So I now have the real Mr. Levy. And if you would unmute, Mr. Levy, if you would unmute.
Yes.
Okay. No, turn off that other one.
1 second.
I can get rid of you in the other meeting. Don't worry. I'll do it for you.
Okay, anyway.
Okay, you good?
Yes.
Nope.
Oh,
I removed you. You're good. I thought you were doing it. You're gone. Don't worry. I got it. Got it. You're done.
so
Okay, now Mr. Levy had raised yesterday, and he raised at the last meeting, and y'all forgot, but we get really hung up on this stuff. The screening. Bianca, you have their landscape map and where the screening's going to go handy. I can also pull it if you don't.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
All right. Okay. I'll race you to it. All right. Okay, Mr. Levy, you had comments on the screening.
yes.
And about the use of the arborvitaes to screen along. There are two sets of screening. It's a screening on Ham Ave, correct?
Yes, I think that the idea was to extend an existing hedge of arborvitae. But I was hoping the applicant could consider that the arborvitae is probably not the best. It's not the application of greenery. If they could find something else that would be very good. And frankly, right, this is a this building is unmistakably and well known as the bakery factory, and you're not going to hide all of it anyway. And it's not an unsightly building, and you're cleaning up the facade quite a bit by this generator project. I think that will go a long way to beautify the elevation. And it would be nice to use a better species of plants as opposed to extending an existing arborvitae hedge.
I think our concerns, Mr. Levy, if I may, were that, first of all, yes, we wanted to extend the hedges, what we understood Mr. McRae to be looking for. Secondly, we have to build a planting bed in order to accommodate these plants because there's not enough space between the wall and Hamilton Avenue and the sidewalk to do it. So it's on our side of that wall. We have to create this bed. Third, it's going to be recessed about 2 or 3 feet. So before you're actually going to see the screening, they're going to have to grow and then be planted 6 to 7 feet and hopefully grow to 12 to 15 feet. So we're trying to accomplish the screening that we thought the commission, particularly Mr. McRae, was looking for by picking a species that grows quickly, fills in nicely, and that's why this is selected. If you have a particular plant in mind that you would suggest to us that you would like us to use instead, I think we're all ears.
Well, I might not quite understand this bed that you're building, but I don't understand completely, because I don't understand why you have to go to such lengths for arborvitae. I think that you could probably plant either some far fewer deciduous trees or some other kind of evergreen that could be much more in keeping with the landscape and not creating a kind of an artificial hedge that's has, it's just a kind of I just don't think it's a very good looking option right on the street.
Mr. Levy, I think the suggestion that I had was to continue the existing arborvitae screening that's out there. It's very well established. It creates a good visual screen from the street to what technically would be the kind of, the back of house area. I think the introduction of another species, I think maybe a little bit jarring. You have a well-established visual screen and then something else. I think the premise was that it would be a continuation of that hedge, it would grow in thick and lush, give us a good visual screen of this back of house area, and actually even provide even maybe a little bit of a buffer for when the generator is actually in use. What they have really supplied this the planting bed that they're going to construct runs in an arc that actually is the open area between the end of the existing hedge and where there's like a naturally occurring forested area on the railroad side. So I think looking at this as big picture, we're not going to not kind of recreating a screening. We're continuing one. The arborvitae may not be the best plant, but it actually serves well. And as Mr. Haslam said, it will grow in, grow fast, and grow thick. So my suggestion or my thought on that was that yes, continue it on. Let's get something in there so we can actually kind of close up this gap, so we don't have to see the generator in the back of house areas, the trucks, that kind of stuff. I think the bakery's been actually very forthcoming in terms of actually what they've done over the years with the site. Their arborvitae hedge, their landscaping, their front entrance is always very well maintained. As an industrial use, they've been a very good neighbor. The footprint is unobtrusive. And I think one of the interesting things is that I think if you really didn't know the bakery was there, the only reason you'd question something would be the trucks going back and forth. But even that, they've kind of accommodated the low bridge to get the trucks back and forth. And the truck drivers are always very courteous in the neighborhood as well. So I think just the continuation of that hedge of whatever the species is out there, if it's arborvitae, would be the best bet going forward. And when it actually grows in and everything's lush and thick in a couple of years, I think it'll be a benefit to the community.
So the
I
upshot of
appreciate
that,
that very much. I just have a different take on it. I would prefer to see 5 to 7 deciduous trees that are planted either contiguously or in some kind of grouping, and or even mix it with some hemlock or something of that sort, and make it a little bit more softer and not hedge-like. I think that just having something that will eventually grow in and get even larger than these arborvitaes and do better than the arborvitaes will be a much better association with kind of the residential neighborhood next door, and then kind of looking more like instead of looking very suburban, it will fit the context of the housing that neighbors this property. But that's just a personal thing. That's the way I look at it. I think that if you did it my way, I don't think you need to put in those beds, build that bed out the way you do. But nonetheless, I think that you could put in fewer plantings, and eventually this would grow in to be very nice way to fit into the neighborhood and into this residential area. And it wouldn't be a blackout screen. What it would do is create a nice green edge that you'd be able to see through, but your attention would be to this landscape along the road, and being able to see through it, I think is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing particularly unsightly about the building itself. It would, but the green, this green edge with larger deciduous trees would certainly, I think, be a better fit for the streetscape.
and we've actually been trending that way. We're about to reissue, hopefully soon, our landscape regulations, and we've been trending towards deciduous and environmentally positive. As Mr. Haslam will point out, this is not a requirement. This is just something we're looking for and that we can ask you to consider on a special permit application, which this is. So we are looking for plants that are more supportive of the environment, which is where Mr. Levy's gone. Arborvitae or not, they're excellent screens. We all have them. We all know that, but you know that everybody keeps telling us it's not the best we can do. So maybe what we could do, Mr. Levy, is suggest that the applicant consider that. Deciduous trees. How do you feel about skip laurel?
Skip laurel is beautiful.
Consider deciduous, consider skip, considering adding some shade trees. You have a big campus, consider, you know, some extra that we would like you to consider that. Does anybody else have any comments on this?
No.
All righty. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Arnold Bakery application? Arnold Bakery application. No comments from the public. Mr. Haslam, do you want to add anything on behalf of your applicant?
No, as I think you can see what our focus is trying to make sure that this food chain is supported, and that this is a great concern that this generator be put in pretty quickly. I've been working with my team for several months now in this, and I can attest to the fact that everyone is generally trying to be responsive to the commission's concerns.
Yeah, it's too bad it didn't feel that way, and you know,
I know
it's just a miscommunication.
I think it's the disconnect of the meetings and then going back to the Energy Advisory Committee for more comments and whatever, and through the layers of the team that I was going through, including getting this email today saying that it was a tier 4 when apparently it was not. But in any event, we are trying to be responsive, and I think that they have been responsive within the confines of what we can do with this project. We thought we heard screening. That's why we went with the arborvitae, but we'll be happy to consider other landscaping selections. Hopefully it's obviously not in a condition, but we'll be happy to consider it. But we do wish that you would close this matter and vote tonight so that we can hopefully ensure that we can put this generator in place relatively soon.
Alrighty.
And I thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okey-dokey, this application is therefore closed.
Thank you.
It's 7:13. Our next application is Weaver Street. This is for the change of use at this property. Do you guys think you can muscle through it, or do you want to have dinner?
Let's try to muscle through this one application.
Okie dokie, we're muscling then.
But that means this is appropriate. It's about a fitness area, so let's move forward.
Okay, all right, so we are now going to, I'm waiting for the applicant to come in. John Hagney? No, John Tessie.
I brought John Hagney and Chris Bristol up because I can't remember which.
No, John Tessie. Which one of you is doing it, Bristol?
Oh, it is Chris. Okay.
Okay, well, Tessie's here.
I brought.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
He's just hanging out. Okay. So our next application is New Greenwich Park LLC for a final site plan and special permit to make an addition to Building 5 at Greenwich Office Park and change the use to a fitness center from office. It's at 51 Weaver Street in the GBO. And again, you folks, we have to close this one tonight because the extension is before our next meeting. Seated on this application, we're going back to having all the regulars. All right.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Bristol, representing the applicant. This, as Madam Chair mentioned, this is to approve an addition to an existing office building in Greenwich Office Park and change use of a portion of the building, including the new addition and a portion of the existing, to Barry's Boot Camp, a fitness center use. We had to go back to ARC and address some comments, which Kevin Molnar has done, I believe. And we also had traffic comments to respond to. We had submitted a response to the previous set of comments for traffic by memo dated June 14, 2022. I don't know if that made its way in initially, but I think that we got it in the past day or so. I know we submitted it earlier, but it didn't seem to make its way to beta, I guess is my point. We did
Yeah.
submit.
So Beta said you had not incorporated the changes from 581. I missed, I know there were emails on this today, but I didn't catch. Are you now okay with that? Did anybody read those? Sorry.
I was also gonna, I think Ron Ryman, our traffic engineer, is on the call as well. So I don't know if you could just pose any questions to him, or I can go through, and try to answer questions myself, depending on where you are.
Actually, I asked you a question and you said, talk to the traffic engineer. Were you telling me you didn't know the answer? I'm just asking, sorry. The first question is there was a revision because of 581 being approved that was not reflected in your application. And then the second thing was the right turn only lane was not reflected in how you calculated things. So did you address those today, or are we addressing them now?
I guess the first comment I think you're making referred to the lot line revision that showed up on the or that didn't show up on the site plan. Is that we're happy?
Yes, that's correct.
We're happy to correct that. That's I mean, I would submit that's a very easy fix for the map. It doesn't change any material aspects of this application. In terms of the
so Katie, you picked up on that yesterday because I missed a bit of this. So you know that it was wrong where they were. Okay, go ahead.
In terms of the right turn only, I know that there is a condition from 581 and 585 that basically said, if I recall, that we're doing that we're going to do an analysis. What is it? Level of service review of the West Putnam curb cut shall be conducted by the applicant for 12 months. Post issuance of the CO and submitted to the commission to ascertain if the driveway requires modification to a right turn in and right turn out configuration. That's from the 581, 585 decision. So we were thinking that should maybe be incorporated into this decision as well to maintain consistency. But again, I'd ask Ron to comment, I guess, and go through those.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ryman.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to make it pretty easy. So nothing had to be modified from the 581. But as Christopher mentioned, as part of our traffic and parking evaluation from March 28, 2022, in that report, we indicated that similar to the 581 approval, that this condition will still apply. Subsequently, Beta reviewed that memo. They pointed out that that condition should apply. And then as Christopher said, we actually responded to that May 22nd, 2022 memo from Beta, June 14th. And I guess they didn't get it in time for their July 29th review. But just to sum up real quick, that June 14th response to their May 22nd addresses that comment, those 4 comments, as well as their 3 comments from July 29th, because they just repeated those comments, not realizing there was a memo there that never got to them in time. That's what I heard from Christopher's office. But that condition we stated would still apply. Beta concurred, that still should apply as well. And as far as analysis standpoint, we did run subsequent to their Beta's May 22nd review. We ran an analysis to show what would happen if it went to right turn in, right turn out only, analyze the adjacent 2 signalized intersections, and then to respond to further questions by Beta, we analyzed the GOP driveway to Valley and the GOP driveway to East Weaver Street, showing that the level of service there will be C or better. So if in fact that driveway did go down to in a year or whatever the time frame would be to a right turn and right turn out, that the redistributed traffic would work at the adjacent signalized intersections as well as the driveways.
Okay, I'm not sure what you just said.
Sorry.
So
Okay.
you're saying that you would add that 1-year period to this application?
That was in our report, and then any submissions from.
I missed that.
No, yes. And it was in both the Beta's review letters that they recommended that, and we concurred to that even at the previous meeting, which I was listening to, but I wasn't able to, speak because I was doing 2 meetings at once.
Okay. All right, now that switching topics, but still on this traffic issue, the last thing that we had open is that we had asked you to consider greater staggering and spacing between sessions. Did y'all look at that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had it 15 minutes before. I mean, I think given the business model, I think we need to maybe like 20 minutes, but that's about it. I would say, I would again repeat that there are showers, and everything, showers and lockers in there, and it's a very aggressive, a very vigorous workout. So we don't think it's going to be a, a class in, class out, herd situation where, people are going to clean up a little bit and then sort of come out at their own staggered times. Also, Ron, I think has a comment.
Yeah, I can just add in, I know that's something you guys discussed, and John Tessie mentioned that this possibility of doing the peak hours, just from a traffic standpoint, just to give the board a little bit more comfort level. When we ran our analysis, we had a 2-level approach, the typical operation of the facility and even a maximum operation if every, the capacity was at 100% capacity. And there's a 10-minute spacing between it. Our analysis actually ran it assuming this overlap. So with our conservative analysis, we're showing that there's no significant impacts along the corridor or at the driveways. So it's not something that's necessary. I'll leave up to the attorneys, the applicant, and the board. Our analysis was very conservative, assuming that there wouldn't be this overlap. We did assume that. And one other thing I'll just point out that was mentioned previously was that we took no credit for any interplay between the GOP usage and the 44 residential units. So there's another layer of our analysis and projections being very conservative.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions on that?
Okay, Mr. Roman, so one of the things that Beta had talked about was actually Valley Road being more used for access to the site and access to the garage below, because I guess this is a good portion of this is actually below grade, or access is below grade to the site unless you're parking on surface, which is limited. Is this an issue, or should we be actually maybe resolving this with on-site signage or something? Just so anybody coming into Valley is not wandering around and get right to the garage?
I think that's a great idea, that we should resolve it with signage. Because the whole discussion about you get there and where you're supposed to go is not what's intuitive, right?
It's one of those issues, I think, if anybody's been into the development, yes, once the driveway is in, you're actually still looking for the entrance to the garage, which is actually a better way of saying this, kind of hidden away. So I think at that kind of thing, if we maybe consider some kind of a condition of actually having specific signage for directional areas to get to that garage for this site. Mr. Bristol, what would you think of that?
Mr. Reamy, you were talking about, Mr. Macri?
Excuse me?
Oh, you're talking
Yes.
to me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Reeman. No, thank you. Yeah, I'll leave that to, I don't know if Mr. Molnar is on or Christopher could speak to that. But yeah, if the board wants signage, these things seem to work its way out. But yes, signage, if the board wants to direct more traffic to Valley,
and
yes.
also to where the parking is and how you get around is what
Right, I
you're
think,
saying, right, Nick?
yeah, it's.
Go ahead, Mr. Molnar, you're enabled to talk.
Okay. Kevin Molnar, representing the owner of GOP. We would put some signage certainly to help people find their way where they need to be within the park for where they're going.
Okay, great, because they have actually a quite complete signage program for the site, which is very nice for the area. It really kind of brings everything together.
Yes.
And I think actually, yes, from coming into the new curb cut and the new driveway, getting them to the garage, and from Valley Road, getting to the garage, because it seems that even now sometimes, wandering around there, I can get lost myself, and I've been on the site, 1,000 times. It's
Yes.
just finding that door, that garage entrance is always tricky.
Yes, understood. We'll incorporate that into our program.
Okay, so you got the signs. All right, okay. Anything else from the commission? All right, and I think, and does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Again, this is 51 Weaver Street for a change of use to a fitness center. Anybody from the public, kindly raise your virtual hand. Nobody from the public. Okay. This application, as I remember, is a must close for us tonight. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
No objections. The application is therefore closed. And with only, oh my Lord, I thought we had made progress. Okay, well, we're making headway. We're making headway. So,
God bless the postponements.
God bless the postponements. I don't think it's good to take on 17 and 23 Smith before our break, unless y'all are feeling like.
No.
No, okay. So it's 7:26. We reconvene at 7:46.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay. And go to 1, 2, 3, 4. We need Levy. Levy, are you there? I guess not. Peter Levy?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're there. Okay. And so we continue with a public hearing, application number 11. Wendy Greenbaum, trustee, for a final coastal site plan and special permit to merge 17 Smith Road and 23 Smith Road lots. Remove stuff and then do some conversions and some renovations and do some construction at 17 and 23 Smith Road. This is only a must open tonight. And so with that, Mr. Bristol.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant, Wendy Greenbaum, trustee. The site that we are working with here are two existing lots, number 17, number 23 Smith Road. Part of this application is a request to merge those, and we're happy to file a lot merger map to memorialize that in land records. The combined site has about 5.5 acres. It's improved with an existing house and a pool. The proposal stated by Madam Chair is to remove the existing house and pool, construct a new house, new pools, some new underground exercise fitness facilities, convert an existing garage / barn to an art studio space. There's an existing carriage house on the property that's going to be renovated, but remain a carriage house or employees' quarters, if you will. And also the construction of a buried underground garage at the other side. Everything complies with the applicable provisions of the planning and zoning the zoning regulations. I know that the CEO had pointed out the location of the generators on the previous plan did not comply with setbacks. We actually caught that ourselves just a day or two before Jody had mentioned it. We submitted just the other day an existing, a proposed revised site plan to relocate those generators on the completely other side of the property, well within the setbacks, so that was taken care of. I'm just gonna, unless someone wants a presentation about the site and everything else, I was just gonna jump into the comments.
Yeah, don't want a presentation. Just want to know where the sewer issue that was raised.
Well, I'll get to that in a second, I guess. I just wanted to point out again, in terms of the zoning comments, we addressed the location of the generators. We do have a wetlands permit, which is noted in the
We know
staff
that.
report.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go to the outstanding comments, just saying. That's okay. So the I always try to move people along.
No, that's
All
true.
right.
I wanted to point out that there was a request for a landscaping plan to show compliance with the buffer plantings, which we actually submitted. We're basically using the plan that was approved by the wetlands agency in connection with the wetlands permit to satisfy that. We did submit that. So that's there. I think Tony DeAndrea should be on the call if he wants to explain how to address the sewer comments. But basically, we have to do excavation and site work anyway. And what we're going to do is obviously disconnect what needs to be disconnected, and then file for a sewer permit and connect everything according to plan. If Tony wants to go explain that in further detail, he's happy to do so. I see his hand there.
Before he comes in and tells us how you're gonna get rid of the grinder pump and all of that, which everybody was interested in yesterday. Sewer is asking us to handle this remove them prior to our approval. I understand that you're going to do construction, which would save you money so that you don't have to dig twice. What I would suggest is that you go to the sewer department and you'll get their sign off that you will do what you're supposed to do during the construction. But their comments to us are during the P&Z phase. And therefore, we are stuck until they give us a sign off. Okay.
I guess I asked Tony to address that since he's on.
Well, I'm just telling you from how we look at approvals. I mean, I think we understand from Tony's perspective what needs to be done. Tony, Mr. Bristol is dying to hear from you, so we're gonna go ahead. Go ahead. Mr. DeAndrea.
All right, good evening. I am Tony DeAndrea and I am representing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The concern for the garage and
Go ahead, Mr.
Did you mute
DeAndrea.
me again?
Yeah, I did, but you're okay now.
It's unfair when I get muted, but when I finally get online, I gotta keep going. Anyway, this is a unique situation because the garage in the southwest corner, which will
Mr.
by
DeAndrea.
a pump. So it's very, very simple to disconnect and eliminate it. I don't understand why Mr. Feminella insists all the time to be in control of the commission. However, this is really not an issue of concern for you, in my opinion. So, of course, if you're not going to make a decision tonight anyway, because you made it very clear that it was just to open, we will disconnect the sewer pump and then we have no issue.
Or
It's
what
also
you can
interesting to
do,
note that
Mr.
the,
DeAndrea, you probably weren't listening. Mr.
Cross
DeAndrea.
connect was identified back in 2013 and nothing was done about it.
Mr. DeAndrea? Mr. DeAndrea, can you
Yes,
hear me?
I
Okay.
will stop.
Okay, yes. So what I was suggesting to save you guys money and time is all you've got to do, since we thought there were other open issues, is just go to Mr. Feminella, tell him what you're going to do during construction, get him happy. You can wait till you're under construction and you're doing demolition to do it, but just make sure Feminella is content that you have addressed the concerns. When they tell you about a violation in 2013 and people don't do anything about it, of course they're going to be grumpy. Okay, so that would be the easiest thing. We're fine with you doing it down the road as long as Feminella knows that that's what's going to happen. Okay, let's go back to the other issues. Go ahead, Mr. Bristol.
I guess I'm looking at the issues. I mean, deep is okay. Like I said, zoning is okay. We've addressed that. Sewer, Tony just spoke about. Wetlands is okay. DPW, and that's okay as well. You know, engineering signed off. And we submitted earlier today, and that's my fault. I overlooked it just until recently with my applications, was the EMAC narrative. I know we submitted that this afternoon, and a relatively complete one too. So,
great.
Other than those things, I mean, I'm happy to address any questions, but, you know, Madam Chair was talking about open issues. I don't see any really other than that sewer issue.
Okay, well, nobody's had a chance to address the energy narrative unless Mr. Wells has something brilliant to say. Nobody's had a chance to look at the energy narrative.
I looked at it. I think it's very good. It's impressive what they're doing.
Okay. Now,
did we get conservation weighing in?
I haven't seen anything from conservation. Has anybody else seen something from conservation?
No, and I think that's one of the questions I had. Mr. Bristol, you said there was wetlands, there was a landscape plan that was issued to wetlands. For the life of me, and it could be just my confusion here, I can't find that landscape plan.
I thought it was part of our package, but I submitted it yesterday or today. I thought it was part of the package before, and for some reason, and I guess it was not. So I want to make sure I submitted it, so it's there. And
Okay,
it is the one
just
that's
a
approved by
quick.
wetland.
Okay, just a quick email maybe to staff, just enumerate whatever page it is or what drawing so I can find it. Because I want to make sure, you know, they approved a wetlands thing, but we're looking at coastal buffer, so on and so forth. There's a lot of stuff that we have to look at as well. So quick question on the lot merge. When you execute the lot merge, what happens to that easement D?
That easement deed, that was the original property was comprised of basically both lots here as a single lot, right? When the lot was divided, and the last name of the people who did it was GRAUEN, I believe. I don't have the lot split or subdivision map in front of me. And it was that owner who set up the dock easement for the benefit of those two shared property owners. We own both properties, so I don't remember off the top of my head if legally that easement gets merged automatically, or if we have to do something to it. In any event, we control both the dominant and Serbian property, so we can either remove it voluntarily or we could let it go there. It doesn't really affect anybody. I suspect we'll probably remove it.
Maybe a suggestion is to find out actually who it benefits. If it's just the two lots, then you have the opportunity to eliminate it. If it benefits anybody else beyond the property lines, then
does not.
You'll have to address that.
I actually looked at it, and I'm happy to give a copy to the staff, but it doesn't. It's only for the benefit of those two properties, 17 and 23 Smith Road, the ones that we own. So there's no other beneficiaries other than our client.
Okay. And DEP was okay with everything?
Yep.
You have a memo.
Yep, I got it. Here it is. Very good. Okay.
Mr. DeAndrew, did you want to add something? You have your hand up.
Yes, just to add to what Chris was saying, and I don't know if it's broken up on your side too. However, one of the first things that we advised our landscape architect and environmental consultant to do was to go meet with Alexandra, which they did. And in fact, they modified the plan early on so that when we presented it to the Wetlands Agency, that plan was well vetted and accepted. So that's the plan that has been made part of the file over at Wetlands. And I know that Chris submitted another set to you today, but that's all been approved, if you will, if they're the agency to approve it, by the Wetlands Agency with consultation from Alexandra. And one of the things that they've done is significant. For example, along the north property line where there's a raised garden, that's gone. They're taking back lawn all the way along the shoreline to put back vegetation that it belongs in those areas. And it was quite an extensive landscape set that was presented and has been accepted both by the owner and our town agencies, specifically the Wetlands Agency and Alexandria.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. Did the commission have any more questions on this application at this time?
Nope. Can I make one more plea?
For the sewer?
Yes, simply because we all know that it will be disconnected and it would enable everybody to move forward confidently. You know that we will take care of that because it's only a pump and it's going to be disconnected because we have to excavate the building. So long story short, simple request, please approve so we can move on and lighten up your agenda.
Well, what I would have suggested is that when you acknowledge the sewer comments, you had provided them with a removal plan for the INI that you were getting, et cetera. And okay.
Madam
Well,
Chair, the difficulty is that the comments come in on the 27th and the sewer department works on a 4-week cycle. So it's very difficult for us to confuse the issue and try to intercede and ask Richard to draw back something when perhaps he just doesn't really understand how this process works from your commission.
Oh, he
So
does. We
the
talk to him
simple-
a lot. I talk to him and so does
I understand,
Katie.
but-
He knows how it works. We talk to him. He's not working
But
in a
the issue
vacuum.
of the sewer, the issue of a violation, which is longstanding and by another owner, it seems to me that it would be very productive for all of us to recognize that it will be done because we
Yeah.
can't move forward without it.
Yeah,
it
but
makes
on
it
the
a
other
lot
hand, we didn't get your landscape plan until today. We haven't had a chance to look at the buffer. The fact that there were these pieces missing, but I appreciate your input. Now, I had somebody who wanted to speak on this application and she has just disappeared. Ma'am, I think it was a person. Would you please raise your hand? Oh, there you are. Yes. All right. The speaker is Irene Yoffa.
Oh, from Granoff.
Ioffe from Granoff.
Okay. Oh, well, then she doesn't need to speak because we're not going to talk about the architecture, are we? No. Okay.
Oh.
No. All right. Ma'am, did you want to add anything, Ms. Yoffe? No. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize that I was muted. So.
Okay. No, that's all right. So we're not going to discuss the architecture. We had some open items unless somebody has a question on the architecture. Does anybody?
It's not about architecture. I just wanted to mention that I have the plans on my screen, the landscape plans, if you want to take a look at them.
Yeah, but we probably would like to look at them at our own leisure since we're leaving the application open anyway.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, though. Appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And I guess that's it. That was there was no public and that was it. So Mr. Bristol, we'll see you on the 8th.
Yeah, most certainly on the 8th. I mean, there's really nothing to be done, so.
All right. Thank you, sir. Oh, make sure you have that sign off.
Certainly.
Do not, yeah. All right. Okey doke. He said he didn't have anything to be done. Our next application is an open only per the applicant. It must be open tonight. It's Salvatore Gizzo for final site plan and special permit at 151 Ham Ave. Is the applicant going to come or do we just want to open it and move on?
I think we just.
Okay, this application is now opened. It is hereby open. Mr. Kantorsky is here. Is there a reason for that? Mr. Kantorsky? If you would unmute, somebody's brought you into the meeting and I don't know why. Katie, did you do that?
No.
Bianca?
He's
All
not
right.
in, he's not in my meeting. He's in the attendees stuff.
Oh, he's a panelist here. Was talking he's just talking permitted. Mr. Kantorsky, did you want to say something? Guess not.
Well, he has to unmute to do that.
I don't Okay, he's gone. All righty. Okay, so our application at 151 Ham Ave for the final site plan and special permit is now open. And with that, we go to the next application, which is Xiao Quinn and Hui Wen at 1 Florence Road for a final re-subdivision at of a lot of 28,754 square feet in the R7 zone. And representing the applicant is?
Mr. Hegney, he's coming in now.
All righty.
Mr. John Hegney.
Yeah, you can't get them confused.
I like to think I'm a little more handsome, but you know, I
Ouch.
happy to happy to let
it's the mustache
confusion.
thing.
That's true. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. John Hegney for the applicants. Happy to tell you where we are with this project. You know, obviously, we did meet with you back in May. We had hoped to meet with you over the course of July. That wasn't possible, but we believe that we're in a position here this evening where we've brought you a project that merits subdivision approval.
I have to stop you for 2 seconds. Katie, this application is a must decide tonight, and it doesn't show who was seated. Hold on. So
I can look that up over.
Let me see if I can find. You said May 24th, maybe?
Yes.
I'll find that well.
1 Florence Road. Okay, so that night, poof. It doesn't list it that night either.
Well, if it's helpful, I know I was not seated because I have an initial.
Yeah, everybody, all the regulars were there, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the regulars are seated on this application, and know what happened. Okay, so the regulars
Madam
were
Chair, I
seated.
would also say that with everyone here this evening, we certainly have 4 members who would be able to vote on this should the commission decide a vote was appropriate.
Thank you.
That makes absolutely no. Oh, you're saying you know for sure that some of us were here, but you don't actually know that.
No,
I'm saying based on the number of people here, it's a math problem.
No, it's not a math. No, it's not a math problem. The law requires that whoever is seated has to be the same people.
Of course.
That was seated the last time. Okay. Unless they've read the record and have said they read it, and you know that. Okay, Mr.
do know that.
Do not try to lead me down the garden path. Okay.
Of course.
It's the new
All right.
math. That's the thing. It's the new math.
I don't want to hear about it. Okay. Go ahead. Open issues.
So I do.
We got to talk about Sunshine Avenue extension.
Of course.
So why don't you just jump in right there and give us the state of the art?
Well, I did talk to Jody. I know that we've submitted case law on this and why we think that map 3148 establishes our rights to that road. Jody said that if I bring him another case, he's going to stop taking my phone calls. So I do want to tell you that a map 3148 provides a lot of the information of why we have access. Thank you very much, Bianca. When this map was recorded on the land records, it was common for surveyors to include a spite strip if they were looking to specifically bar people from accessing roads that are outlined on land record maps. You can see here, our property is marked as the property of DeAngelis, just beneath Florence Road there, on the right side of the map, right up against Sunshine Avenue. That tail that comes up from the intersection with Sunshine Avenue and Bonwit shows the paper road that was outlined but never fully constructed. In the event that we were not meant to have access to it, that should be shown on this map. It was a common practice at the time. You'll see lots of land record maps in town where neighborhoods were brought up or designed specifically to use certain roads. On top of that, this paper road serves existing lots that are owned by or jointly owned by our neighbor at 1 Bonwit and the Sunshine Avenue extension. For that property owner to use this portion of the of Sunshine Avenue extension as anything other than an access way would frustrate their ability to use the landlocked parcels, which are the rear portions of lot 40 and 41 shown on this map. I didn't send it over, but Bianca, if you do have access to the GIS map.
I think that if I'm understanding this correctly, nobody's trying to take your rights away from you, except the DPW doesn't want utility installation and tree removal on Sunshine Avenue extension. And I believe that they have that authority.
I would say that they have the authority to control that over public roads. This is a private road. Here,
Katie? Katie, thoughts?
Yeah, if it's I agree that if it's a public road, that's a different situation.
So if DPW doesn't want utilities placed on a private road, the private road owner gets to overrule that?
I would say, Madam Chair, that we have existing utility easement rights. The utilities that are shown on the development plan.
Wait, Mr. Hegney. The last time I checked, your name was not Katie.
Yeah,
So
I think,
go ahead, Katie.
well, I think that that the applicant does have rights over private property to install,
The utilities.
Utilities.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Hegney, you can go back to being Mr. Hegney.
Apologies, I don't mean to step over Katie's
Good job.
toes.
Good. You wouldn't want to do that. Go ahead.
If we can, Bianca, if you can bring up the development plan and that second tab there. You can see that we do have deeded easement rights shown on the development plan that we could use for utilities. We are planning on using them for access to the newly created lot. It's already being used by 1 Florence Road for a driveway that approaches the property from the rear. So that use is already in existence, and we do have rights to it. The reason why we're locating the utility lines elsewhere on the plan is because there is a significant amount of ledge in this area. We are hoping to execute an agreement with the neighboring property owner where everybody could win with an easier utility installation that we'd all be able to benefit from.
Okay, so let me just interrupt you for a sec. What you need to do is prove that you have that that you have the power to do that. Now, from what I understand, Katie, what we have from them so far is not sufficient.
Right, but the law department found that there was the grantor and the grantee wasn't spelled out well enough, and they said that if the commission moves it forward, they would like them to do it with the understanding that the language would go back to the law department before it's filed.
Okay, so then the next.
I do want to warn that I worry that we're confusing two different issues, because I did come to staff and Public Works and the law department last week with a separate easement matter regarding these properties. The goal of that portion of the project was to separate out 1A Florence Road. We are working with Public Works, Law Department, and Katie's staff. I thank them for all of their efforts on that, but that is a separate matter.
Okay, so Mr. Hegney, what Katie said was, if the commission chose to move this forward, we would just have to make sure that all the language was clear enough. So you could let that rest and we could move on, because it's not a deal breaker for you. All you have to do is make sure that all the language is clear enough and to the law department's satisfaction. We would have moved you on, and you would just make sure that we don't have a confusion and that everything is clear cut. Okay?
So the one that the law department reviewed was for the 1A Florence Road.
Okay.
That's correct.
So they don't have a problem with the authority to do. Now, the next thing is, why does the tree warden think it's a town tree?
Actually, before we move on, I have a quick
Okay.
clarification on Mrs. DeLuca. The easement, is that drainage or drainage and utilities? Maybe Mr. Hagney can actually answer that.
So all of the drainage here drains to the east towards Sangalia Park. So we're only looking for utilities that would be in the existing utility easement that in the shared driveway that we're proposing to use with 46 and 48 Sunshine Avenue. And that's shown in the hash mark just to the left of the proposed dwelling at the top of the plan.
And that's drainage for the new lot, correct?
So where the cursor is hovering right now, that is a separate proposed drainage easement for the new lot.
Okay, so cross easements, so on and so forth for the drainage. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, so back to all the rights you have, the tree removal, that if this is private road, why is this a town tree?
So I did take a look at the plan that DPW marked up for us. They're looking specifically at the leftmost tree on this plan that actually is quite close to the intersection of Sunshine Avenue and Bon Witt. They're asking, is that close enough to the public right of way?
So we can condition you out on that, that you would make sure that you were not planning on removing a town tree.
Well, I did get the opportunity to speak to the tree warden staff today.
Okay.
I would say that we're getting special consideration for this tree. They did take a look at it at their regular Tuesday morning tree site visits. I haven't gotten the outcome of that meeting yet, but because of this location at the end of a private road, at the end of a paper road, and that it's being marked for a potential driveway development, that this is something that the tree warden would give special consideration to.
Why would he give special consideration?
So typically, unlike trees that straddle private property lines, the town has to be extra protective of trees that straddle into the public right of way. Here, because of the location of the utilities, because of the existence of the paper road, the tree warden will review this situation differently.
Okay, Mr. Hagney.
I'm not hearing you. Are you saying, so he might cut you slack and let you take down the tree? Is that my translation here?
I think that in other situations where trees like this have been at issue, the tree warden has accepted either relocations of the tree or replacements of the tree.
What's the caliper of this tree?
It's a 12-inch maple.
Okie doke. Mr. Lowe, sorry for the interruption.
No, yeah, I'm having trouble with the rocket science here in determining whether or not this tree is on town property or on private property. That seems like that is something that could be well determined. And I don't understand why the tree warden's interceding here, other than to determine whether it's on town property or not. And if it's not on town property, then the owner of the property has property rights and can do as however he or she wants, correct?
Right.
That's correct, Mr. Lowe. And the tree warden will properly review this tree as part of the highway permit application that any utility connections would have to go through.
Okay, but the bottom line is there is some question as to where this tree lies in the whether on the property owner's property or on the town's property. And until that judgment is made, then I don't know why we're talking about it.
And okay, so exactly. So it's a conditioning. Okay, let me move on to something that I'm not seeing anybody. We have no comment from conservation on the open space. Is that correct?
They did update their comments to reflect the submitted a landscaping plan.
Yes, and they said it was, I just looked at it. But they say the planting plan offers a screening hedge with shade trees, native and beneficial. Parcel poses a development challenge because of the ledge. Southern section of the site has been impacted by dumping of demolition debris, and there's a lot of invasives. And the declaration of restrictions should be modified to prohibit certain improvements. But there's no comment on the quality of the open space. Could we just take a look at that open space? B. I can open it too.
Yeah, give me one sec.
Okay.
You may want to take a look at the development plan, which provides a little more of the topography that might be helpful for the commission's review.
Yeah, and we have, nobody's commented. Marisa just tells us we need to decide if it's okay. I think I'm looking at it now, but. And
Okay. It's that little sawtooth piece,
yeah,
parcel P on the
what I
right-hand
thought.
side.
That's what I thought it was. Somebody needs to explain to me why every time I enlarge an image on my iPad, the whole thing shuts down. Okay, B, could you run? There we go. All right, so currently, am I seeing that there's just nothing on it?
There's a ledge corridor that you see underneath the proposed dwelling that continues on into that space. There are existing trees in that area and an existing stone wall. This lot line was changed as part of when we started this project back in 2013. We engaged in a lot line revision with the neighboring property at 2 Florence Road, shown as the Argeros property on the right side of the plan here, to accommodate existing encroachments. As part of that, this was created to facilitate this application. So we've been at this for a while, and we hope we've finally gotten right.
Yeah, I would hope so too. Okay.
And Mr. Hegney, that OP open space is actually contiguous to the backyard of what is it, 10 Florence, I think, or something?
It actually runs alongside the newly created lot, and then it runs essentially east and then north towards the Florence Road Circle.
Okay, and it's actually it's almost got it's got a little bit of frontage on Florence Road Circle, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, so if I'm looking at, I'm going to bump you for a sec, Bianca, so don't lose that. If I'm looking at the Google Earth image, right, where is this open space then? Tell, am I oriented the right way? Is it?
So I think the best landmark would be that pool to the left of your cursor.
Wait.
And so that is the tooth or the cut-in that was shown on our development plan. That belongs to 2 Florence Road. And so you're looking at the open spaces, that heavily planted area just beyond that.
With the ledge being somewhere in here?
With the ledge being underneath that, yes. And you can kind of see, you can kind of get a flavor of the ledge with that, the ledge exposure shown in the gray just beneath it.
Okay, so it comes down in through here and has the advantage of doing some screening, I guess. All right, anybody got any comments on the open space since nobody answered it? Nobody gave us any thoughts on it?
I do not have an issue with the open space.
Okie dokie. All right, so we've addressed that one.
The only thing I want to understand about the open space is that there seems to be some ledge that intercedes it. So, and in order to put the other house in, you're going to have to cut through and take away some of that ledge, with my understanding. And I don't know.
And conservation, I think, makes that comment. Mr. Levy, that
So,
the development is tricky because of how much ledge there is here.
yeah.
What would you want to do?
Well, my only question is, what is the quality of the open space once you take out the ledge? I mean, you're leaving some kind of stump there. I'm not sure. There seems to be some kind of ridge line here that goes, I don't know, is that north south? I don't know exactly what for that this ledge follows, and so it seems to. I don't know if it kind of. I don't know how much higher this ledge is from the surrounding green around it, but it seems to go through that open space. Or I assume it does.
It does, Mr. Levy, and I do want to address that because conservation also expressed those concerns. This project is being specifically designed to minimize the removal of ledge. You'll see on our development plan that we are constructing retaining walls to build the property up in accordance with the 6134 standards, so that we can build on top rather than trying to cut down into the ledge more than we would need. So we do believe that with the current development plan that we're proposing, we're minimizing any change to that ledge that we can.
So again, so this open space is not green space, but it is open space. But I think there is a difference, and just something to understand. So one of the things that we do preserving is ledge, and so that this is an opportunity to preserve some of the ledge, but it's not if our intention was to create more green space, then this would not be the best place to create it. This is just open space.
Mr. Levy, I think you're exactly correct, and I think that this open space would qualify in the criteria outlined in 6297.
Yes,
specifically because of that.
Well, actually, because preservation of ledge is a goal of natural features. But Mr. Levy's saying there's a trade-off when you're preserving ledge and getting rid of the trees. So let's go down to that question. How many trees are you getting rid of here? For the development?
I believe we have at least half a dozen that we're looking to remove off of the paper road as part of the development plan.
And then how many are you planting?
We do have, and then we do have another set of base at the base of the home. We will be planting, I believe, over a dozen trees.
Okay, so maybe Mr. McRae, what they're saying is, I'm
seeing about just quick count 20 trees coming down.
Okay.
A bunch of sunshine that are up the air, and I don't know, 15 or so inside. Then again, it's, what is the condition of the trees that are coming down? And I think a lot of this, because it's actually overgrown, it could be just, the 12-inch maple, that kind of thing, where they just grow wild.
Could we condition the development plan, Katie, on them replacing trees? Or are you just going to wait? You got to unmute though. If you're going to say something brilliant, totally unmute.
I'm sorry, I misheard you on the replacement of the trees.
Yeah, because they're going to take down about 20 trees. And Mr. Levy's point is they're saving ledge, but not trees. So can we do something? Could we do something on that and request it in the development plan? They do that it be reviewed by when it's reviewed by staff, that they attempt to replace.
Well, it could also be that since Mr. Hegney has to work with the tree warden on the other tree, it could be a suggestion by the tree warden as to the replacement. I mean, if you wanted to go that route, meaning was it 1-to-1, or how did you want to do that?
I was thinking we could just ask that that the applicant, and he can toss out a number now, focus on replacing at least as many trees are removed during development and shoot for greater than 1-to-1 ratio, since we haven't seen a full development plan.
And I think it would be good to know.
We can't is the problem. I mean, unless you want to elevate that to our review, this application to come back to our review on development, we have to close.
No,
it
just in
today.
general, I just think it would be good to know that what the trees are. So if they're all Norway maples, which are not native, I would like to know that and know that I don't mind those non-native species to be removed. If
Yeah, but it's still canopy. Norway maples.
Oh,
are-
absolutely, absolutely. But they could be sumac too. If it's sumac, I don't mind them removing. So just something for us to think about. That it's not just green; it's the quality of it. And one of the things that we're looking to do is enhance our greenscape with native species and things that we think are more beneficial. I think that some species are better than others, and Norway's maples are problematic because they're not good neighbors with other trees, as well as
question, Mr. Hagney. Quick question: what's the tree condition in the open space area? It's hard to tell from the Google map.
I would tell you, Mr. Macra, I can't imagine that would be very strong due to the invasive species and ledge in the area.
Okay, so there's a lot of ledge in the open space area that would be difficult to plant there. That you're saying, kind of.
Yeah, that was
wow.
Well, when we came to you in May, one of the reasons why we didn't have the landscaping plan at that time was because we thought it would be impractical to do significant plantings in the open space. Obviously, we were able to.
I see it now. I see the rock
landscape elsewhere, but that was the original reason why we didn't provide that off the bat.
Okay, I see the rock now and the ledge.
It is. I was thinking the same thing before, but it is interesting that there's so many trees on the existing ledge. So you would think, I mean, they were able to grow, and the open space appears to be less ledge, at least from the aerial. But I understand their limitations. But one thing in the declaration for the open space is that it's going to remain free. It's not going to be a manicured thing. So over time, it would, through succession, grow up to be more like what the existing is now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But in other words, the bottom line is doing some sort of 1-to-1 replacement. I'm not sure that there's enough room because
there may not be. We're not, we're in the R7 zone. We're permitted to have a house of a certain size, but the lots aren't as large as they are elsewhere in town. We're certainly interested in putting in as many trees as are practical.
Yep. And that's what we're trying to get you to do, is to go to something practical. We haven't seen your full, where you're. Okay.
I am here with Mr. DeAndrea. He does have his hand raised.
I know. I enabled him to talk, and he's unmuted. Mr. DeAndrea, you don't. I'm good at this.
I would just like to add two things quickly, because Bianca, if you had the overall site plan on and you were to scan over to the left by Bonwit Road, we could talk just a moment about the utilities and the trees. So what we proposed to do over there was to install the sewer, as John pointed out, to minimize the disruption. There is already a sanitary sewer lateral and utilities serving 46 and 48. So if you scan or pan over to the left even more to the south, you'll see, come down now, or up, go up then. A little more, keep coming. Okay, now a little bit more and you'll see a little bit more clearly. There you go. So you see the clump of trees, all maples of various sizes, also very close together. So the idea was to elicit, if you will, some discussion about what trees should come down or be saved. You will see that we're crossing utilities in the street, and adjacent to our proposed sewer line, to the south, you'll see there is already a sewer lateral. And we know that along that sewer lateral, there's also utility lines, gas and water. So the objective here was not to come back along the existing sewer lateral and blast and bang rock again with a chance of disrupting it. We propose to move it over and avoid those conflicts. If the sewer department will agree to letting us put a bend in that lateral, then we can pull the line to the south a little bit away from those trees and perhaps save one or two more. So that's the idea. The other thing to notice is that sooner or later, the developer of the lots to the north will have to do something to access those two lots. And so there will be an impact on that Sunshine Avenue extension. So that's what I wanted to point out in that corner. We are trying to work with the sewer department to agree on the best way to connect. The sewer department believes that the line in Bonwit Road is a private line, so we're working on that aspect. So we have an option or two in that area with the idea that we could save more trees if it benefits everyone. Now, moving over to the open space, one of the things that we did in the design was to keep the first floor of the house up so that we could come in at grade with very minimal amount of rock removal to take off the knob, if you will, that extends up. And yes, that ledge does extend into the open space. And as Mr. Levy pointed out, that's a feature that oftentimes we're told don't do more blasting or removal of rock than necessary. So the idea was to make the first floor close to the existing ground on that eastern side. And I think we accomplished that. For those of you who have walked it, you notice that there is a very steep topography down. Most likely that was a borrow pit when those roads were being developed the first time. So they dug out the good material, left the junk, if you will. And if you tried to walk that area, it's very difficult because of the large stone piles that are dumped into that area. So
Yeah, and you're gonna fix that, right? Those stone piles that are
it's not
dumped.
where the dump is primarily, it's not our property. So
Okay.
it's a very rugged area because, as I said, I think they used the area for a borrow pit in order to build Bonwit and Sunshine years ago. So at that time, it wasn't practical or economical to chop the rock or crush it, so they left it. And like I said, if you tried to walk into that eastern area of Sunshine Avenue extension, it's very, very difficult to walk. It is heavily vegetated with invasive species and vines and some trees. So I think that ultimately it will be cleaned up. If anything is on our property, certainly that will be part of the development plan.
All righty.
But thank you for letting me comment.
All right. Okay. I think we're kind of almost there. I'm just gonna scroll back. Does anybody, I'm just looking for the outstanding issues. Open space, good. We got the wetlands, sewer. Zoning. So what we're gonna do, I think, just add some language to condition you on that 1A. And the conservation of, and the trees. Okay, I think we're in good shape, you guys. Does anybody have anything else? No. All right. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? 1 Florence Road, calling once. 1 Florence Road. No comments from the public. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
I do have one fast question for Mr. Hegney. You indicated that the actual building's being built on the rock. The plans that were provided show a full basement.
Yes.
Can you quickly clarify?
That's correct. It's being built on the rock and they're going to have to blast it. And that's what conservation says. Why don't they do slab?
Okay, very good.
Madam Chair is entirely correct there. But, the town doesn't regulate whether people have basements or not.
Okay, that's good enough.
She's asking, she's making a comment that you're going to do a lot of blasting. And if you had a very environmentally conscious person. Okay, anything else? Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okie dokie, this application is now closed and we will move on
Thank you very
to
much.
9 Glenville Street. Who is, did I do that right? Did I skip something? Yes, I did. Okay, application number 14. Sorry, Mr. Bazili. Application number 14 for a final site plan and special permit at 65 Upper Cross Road. We got to talk to Patrick about these agendas. This is also, unfortunately, is also a must close with in this period. So this is, so let's go and see, is it Mr. Hegney again?
You know, I've just been looking for the
No,
past
Madam
5.
Chair.
What?
It is not me.
Okay, bye. Okay, I'm moving Mr. Hegney out. 65 Upper Cross Road. We need an attorney.
The application form is not in the agenda.
Lisa, well, that's the applicant. Gunningham is the applicant, but she had her hand up. Ma'am, do you know who your attorney is and where he is? Hello.
Risoli Engineering.
Okay, I am not seeing him here. He was here earlier tonight. I'll tell you what, we're gonna move on. If you have his cell phone number or something, do you think you could reach him? If not, Katie will try.
Yeah.
We're gonna move on, ma'am, and we're gonna come back because he's not here. And sadly, we have to decide this tonight, and we wouldn't want to get, you know, if he doesn't come and our questions haven't been answered, you know, that's not good. Okay, so if y'all will try to get a hold of Mr., is it Joe Rizzoli?
Yeah. Can I answer the questions myself?
Hold on. And then you'll fire him after that? Just kidding, just a joke. All right. Okay, so 65 Upper Cross is, I remember we got some material in today on this application.
Right.
Which is not perfect.
Okay, so did they send in their landscaping
Yeah,
plan?
they did. We have the landscaping plan.
Do we have comments? We needed a clarification on the existing FAR. But we could probably condition that, right, you guys?
And it's also not clear if the proposed planting areas are coordinated with drainage and other subsurface work.
Do you know that, ma'am? I'll tell you what, ma'am, we're not done yet. We're gonna have another application before. Oh, that's not gonna take very long. We could reopen the public hearing after the discussion items. No, because then we gotta keep Mr. Basili.
No, I mean.
Famous last words.
If
Wouldn't
the
take long.
landscape designer is on,
What's their name?
that's Evan Bassett.
I'm so sorry this is happening. Are you seeing him? I'm not. Okay, so I'll tell you what the questions are and we'll do the best. The landscape plan finally came in, but we needed to make sure that it was done with all the other plans that we had been given and that it was all coordinated, and that the designer would have to tell us. And then, okay, so the two lots are merged, right? Because the house straddles them. And then it's unclear what the FAR, the ultimate FAR, what the present FAR will be and what it will go to. And it doesn't, we don't have right now. Nick, did you find what the existing FAR is or what they're proposing?
No.
Well, right now they have 343,000 cubic feet and they have 22 acres. My guess is they're okay for FAR. They're 22 acres on an RA4. So I think we could ask that the FAR numbers be clarified.
Prior to?
Yeah, prior to, given how big the parcel is. And so that leaves us with the question of the landscape plan.
Right, now the issue with the landscape plan, one, it's lack of a better way to say this, not up to our standards. It's very ambiguous. Also, the landscape as indicated shows conflict with proposed drainage and other subsurface issues. The planting on top of where the engineer has Caltech systems, et cetera, proposed. So I think that's the issue. It's either one or the other. And, the landscape plan says one, engineer says the other. The conflict actually has to be resolved.
So here's the problem. If they need to change the drainage to accommodate the landscape or whatever, they're changing the site plan, and our site plan approval would be invalid. Unless Mr. Rizzoli, and even then, unless he can clarify it, at this point, their landscape plan can't function, and we only have one option.
But isn't it easier just to move the plantings around rather than?
It is, but once I'm looking at Katie to see if she's got a way of helping. Once we approve something, it's supposed to be final and you can't change it anymore. And it would lock you in to something that doesn't work. I don't know what to do, Katie, because I don't want to, I know the property owner is here, but without her attorney, I'm feeling like our only option is to deny it without prejudice.
Well, and I don't know. Obviously the property owner can speak for themselves. And I think she's right that the drainage is located where it's located. It's easier to move the plants around. So if the commission.
So maybe we could ask that the landscaping plan be revised to accommodate the infrastructure that is proposed for the site.
Right.
And that landscaping plan be approved prior to zoning permit by staff.
P&Z staff, yeah, and we can work with.
And consulting with, and part of the problem is Gunningham is that they didn't tell us the area of your buildings, like what you have in total and what you've counted and what you haven't.
Mm-hmm.
You have a chicken coop and we don't know if what you're doing with the chicken coop. And I forget, I saw the note somewhere. So, but I think given how much land you have, you should be okay with that. And we could make that a condition. Is there anything else, you guys, that we should do? And then we could move you forward.
That would be wonderful.
And by the way, since you have a chicken coop, if you're raising chickens, I'm warning you right now, we're going to outlaw roosters. Okay.
Okay.
Although we might let you have them on a big piece of property like yours. Okay. Because we're getting all these complaints on the small lots.
I bet.
With all the people who are working remote, apparently roosters crow all day.
They do. Yes.
Oh, they do. Okay.
There's going to be some issue about people who just want a loaner of a rooster.
Yeah, you could just you could go on a rooster lending program, ma'am.
Rent a rooster.
We're thinking of keeping them in the 4-acre zone because you've got enough land. That's what people are telling us. You can't hear the rooster if you're in the middle of 4 acres. Your health department is fine. You can connect okay, so I think those are the only 2 things we need to condition. Does anybody see anything else?
There was a request in there about more detail. I think this has been covered about the combination of the trees and the per the requirements and everything, but we've got that.
Yeah. So Ms. Gunningham, if we would, because you're adding a lot of impervious surface, we always like to ask people to add tree canopy wherever they can to offset the impact on the environment of that. Do you have any objection if we ask you to add as many trees as you can?
No objections. I would.
Because they're asking you. Yep.
Trees, yes.
30 native trees is
right.
what the conservation department wants. Okay, got that, Nick? 30 native trees.
Yeah, see, and I'm telling you, this is getting back into you. We're looking for native trees with canopy.
Yeah.
The landscape plans talking of viburnums and amelanchers.
Oh, bad landscape plan. Okay, so we're going to ask you to do. Okay,
Well, they
so
did- but
we're going to
Nick,
tell you, Ms. Gunningham, we're going to ask you to do, you're already all over it. Just tell them that we're looking for tree canopy, we're looking for native species, all of that.
Yeah,
And that,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah, that's not what they did for you.
Okay, because that's what I told them specifically, because we've gone through a big
Yeah.
loop with the ash trees that are dying. Now I have an infection in my birch. So I want the hardiest, most native trees.
Okay.
possible After going through all this.
Yeah, and one of our commissioners was just talking, there's a beach disease too, right?
Beach, I mean.
Beach leaf.
Yeah,
Beach
beach
leaf
leaf disease, and you've got to be on the lookout for it.
No, they've already infected most of the trees. I've done everything I could we're gonna try and hold on to them to see if they come up with a cure, but yeah.
Okay, so you're all over it, Okay, so we'll ask you on the landscape plan. Nick is looking at it and he says that it doesn't have what you wanted. They probably just gave you something that was boilerplate because they were trying to get it done quick.
Right, so I've got horn beams on both sides of the driveway entrance, and I've got viburnums, the amyl anchor, and then the other one, it looks like the shade trees, but that's the whole thing. They're kind of planted on top of something else.
But Nick, there is.
Actually, there it is. They're ginkgos.
Oh, don't get ginkgos.
No.
Yeah, well, that's what's on the plan.
Yeah.
There's
okay.
a comment in the narrative about quote, a combination of maple, oak, etc.
Yes.
So those are in there. Those are not potential trees.
They just gave her the wrong landscape plan. Okay, we can fix it. We can fix all this for you in the letter so we can approve it and make all the right conditions.
Okay.
Hopefully, and the commission's agreeable to that. All right, we're good then. Does anybody from the public other than Ms. Gunningham wish to speak on this application? No, okay. Ms. Gunningham, since you are representing yourself, is there anything else you would like to tell the commission?
No, that's it. That's great.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you were here.
Yeah, I've been on since 4.
Yes, so have we.
No, that's a long haul for you guys.
Yes, it is. And can you imagine we volunteer for this? We must be crazy.
This is early for us.
It's only 9 o'clock. All right. Okay. So we're good. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Nick,
No.
come back. No objections. This application is hereby closed. Ms. Gunningham, we will probably decide it when we end. You can email Katie, or I think it's Marisa. Jackie wrote your staff report. You can email Jackie or Katie in the morning and find out what we did, so you don't have to stay awake. But it's your call.
Yeah, I'll check it back in the morning.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, so that worked okay. So now we do go to Steve Schechter was asking about 9 Glenville, Katie, but we're just going to
No,
open
he
it,
just
right?
wanted to know what time, and I told him he could go do his other thing because it was just going to be an open and leave.
All right.
open.
So our next application, Mr. Basili, is number 15, 9 Glenville Street LLC for final site plan and special permit. This is a must open tonight. And the applicant has requested that we open it only with no comments. This application is hereby open. And with that, Mr. Basili. Wait, why are you sitting in the dark?
It's very relaxing to my eyes. So I can doze while you argue about things,
Oh my gosh.
You mean like when I say things like Mr. Hegney says, when is your name Katie?
Yes, that's like that.
All right. Okay, so
Smartest man in the room.
You can go home now, sir. We hereby end the public hearing.
The seance is over.
The seance is over. All righty.
See you on Friday.
Bye-bye. Oh, I forgot about Friday. Okay. And with that, we go to our discussion items. The first one is a pre-app for 220 Davis Avenue. Okay, if this attorney isn't here, we're moving on, okay? 220 Davis Avenue, kindly raise your hand. Up, got somebody.
Tim Peck.
Oh, we haven't seen Mr. Peck for a while. Katie, do you have him or? She's got him. All righty.
Hello, folks.
Oh, Mr. Peck, how are you? We haven't seen you in a while.
I know. I was just not envying your volunteer positions.
Yeah, we're just
you guys
nuts.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we get free parking at town hall though.
You know, there's a benefit to that. It's got to be a benefit to something. I get to drive fire trucks occasionally, so that's, you know, we all have our own volunteer gigs. So this pre-app, this is a new. I've not done a pre-app with you before. I've done the old version, but not the new version. So
okay, so the
just
quick and
present
dirty,
a little bit, or the down and dirty.
down and dirty is what we love.
Okay,
Give us
it's
what the top issues are. Ask us what you think we might ask us about something that you think we might stumble on when you come in.
Sure.
We might hesitate about.
Basically, the reason I'm here at all is under 698. It's a two-family, which, you know, you're allowed to make additions to a two-family that does not change the bedroom counter parking, which, you know, would have allowed me to do an as of right application, or if it, but we needed a variance because the bulk of the building sits within the front yard setback. So that would have kicked us to admin site plan, and we're an undersized lot in an R6 zone, so that kicked us to special permit. So that's why I'm here. As Katie noted, or somebody noted during the briefing yesterday, we had to, you know, or maybe it was Mr. McRae who requested about the variance. We got the variance back in February because without the variance, we weren't going anywhere with this application. So that's why it's taken us a bit of time to get to where we are now. When all the site work is done, we're really not doing much in terms of site other than adding a deck on the back. We're not changing the parking. We're not changing the driveway. We're not changing anything else on the property or the site. It's basically adding a shed dormer to the rear and reconfiguring the roof line. Both of the units within the two-bedroom building are single bedroom units, so there's no change to the bedroom count.
And there's no dens or anything like that, Mr. Peck?
No. Actually, what we're doing is taking the. If you look at the floor plans, they're pretty straightforward. They're fairly compact. The one main floor, the first floor is staying the same. The second floor was an identical layout. We're actually opening it up and not creating a den or an office or anything.
Thank you, B.
Thank you very much. So the existing floor plans, there's a one bed that you just had. If you scroll back up, both of the layouts are pretty similar. So they had a kitchen and a living room and a bedroom. That was it. And then the proposed plans, if you go down, I think two pages, the first floor didn't change. The second floor, we opened it all up and then moved the bedroom up to the attic level. So nothing that was a den or nothing that, you know, it's basically open floor plan on the second floor. So.
And you got the variance from ZBA.
Correct.
And did they put any conditions on you?
No, there were no conditions on it. No conditions. I think I included a copy of it with the application.
And the only change is to add a shed dormer.
So the variance was for permitted number of stories because we exceed 40% for the third level, and also for the building change of building height within the front yard setback. So there were two variances that were requested and granted.
It's as if basically the roof is being cleaved off as we see it and then reconstructed with a split gable. So as we see the building now, it's got a kind of offset ridge.
Yep.
So
And it's a
basically
front to
from
back,
that,
it's a front to back gable, and we're making it a side to side gable with a dormer in the front and a shed
Right.
in the back.
okay.
So that's the proposed.
Okay, anybody got any problems or questions with this, or can we let Mr. Peck go home?
Just,
Awkward way.
just a quick question. Is it going to be vinyl or lap siding?
This looks like it's vinyl.
It's vinyl now.
it's
We
vinyl
haven't really
now.
discussed, but I can, confirm that with the owners when we come
I
back.
mean, it's vinyl. Looking at it,
Okay.
it's vinyl right now.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
vinyl
And,
right now, Nick. So
Okay.
Just
I would assume
holding
it
out
would
hope.
either be vinyl. Well, I would assume it would either be vinyl or hardy once we,
Okay.
but I can have that answer when we come back.
And
Just
you-
quick, 5
Yep.
seconds. Tell us about the garage.
There's an existing 3-car garage in the back that we're not touching. That's part of that's on the property. It's that property. The reason the house is up on the street is because if you look at the site plan, that there's a pretty steep hillside in the back. And that garage is actually built into the back of the hillside. So it pushes everything on the property forward.
Right. Okay.
So we're not touching that garage. So we're
Okay.
not touching the,
So, where you adding the deck,
yep.
it looks like you are removing at least one tree. Is that correct?
No, I
Or
don't think
not?
there's, I
Okay,
don't think there's
well,
any trees right now. There's actually a boat park there currently, but
Okay, so just saying to you, oh, then I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so just saying to you, if you have any tree removal and to think about screening and all of that. If you have any tree removal, make sure you're replacing and to
Yep.
consider screening, especially since
there's a hedge along both sides of the north and south property lines.
I'm
and as I
looking
said,
at it. Yeah, and you just,
the slope
yeah.
up in the back.
and you've got that stone wall that goes along the back, and then right behind the garage, what do you have?
That's a pretty steep slope. It's about a 15
Got it.
foot.
Okay.
It's actually almost 20 feet from the
All right.
garage level up to the stone
Okay.
wall.
All right. Yeah, I was actually looking at the right place, but it wasn't a tree. Okie doke. I don't have
All right.
anything else. All right. So we'll see you when we see you.
Okay. Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Our next discussion item is JP Morgan Chase and JRCL Greenwich LLC. This is to make changes to an existing legally non-conforming bank use at 235 Greenwich Avenue. And it is Mr. Bristol. He's back. It's his big night. And who's the phone number? Who's the phone number?
I don't know.
I'm kicking it. Somebody promoted it. I don't know why. Okay, Mr. Bristol, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant, JP Morgan Chase. So 235 Greenwich Avenue, this is a basically a one-for-one replacement. So this is the existing TD Bank space on the first floor and a portion of the second floor. The new tenant's going in. The new tenant is JP Morgan Chase. So they're going to do some interior renovations. There's no change of use. They're actually reducing the office space on the second floor by a smidge. I know that TD Bank had a more of a traditional banker, I guess, teller style banking model, and JP Morgan Chase is using the more personalized. I don't know what you call it, a more personalized banking model where they meet with individual bankers and offices, etc. I actually just jumped into this application yesterday. I'm a little confused as to why it's a special permit when it's going for it's going from an existing bank use to a proposed bank use. I mean, there's no change.
Katie?
Yeah, I had the same question, Chris, because I know banks on the first floor are non-conforming. So I guess is there any change to the first floor that changes like a teller to something else, or is it literally just one bank to another bank?
There's tellers there. No, it's going to a more office, I guess, more personalized banking plan versus a teller counter.
Yeah, so I think
broken up
that's the
into
question. So I think Yeah, I think under the pre-app, this is a perfect opportunity for the commission to say whether that is a special permit. If it's going from, more retail teller type of stuff to something that's more private banking office, does it start becoming into that realm of this is more office than it is people coming in and out? So I guess that's the question is this becoming more non-conforming?
Is it, but banks are considered office uses now, correct? I mean, that was a change that's been a while back.
Right, but I wouldn't say that means that every bank on the avenue gets to become an office.
Oh,
Like a financial.
Isn't what's going on is that with the advent of so much electronic banking and ATMs and to dispense what little cash anybody uses anymore, tellers are infinitely less important. If you want to get a cashier's check now, you go and it's somebody sitting behind a desk who gets you the cashier's check instead of somebody sitting behind a counter. To me, you guys know better than I do, but this feels to me like it's a banking use inside the same space. And it may be just slightly different fit and fixtures, but I'm not sure why it's a different use at all.
And I will point out too that on the extent that there is the use on the second floor now is it's laid out as more of an open office, area on the second floor. As proposed, actually, there's a couple common areas, a kitchenette, back of house stuff. There is a couple offices up there, but the office space, use on the second floor actually is as proposed, it's less than existing. So that's the proposed first floor with the individual, banker offices or whatever you want to call them. And then if you look at the second floor proposed, you'll see a little bit different. And that's existing second floor. It's called out as open office. And I think that's another office or conference room. And then as proposed, it's, two conference room, 2 small offices. And actually the rest of it is, bathrooms and I think some back of the house stuff. So we're actually decreasing, that portion of it upstairs.
Is anybody from the public going to be upstairs? Or is that like private office?
I'm not sure if the owner's rep is on the call. That part of it, I don't know. I took it to mean that sort of back of the house stuff on the upstairs, so I didn't think so. But that's my understanding of it as I stand now. If the owner's rep is on the call and wants to raise the hand, maybe they can comment. But I don't think so. It's my understanding it was back of the house stuff.
So I'll tell you what. Why don't you guys just have another convo about this with staff and figure it out? The commission, if you're not changing that first floor nonconformity, you wouldn't have to come in with a special permit. But us trying to debate it now makes no sense. Why don't you just work it out with our ever trustworthy staff?
Well, let me ask you this. So if they had 6 tellers or whatever it is, and they're going to 6 offices, that's one thing. But if they had 6 tellers going to, now it's down, like, in other words, is it a 1-for-1, or how do you want us to handle that?
No, you're exactly right, Katie. It's going from 6 tellers down to 2, 1 office up to 7 in a conference room on the first floor. To me, it's like a wholesale change in use. Yes, it's a bank, but now it's more office use than.
But the second floor,
that's the whole point.
But finance is okay on the second floor. It's only.
That was just the first floor. I didn't even talk about the second floor. This is just the first floor. 1 office to 7 in a conference room, and 6 tellers down to 2.
You're intensifying.
When you're talking about, sorry.
Go ahead. Somebody else talk.
Yeah, when you're talking about banking, Nick, as you just said, it all kind of falls under the same umbrella. Why do we have to nitpick about the specific operation of somebody who's sitting at a desk versus standing behind a teller station?
I agree.
Yes, because
who agrees?
Other spaces are the idea of personal banking is not a new concept, but the teller was just more efficient. But now it looks like there are reasons to have a personal banking experience, which cannot yet be replaced by a machine. So
it may be even more efficient not to have.
Go
that.
back to the
No.
zoning. Are they intensifying or expanding the legally non-conforming use? That's the only question before us, the
What
first
is
floor
it?
use.
What is the legally non-conforming
Okay,
use?
so he, so
Okay, so no banks on the, no finance, no banks on the first floor. They are legally non-conforming because they were already there when we passed the regulation. And I don't know, I'm saying 2008 or 9 or something like that.
Sounds about right.
Now the question is, are they expanding or intensifying the banking use on the first floor?
But
Well,
it's
that's-
how you
that's
define the word use.
Yeah, because exactly. So one of the things that's happening with these banks is they're, you know, like JP Morgan. Well, they're doing. People are coming in to talk about their personal finances.
Right. So-
Money is being handled by brokerage
To
now.
give you, so
how does
as
that
I,
change?
okay, so to answer your question, one of the things, Katie, go back, we looked at this not too long ago when we passed the regulation on not allowing the banking use on the first floor. There was a whole conversation about how it breaks up retail continuity because you go in and you hang out at the bank. Was that correct? Do you remember?
Yeah, that's why they weren't permitted on the first floor anymore.
So if you're going in for a longer visit in an office, you are intensifying the use.
Yeah,
And that would,
but people are going in specifically to talk to bankers or something like that. I feel it's variation.
okay,
of the
I'm
same
gonna
thing,
just,
whether you
I'm
talk
gonna
to a teller or a
say
person
it.
in the office.
I'm gonna say it again. The reason we wrote the regulation is because we were making the assumption that you would go in and talk to your banker. And that you would be off the street and you would be talking to your banker for a long amount of time, which is what you do with your private banker. You know, they're telling you all the stuff that you don't want to listen to, that stuff. So my sense is that you may be intensifying, and I would work it out with staff.
And that's exactly my point. Is it so ATM machines and bank entrances to the second floor are not considered financial services, and they can be on the first floor. When you look at a bank definition, it does include its financial businesses, person-to-person retail banking, but it also includes personal banking and mortgage loans and financial services. So the question is, where Nick was going, is you have an existing structure now with X tellers, X office, and you're now proposing Y office, which is fine as long as there's no increase to that.
So you're saying the number of employees or the number? I mean, that's how this is being determined.
Well,
that's what I'm asking.
But you're talking about the shifting function of how a bank operates.
We know
That's
that.
what you're really talking about.
We know that, but what we're telling you is, what I'm telling you.
We're nitpicking over use.
No,
Well,
that's
it's
not a
legal
nitpick.
issue. It's a legal issue about non-conforming uses. And it's
Okay.
you're allowed, you know, you've got a baby elephant. It's not supposed to be there. The baby elephant gets to grow. Is that what's happening here? Does Chris have a baby elephant? And it's
But you're
allowed
also
to
allowed to have changing technologies and changing methods, though. I mean, it does,
No,
it does not
Bristol,
correlated
Bristol.
to intensification of use.
Okay, but Bristol, hold on a second. So to answer Peter Lowe's question and go on what Katie's saying, we're not nitpicking because our job is about regulations. The purpose of the regulation was to create retail continuity on the avenue. The evolution of banking is that people do it online, and when they want to go and talk to a human, they go for longer. So what the decision that has to be made is the interpretation specifically of the regulation. We don't get to talk about socioeconomic trends. It's just the regulation.
Okay, so the determining factor is how long they spend for a visit then. So that's what it seems like you're saying?
Well,
so
no,
it's short banking trips are retail,
Hold on a
but long
second.
banking trips are office.
No, but no, Mr.
No, hold on. Wait. Low, let me answer Chris Bristol. No, because that visit with a financial advisor is excluded also from the use on the first floor. That's what I'm telling you. It's not an office use. It is a financial advisor, which is excluded, is not allowed on the first floor. So if you're going from ATMs and tellers to more time spent with financial advisor, I believe you're intensifying the use on the first floor, which I think is where Nick was going.
Yeah, which is probably why Charles Schwab, when you go to Charles Schwab behind the avenue there, if anybody's been there, you have to walk up some stairs and there are offices. That's
Exactly.
that they're treating that as a different use, and they are observing the regulation by being off the first floor, right?
Exactly. Well, it's because we didn't let them be anywhere else.
I know.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so is this banking or is this financial advisor?
It doesn't matter because the regulation that prohibits the use on the first floor includes the financial advisory. It does not matter for your distinction. You're not, if you read the definition, financial advisory is excluded from the first floor.
So there was speaking of Charles Schwab, Madam Chair, there was actually a question about intensification versus expansion that had to do with that specific site that Mr. Lowe raised. And I'd like to go back and check in with the law department and see how we handled that, because now that I'm thinking, my easiest way to remember it is if you have a restaurant and you got 50 seats and it's non-conforming, you can go to 60 seats, but you can't add it, you can't do an addition on the back and add seats. So, what's happening in this situation? Is he just adding seats? So I want to just talk to the law department.
I agree, but this is only a discussion item. This is only a discussion item. Katie's going to talk to the law department, and then they're going to figure out if they have to make a special permit application. My gut right now is you do. Peter Lowe, your turn.
Yeah, so Katie, your example, you go from 50 to 60. Isn't that an intensification of use?
Yeah, that's why I want to check in with the law department, because I want to there's intensification versus expansion, and you'll get yourself all turned around trying to think of which one's which. So I feel like the better thing to do is to, which one is it? And it's clear.
But you have to have clear definitions. That's all.
Well, it's clear in the Charles Schwab which one we did. So I want to be consistent, basically.
Perfect. Done.
Can you send me whatever you look at for that? Can I just see it as well? The one for the Charles Schwab example. Yeah.
Of course. So I mean, the basic gist of it is either it is an expansion, then you have to go to the commission, or some variation, or if it's okay with the commission, I'll let you know obviously what the outcome is, and potentially it could be handled administratively. Potentially.
Yeah, potentially it could be handled administratively. We're happy to have you do that. It's just a tough one because the regulation does include the financial advisor, and it's in a different category than straight out banking services. There are two categories in the regulation, the banking services and the financial advisor. So I think I used the wrong word, Katie. It's an expansion when you increase advisory, not an intensification. If you're reducing regular banking services like check cashing, and you're increasing advisory, is that all the same thing? And that's what you're going to have to decide. Okay, we're done. We're happy not to see you. But on the other hand, yeah, sure.
Are we allowed? Can we go to? I know that we have some. We're changing doors and some ADA stuff on the outside. Can we file for ARC? Can we file with ARC now? Do you have a problem with that?
You know what?
Mr.
The problem is the question's going to be, do you have to file something with us? Find that out first.
Okay.
If you don't have to go with us, then McRae doesn't get to stop you from going to ARC.
Well, I'll tell you, I was just about to say, note the date and time, that understanding what's going on with the building and what they're proposing, it would be okay to go to HDC and get their advisory opinion.
What?
And then
HDC,
ARC.
ARC.
No, HDC because it's Avenue.
For lights and doors.
And that you have to go to ARC to look at the lights and the signs.
Okay, because but let me ask you this, Mr. McRae, because the door, correct me, is on the first floor, no? Right?
HDC.
Yes.
Okay.
Consistencies.
First
I know.
floor, go to ARC.
Okay, if that's the case, then Mr. Bristol, forget the HDC, go to ARC, look at the lights, the signs, lights, especially in the back, and the door.
But now, strangely, if there's any change on the second floor, that would go to HDC.
No, there's nothing changing on the second floor.
Right.
All right. Okay. So your guys are going to work it out. We're happy to have you not come. I have a feeling that you are going to be here, but maybe Katie will work it out for you.
Do my best.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
righty. Boy, that was fun. Are we ready for Mike's Organic now?
Please.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody noticed on the floor plans for the bank that the bump out was shown.
I did notice that.
Interesting, huh?
I don't know
All right.
why.
So Mr. Geller,
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, everybody.
hi, can you, if you want to turn on your video, that's good. If you don't want to, it's fine too.
Sure.
To you.
I think I'll just go with audio for now, if that's okay.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So here's, we talked about you yesterday. You want to do outdoor dining. And here's our answer to you. I tell me if somebody hasn't told you this already. You are, on our regulations, you're a retail site. That limits you to having 12 dining seats on your property in total, unless you want to become a restaurant. And if you want to become a restaurant, that's a different application, and Katie will help you do it.
So I do understand that we have 12 seats as of right.
And
as a
no
retail-
more.
No
Yeah.
more. So, well, that's why I filled out the pre-application. So just trying to understand properly. It's not outdoor dining. It's a seating area for people visiting the location. We're not a restaurant, as you indicated. So are you saying that unless we change our use to restaurant, there is no way we can have any more than 12 seats?
Katie, I want you to say the answer here. I already
Yes,
did.
that is the case, because there's no mechanism under the regulation because otherwise, what are you? I mean, we have a retail food and we have restaurant, but we don't have some other thing in between.
Right, but Katie, can you explain how you differentiate specifically with regard to the precise regulations between a restaurant or what is being proposed here?
Yeah, so retail food establishment that's defined within the regulation, and that would be things like delis and places where you can
Pizza
go in, grab some
places,
food,
Starbucks.
go outside, sit down, that kind of thing, or you could sit down inside, whatever. You could have inside seats for that matter. That's different, and the idea is it's quick. These are prepared foods. You're not placing an order and waiting for something to come out. It's nice and quick, basically. High turnover type of thing, versus a restaurant where you go and you get served at a table, and then you have a different parking standard established for those two things. So if there's the other option to discuss is doing some sort of regulation change that would, if there is some sort of gap that needs to be bridged here, where one might have, seating for grocery store type of, because that's really, I know you're not a grocery store because you're too small, but.
What we're building is something I know it's my business, but we're building something for the town of Greenwich, right?
Right.
And planting 75 trees and a garden in a parking lot. And the idea is to bring the community together around food. So I understand the regulations as they are, obviously, and I want to conform as much as I can. At the same time, a big part of what we're doing is educating people about food, a donut machine on the weekends. In other words, I don't, it's very important for my business for people to be able to sit down outside and grab a bite or talk to their friends or what have you.
The key reason that people would not be able to become a restaurant would be parking and meeting the health code things. You are probably not going to have a problem with that. And for you to add seats, Katie, it seems like they could just ask to become a restaurant.
Well, one other option is, Mike, how many times a year do you think you're doing this? Because one option is to come in under the special event, which you would, you'd have to come in prior to each event and say, this time I'm doing 30 seats or whatever it is. And, the event will take place over a couple of days. I mean, these are very short thing. I don't imagine you're doing something that lasts, it's not like, oh, I'm doing a special event for the entire summer. Like that won't work. But if it's just short things like you're doing over the weekend or something, you could just do special events.
Yeah, I think we are planning to do those and do some really cool stuff.
But how often?
No, TBD. In other words, I don't think that my preference would be to be able to have 6 picnic tables, 3 more than we have, that can be there, as opposed to having to apply for a special event permit every time we do something.
I mean, the thing is, Katie, that site was
covered in furniture.
No, wait, hold on, Mr. Giller. You don't know what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I'm thinking Katie, we know that that site has operated in the past as a restaurant. He should be able to get approval to be a restaurant given.
Mhm.
Now, it
Yeah.
might mean he does less landscaping, but he should, and that would give him the flexibility. Mr. Lowe.
I mean, what I was about to ask, what is the downside?
Right.
You're talking about, Margaret, you're talking about, well, parking and this. This is a big area. I don't think parking doesn't look like it's an issue.
I know, I just said that. I think he's got plenty of parking. He's got a big enough site. Now, his plan, from what I understand, is that he's going to heavily landscape it, which we also love.
He just said 75 trees.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
And a
I know.
garden,
And
so-
everybody's super excited about that because if you had to pick a place everybody hates, it's patio.com. So
Agreed.
So, I mean, yeah, we were so glad when you came in. So I would say to you, talk to Katie offline, meaning not in a, we've said to you, look, if you want to do events all the time, you should have plenty of parking there. You've got a big site.
Yeah.
And we'd love
46
to have
spots.
you, we'd love to see you do something community friendly and you can work out with Katie how to do it. Because what is he going to need? Health department?
Well, what
So
you would
Mike, go ahead.
Well, it's just reading, you said for a restaurant, you need to have a kitchen and seats for more than 12 patrons. And I think so even if it's an outside kitchen that you bring in.
Yeah, we have like
so
a
that-
food trailer.
Yeah. So I think that, you just have to work with the health department, have to work it out with the health department. But I just want to make sure from a zoning standpoint that you would meet the definition of a restaurant because it's containing a kitchen, more than 12 seats for the preparation of unpackaged food. So let's say you had a pizza truck or something. Then that's okay. I mean, you just need to make sure that you have the health department approval for whatever the kitchen is, quote unquote.
Yeah, but the point is right now he's asking for 3 additional picnic tables, and assuming that each table holds more than 2 people, and he already has 3 tables, he's at the limit of 12. Which
correct.
We're assuming that there are more than 2 people sitting at a
No,
table.
he says that there's 4 seats in a picnic table and he wants to add 3. He's already at capacity for a retail operation. So he now has to become a restaurant or file for a special event.
Right. So
Every time he has more people
So
in one.
We
What's the
started
own-
at 3.
owner's
There's
He
3 out
has
there already.
3, yeah.
So
From
he's
what?
conforming right now because he has less than 12 and he's
Right.
saying he wants more than 12. And we're saying you just have to meet the definition of a restaurant because you have to have a kitchen, you would have more than 12 seats and you would
also
sell
have
unpackaged food. And he's saying, yes, I'm going to be doing all those things. And so that's his answer then.
You also have to have one other thing under the health code, and this is what's often a stumbling block. You have to have a separate place, Nick is going to remember, for employees to wash their hands.
Yes, we do.
And food storage area too.
And yeah, and that.
And we have that as well. The only, we're gonna have plenty of that. The only,
All
that sounds great. I'll chat with Katie on it. The only thing, my only concern would just be by switching to a restaurant use, that it changes our situation with the health department because we've already been approved. So I just, Katie, you and I can chat about that. And,
Yeah, chat
I don't
about
wanna
it.
waste
And
anyone's time.
you can write the health department guy and just ask him about it. Go in and talk to them and just see what they say to you. Because the other option is we could just, what you could do is if you had an idea of how many special events you were going to have a year, you could just come in and say, okay, I'm going to stay a retail operation and I'm going to have 5 special events a year. And we would approve you to have 5 special events with more seating a year.
Yeah.
And as long as you comply with the zoning regulation, so
We'll leave you alone.
Yeah, and so the health department, I mean, you just have to tell them what you're doing and get them to sign off. And as long as the commission has the health department sign off that says, yep, this is exactly what Mr. Geller's doing, no problem. And as long as you meet the zoning regulation, no problem. So in terms of like a restaurant.
Okay. All right. So I'll.
Okay.
You just have to satisfy each individual.
Sure.
Right. But again, you
Usually
have
pretty
that
easy.
option. Yeah. But I know, but we're going to be here. And, if you feel like you're being played ping pong with, let Katie know and we'll try to help clear up any red tape. But you know, your other option is to do special events, which I thought was brilliant, because you could say up to X special events where you would have X amount of seating, and you could be okay with that.
Yeah, thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate all of your help and your time
Sure.
and what you do for the town.
Thank you for coming and asking us. Katie?
If the only thing is, if you go that special event route, just make sure you have a space that you're gonna store those tables and whatever when the events are not in, you know, you can't just leave it out there.
No, of course. And Katie, I'll reach out to you and we'll set up a time.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike.
All
Bye-bye.
right, good evening.
Were you trying to get under the gun here? 9:30.
No, but now, folks, we have decisions. So tonight we have to decide Kima. We have to decide 65 Upper Cross. We're going to decide 1 Florence Road and and one more. And we're going to decide 51 Weaver. So do you guys want to start with Kima? Because I think it's the thorniest one for us.
No.
Do we have to decide 10 Hamilton?
10 Hamilton?
Yeah. Arnold Foods?
Oh, I didn't say 10 Hamilton. And it's even marked, I meant to say it, sorry. So 10 Hamilton is also here, sorry.
Why don't we do the easy ones first?
Exactly.
All right, if that's the way, I always like to do hard things first, okay. Okie dokie. Okay, so we're gonna start out with 10 Hamilton.
Oh, Lighthouse?
Huh?
Lighthouse Lane?
We decided that was in the regular meeting.
Okay.
It was 4-1.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Because
Oh,
y'all,
yeah.
y'all, when I tell you something is not complying with the regulations, and I
Nick,
tell you guys,
you have to open that up again, Nick.
I was like, what is wrong with you guys?
Um,
Barilak was cracking up. I'm like, guys,
Oh my God.
not complying with the
Yeah,
regulations.
but don't ask which way I would have voted. You don't want to know.
You didn't
We-
want to hassle the applicant. I totally got that, and that's why
We
I
were
didn't push it. I
exercising
know.
We were exercising our independent right to interpret the
It's like,
regulations as we saw
okay,
fit.
when you guys get a shitload of 6-9 applications for stuff that the applicant has created the problem, it'll be your fault. That's that. Okay, 10 Hamilton.
In Hamilton Avenue, application PLPZ 2022-0474. Final coastal site plan special permit. Applicants requesting approval to install a 3,000 kW emergency generator to the existing baked goods manufacturing in the GBO and COZ zones per section 6111 of the BZR and sections 22A90 and 22A96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the required property came before the commission as a pre-app at the January 20th, 22 public hearing, and the specified generator will be powered by diesel fuel. Where the commission finds the applicant received a variance of floor area from the ZBA on July 27th, 22. Sewer issued comments requesting applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z and comments. Applicant submitted a drainage exemption. Conservation issued comments on May 5th indicating recommendations. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire, and ARC issued minutes from their 2/16 meeting indicating approval as submitted. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. For sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter dated 4/25 acknowledging the receipt of sewer division comments. The generator is to be exercise schedule is limited to once a month for 30 minutes on weekdays between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m.
These aren't condition. These aren't comments. These are conditions of approval.
Yes. Okay. Per conservation comments, the applicant has provided a revised landscape plan indicating installation of 13 arborvitae shrubs along the Hamilton Avenue fence line. Do we have anything other than arborvitae shrubs that we want to talk about, or is that okay?
Nope, we've got something very important.
Tier 4.
Yeah, the
No,
applicant.
before that, on the arborvitae, on the landscaping, do we want to say the commission strongly encourages, so this would be a comment, not a condition. The commission strongly encourages the consideration of other plant species for the screening.
Shouldn't there be a qualifier there that stipulates the proper coverage and screening, regardless of the type of plant.
The problem is that we don't have the new regulations written yet.
Well, can't you make a general comment here that says?
Yeah, I think
Katie?
it's what is it, the type B or type A screening between commercial uses? That's what
Yes.
that's what it would be, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it would be, right.
Okay. All right. Okay. And our next condition brought to you by
Wait,
Mr.
I'm
Wells.
hold on a second. Okay, so do that because I've got two more, but that's fine. Mr.
Tier
Wells?
4.
Yeah, the applicant's diesel generator will meet the EPA's Tier 4 exhaust emission standards, period. The applicant will provide evidence of the EPA's Tier 4 certification prior to building permit issuance.
I'm sorry, is that, but they said they were tier 2, so you're still saying tier 4, right?
They
No,
agreed
they
to do-
conceded.
Okay, perfect, good,
When we said they were gaslighting us, they agreed to do tier 4.
great, okay.
Right.
I just wanted to.
Prior to permit or zoning permit?
Zoning.
Zoning permit's easier if you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, applicant to meet EPA Tier 4 standards. Applicant to provide EPA certification of Tier 4 standard prior to zoning permit.
Yep.
Okay. You've got two more. Nick?
Okay. Applicant shall abide by all previously approved conditions and decisions rendered for the subject site. And the applicant to address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Wells, correct?
Aye.
And not Levy, correct? Let me just
Right, I
check.
think I took.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Levy's place. And Albin is also aye. With that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to 51 Weaver Street.
51 Weaver Street, application PLPZ 2022-128, final site plan special permit. Applicants requesting approval, construct a building, addition to building 5, a Greenwich office park, and change the use of a portion of the building from office to a fitness center on a 20.85 acre site in the GVO zone. Whereas the required property came before the commission as a pre-application, which I don't have the date for the public hearing. Commission finds zoning issued comments dated 5/18 that the proposal meets the BZR. Sewer issue comments 4/21 requesting applicants submit a signed letter of acknowledgement. Engineering submitted the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption dated 3/3/22. Conservation issued comments dated 5/5 indicating recommendations to the plan. Wetlands issued a permit number 2022-034 on 3/29/22. And ARC issued minutes from their 7/20 meeting indicating electronic return to address outstanding issues. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. It is to include the conditions of the West Putnam Avenue curb cut from the 581-585 site plan approval. The West Putnam curb cut shall be maintained as right in, right out. On-site directional signage to the garage parking shall be provided in keeping with the established sign program. Per sewer division request, the owners have provided the letter dated 4/25 acknowledging this receipt of the sewer division comments. Per conservation comments, the applicant is, that's a different one.
Okay, no, hold on, Nick. So what you
yeah.
do have to add is that thing about the 1 year.
Yeah, that's the conditions of the West Putnam curb cut, the 1 year thing, that's what that
Okay.
is.
All right, so that
So
needs to
they,
be
whatever
specified.
happened in that site plan approval, I guess Katie and
actually-
Bianca is actually just filling the blanks as to what that approval was, the PLP's number.
And
So
actually,
whatever-
to be safe, I would also say, and any conditions of approval related to the Greenwich Office Park.
I got that. Yep.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I thought it was a lot line revision in 2021. It wasn't a
It
site
was,
plan.
it was a lot, it was both. So
Okay,
we're,
so
we're
what I
doing
have-
both the site plan and the lot line revision. They have to reflect the impact of the lot line revision, and they also have to reflect the site plan approval, because that's what had the right turn only.
Right. So the catch-all phrase is the applicant shall abide by all previously approved conditions and decisions rendered for the subject site.
And for this, and shall modify their site plan to reflect the correct boundary, because the lot line was moved. And the site plan that they gave us doesn't have the different lot line.
Oh, I thought they had done that previously.
He said he
No.
needed to fix it. Okay. So with that, do I have a second? Oh, and any outstanding departmental comments and,
That's my
Right.
line.
okay. Just speed it up. All
Done.
right. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Levy has seconded. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
McRae,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to
Florence Road.
1 Florence Road.
Toss that out, toss that out. There it is. 1 Florence Road, application PLPZ 2022-173, final subdivision. Applicant is requesting final subdivision of a 25,812 square foot parcel into 2 lots, where lot R1 will contain 12,500 square feet. Yeah, there's only, and lot R2 will contain 11,500 square feet with an shared open space containing 4,475 square feet in the R7 zone. The commission finds the application meets the standards of sections 258, et cetera, of the subdivision regulations, and section 205 of the building zone regulations is neither subdivision or a re-subdivision. Zoning issue comments at 711 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. And endorse the project for zoning permit with the granted variances. Conservation issue comments on 629 indicating recommendations to the plan. Engineering issued comments dated 629 and has no comment for the lot line revision. And health department issue. Yes.
Did you just say it was not a subdivision or re-subdivision?
Yeah.
No, this is a re-subdivision.
It's just a
Yeah.
resub.
This
I
is a
thought you-
resub. This is
Yeah,
a re-subdivision. They're taking a lot and dividing it in 2.
With open space, so it's not, it is a re-subdivision.
It's a resub. Okay, got it. Cut and
Okay.
paste. Okay.
I missed that, Katie. Good, you were awake.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him say it. I was
I
like,
was
oh,
like, wait a minute.
yeah, no, this is,
See, that's it. She never listens to me.
no, I just throw my stuff in at the end. All right.
Now I lost your place. Wetlands. Permit needs questionnaires issued on 12/15/22. So there, motion to approve the application with the following comments.
Conditions,
Prior to filing the record map.
not comments, conditions. I'm keep telling you this.
Or
Comment is, I'm
modification.
just saying it. Condition is you're gonna do it or you die.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy. Very black and white. Prior to filing the record map, the town tree warden opinion shall be provided to planning and zoning staff. It's suggested that a tree replacement of a minimum of 1-to-1 ratio to the applicant. Prior to filing the record map, the applicant shall submit a revised drainage easement for review by law department, DPW, and P&Z. Now, I have that as a drainage easement. Do we want to do the same thing for utility easement?
Well, DPW is asking that proof of all the ability, I closed it. So the wording was that DPW wanted proof that all the wording was appropriate. That
Okay,
they
so
had,
then-
hold on a second. Does anybody remember exactly how it was worded? What DPW said? No, dead silence. Okay.
Hold on.
I'm scrolling. Hold on.
Yeah.
Scrolling. Okay. Does the engineer and attorney need to provide the commission with all necessary documentation, and they haven't really done this in full yet, proving they have the necessary rights to install the utilities and remove the trees within the Sunshine Avenue extension as shown on the plans. Okay, and that satisfies both of the lots.
Okay,
I think you also, if you don't mind, Nick, I think you need to backpedal to the findings. And in the findings, the commission hereby notes that the shared driveway for the 3 lots has a width of less than 16 feet. And the commission has decided that the shared drive does not have to be modified.
okay,
So it remains at whatever it is now, 12 feet? All right.
yes.
Okay. And then, do we have the final sign off? I just think we should just throw it in. The drainage easement agreement between 1R2 and 1R1 needs to be.
Yeah, that was the
final.
one I just said. I just
Okay.
laid
All
down,
right.
it was the utility thing, but I've got
right.
the
Very
other
good.
one about the necessary rights, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll get that in as well.
Okay. Is there anything we left out?
Yes, southern section of the site shows evidence of demolition debris deposits per the Conservation Commission. As there is a concern the dumping material may be contaminated with asbestos or demolition-related waste, it's recommended that the deposit debris be tested and removed from the area. Applicant should prepare a record sheet in the form of suitable for the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file on the Greenwich Land Records. Prior to submittal of the record map, FAR figures for the existing structure shall be submitted for the file. The record map shall reference existing building setbacks, and the standard note about drainage facilities shall be placed on the map, and the applicant shall address any and all outstanding interdepartmental issues.
Do we need to say anything about the blasting, or is it sufficiently covered, Katie, the pre-blasting survey and all that?
Yeah, they have to do that. It's all handled through the fire marshal's office, so they have a whole process. For
All
that.
right. Okie dokie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Lowe?
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to 65 Upper Cross Road.
Yeah, hold on a second. Gotta get my notes on that one. That one's a little.
We're gonna help you. I can't believe, I mean, it's lucky she was there.
Oh, I know. My gosh.
I mean, because I would have hated to deny it based on, issues that could be resolved. And even then, okay, so the landscape thing is tricky.
Hold on, let's just do this. 0 and 65 Upper Cross Road, PLPZ 2022-058. Construct pool, cabana pool, septic system, increasing the building volume threshold of 150,000 cubic feet. I have that the FAR of the site should be clarified and documented for the file.
Yes, both the existing and the proposed FAR of all the structures as of now and as proposed shall be clarified and an FAR table provided.
Right. The landscape plan needs to be revised to reflect subsurface construction prior to zoning permit and reviewed by planning and zoning staff. It should include 30 native trees next to the hard surfaces per conservation. And we had actually talked about a deciduous tree.
Wait, yeah,
or
it's in the
canopy trees.
Hold on a second. I have to find the language because it's actually in the application somewhere. It says the landscape drawing has an that landscape the landscape plan has been noted to have Peter Levy, are you listening up here? A combination of maple, oak, amelanchier, and
Yes.
clethra.
Clethra, yes.
And to be planted.
Requirements.
And staff suggest, and so we, the current landscaping plan does not conform to this note. and should be revised to do so. I believe.
Okay, yeah, because the note at the bottom of the plan says combination of so on and so forth, and then they provide a table and it does not indicate maple oak at all. It's ginkgo, et cetera.
Exactly. Yes. All right. And the site, I think there was also, this was the one that had the invasive, yes, no, this is not the one.
No, it was,
Okay. We're good. Okay, so I think that's it, you guys. I think the landscape plan needs to be revised to reflect, it wasn't just the drainage, it conflicted with something else. Do you remember what it was?
it was every subsurface construction around the pool house.
Conflicted with okay.
All the lands, it was built all on top of it in places that it shouldn't have been.
All right, okay.
And to add 30 native trees.
Yeah, 30 native trees. We wanted them to be deciduous or a combination.
And the revised a combination thereof, and the landscape, as per the notes on the landscape plan shall be reviewed by the planning and zoning staff in conjunction with conservation as necessary. And if the tree proves to be a town tree.
No, there's no town trees on this.
Okay. Why I'm looking at the wrong one.
That's Florence.
That's, yes.
Yeah, we did that. We
I'm
did
good.
the town trees.
We did that one. Okay, sorry, I got tired. All right, okay. And any other outstanding department comments?
Yes.
All righty, do I have a second?
Second.
Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Nay.
Nay?
Nay.
Okay, Lowe
Aye.
and Levy. Oh, I said that already. No, I didn't. Levy?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. Mr. McRae, what's your reason for voting against?
The information that was provided to us
Was incomplete.
was incomplete, and that I don't feel comfortable about actually moving on this application without having all of the complete information and the information in such a format that actually we're more accustomed to.
Okay.
Yeah, but having said that, and that's
We
in spite of
conditioned
the-
it. We conditioned it so we would get it all, but he's just like, they didn't have their stuff done and we let them do it. Go ahead, Peter. Sorry, I interrupted you. Nick, I just got a demerit from Arn.
Okay, so all I was going to say is, are we not relying upon our highly capable staff to insist upon the conditions?
We are.
Thank you.
All righty. So now we go to the tough stuff.
You could smile, Katie. I was complimenting you.
All right.
Okay, wait. Okay, this is gonna be good. Hold on tight. Here we go. 810 Lewis Street, application PLPZ 2022-161.
Wait. Can we just
Have
talk
we
about
voted
it?
on it?
No, let's just talk about it for a sec.
Oh, okay, fine.
Let's just talk about it for a sec. So
The people that aren't seated can't talk about it, right?
correct. And the people who aren't seated could leave if they wanted to. They would never be forgiven for abandoning the seated people.
Or they want to know why in the hell they stayed up late for the show and missed it.
Dude, it's only 9:52. You're not even up late by any standards yet.
You still have 8 minutes before
Dennis was
starts off.
no, Dennis actually wrote me that he was planning on 11 tonight. So I got hours.
Fatal flaw.
That's
Dennis.
fine. So you and Dennis can stay here till 11.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this. We decided it was front and rear building lines, correct?
Yes, Lewis Street has front and rear
Okay.
building lines.
That being said, we cannot require parking. However, we are concerned about the impact of the traffic and the events and the volume on the surrounding neighborhood in which it is. Now, based on that, what do you guys think? we should do with seats and capacity and times and events. And again, the seated people are, Yeski has his hand over his mouth, so we know that he and Barilek, they both are sitting there with their hands over their mouths. So we know they're not seated. So the rest of us, what do you guys think?
We had, I think, two thoughts on restaurants as I have it in my notes. One that they provided and one that we have as a kind of a compromise. It's similar, but a little bit more restrictive in terms of what we've put together. Understanding that we were looking for the soft opening. We were actually talking about a couple of different things. You know, is this going to be successful? They were saying if we don't have enough seats, it's not going to be successful. We're saying that if you're too successful, then you're actually taking away parking from the retail, which is always an issue for us. So we've kind of have to find that balance between what we're looking for and what they're looking for. So I actually kind of in my notes wrote down both from what they gave us and what we had discussed previously.
Now, Arn, you started saying something similar towards the end of the last meeting. Have you had any more thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can go through it. It was criticized as a numbers game, but I'm happy to share it. So, and Nick, keep me honest here, because I know you kept notes too. So applicant for lunch Monday through Friday, and part of this is, remember the argument that the rep for Kaima said, and I don't know, I'm not a restaurateur, but basically said there's generally a 25% discount for the number of seats they have, because you have 4 seats and a party of 2 shows up or a party of 3, they're not going to send them away. Maybe they reserve for 4. So they're just saying generally, you know, unless it's extremely unusual, all the seats aren't filled. So anyway, just going back, lunch Monday through Friday, they were at 125. We were at 125. So that's fine. So I'd say, you know, the counter is 125. Now, here we depart lunch Saturday and Sunday. They were at 175. We were at 125. And I'm just saying, why not split the middle? Because maybe they aren't going to use all the seats all the time. So I'm suggesting 150 for lunch Saturday and Sunday as a counter. Dinner Monday through Friday, they're at 200. We came back with 175, and I suggest going back at 200. Dinner Saturday and Sunday, they were at 225. We were at 175. I'd say knock it down to 200. And then events, they were at 100. We were at 50. And I'd say split the difference at 75. So that was the counter offer, because also part of the thinking is, maybe you can't think of it this way, but that's a terrible site. That New York Athletic Club is just a black hole. And this would be, you know, an improvement of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Aaron, let me just double check. I think as applied to the applicant, I think is correct what you were quoting. The lunch 125 as is something we can agree on. The dinner Monday through Friday, we were saying 175, or did you have it as the compromise?
No, they were at 175. We countered at 125, and I'm
that was lunch. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Lunch.
What about lunch, dinner Monday through Friday?
Dinner Monday through Friday, they were at 200. We were at 175. So I said, accept 200. I don't think dinner is as much of a problem, personally.
Okay. Okay. And then I had lunch Saturday and Sunday at 150. Dinner Saturday and Sunday at 200. And a max of 75 for special events.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I see where it is in terms of actually a kind of middle ground there. I think that works for me.
I have a question though. So taking from a comment we've made on another application, let's say that during the holidays, they see fit to make a special application for more seating for a Saturday and Sunday. Let's say it's Thanksgiving or something. Maybe that's an idea for them to give them some way to accommodate when there would necessarily be more traffic. Of course, that's a double-edged sword because there'd be more traffic everywhere. But is that a possibility for them to come in and ask for?
That's a good thought, Peter. I wonder from their point of view is, they said they're investing $6 million, so that would make it more hypothetical for them, right? And because we could turn them down. They come in, we say, hey, it's crowded. Everyone else is complaining, so we turn them down, and they can't go up to the numbers they feel that they need.
Well, there has to be a reason why we would turn them down, and I think that it's hard to project on a special event for a special event that there might be a problem. I think it would be harder, the way that I look at it, would be harder for us to turn them down for a special event. So, and the special event would be, it's Christmas or something like that. So I understand your point, but
how about this? How about, I'm just throwing out an idea. How about they can come in X amount of time after they've opened and revise their approval and increase their capacity, and we look at it and, well, shoot, we could even,
It's that soft opening idea again.
Yeah, and then if we were wrong, we eat our words and we let them have more capacity. I think we're letting them open at a level that's economically sustainable for them. And then as soon as they know how it's playing out, we say in X amount of time, come back in and, we'll talk to you about expanding it if it's going okay.
What are parameters for them to
available parking spaces in the area can't be done because it's not about parking spaces. It has to be about traffic and congestion and whether there's been an impact on surrounding businesses.
So they would have to have some kind of
traffic, an analysis, but we could keep it inexpensive for them and just say, 6 months after opening. I'll tell you what, honestly, we all spend enough time downtown that if it's really, really bad news, everybody's going to know.
And I will say this, that just in terms of measurable, DPW has just collected data for a parking study. So we have right now conditions. So that would be something that maybe they, if it came to it, to investigate later on. Just saying there's a measurable out there.
And Madam Chair, would your numbers be the last ones, the last P&Z ones? Is that your starting
Yeah, I'm
point?
fine. No, I'm fine with the numbers that you guys are halfway in between. I'm just saying if they want to go to what they proposed, we would consider it after they've opened. But just one more thing. They did offer those 25 spaces, even though we can't require parking, they did offer those 25 spaces. I think when we make the decision, we better make sure that, that's in there. The employee parking or whatever, those spaces they had leased, let's make sure we grab those. Mr. Lowe.
I just have a couple of observations to share for probably not worth much, but I throughout all these discussions, there seems to be this overriding fear here. And I think if you look at the restaurant business in general, most restaurants fail. And that's just a general observation. And these numbers we're throwing around are basically hypothetical. We really don't have any significant handle on what their volume of business will be. And so I find some of these numbers somewhat arbitrary, frankly. They will either, they'll either be successful, they'll find a successful niche or not. And I'm not sure any of these numbers will ultimately be terribly relevant. All the parking and traffic considerations will play out over time, and we're going to know.
Okay, but here's what we're going to know.
Yes.
So yes, we will, but we won't have any control if we just approve it willy-nilly. What we have to
Right.
do is give ourselves a modicum of control here. What I can tell
Right.
you for total sure is I've been tracking the restaurants, the hot restaurants that have opened recently on the Avenue. Within 2 weeks of opening, the ones that are like much acclaimed and popular, you can't get a reservation. So we'll know instantly when they open how they're doing. So they could come back to us 3 months after they open and we'll know if it's a problem or not. We could
but I
make it
think-
a very short time frame because on the Avenue, it doesn't look like you've got to get going slowly. It's like, oh, look, there's a cool new restaurant.
Okay, what happens with most cool new restaurants is they're not cool and new for very long. And
Yeah.
I'm just saying
know.
this. It's a very tough business. And
I
God
get
bless
it,
them.
but
God
the ones
bless them.
that succeed, that I know, and it's hard. There's a few that come out strong out of the gate on the Avenue and then they fail. But generally, if you look at the reservations, go on Open Table and see where you can get tables for a Saturday night. Just interesting.
And
It's
I
hard.
think if you're going to go that route, obviously that anyone can make an application at any time. So you have to phrase it very carefully. That, you want the data collected over an X period of time or something like that, because you don't want to take away their rights in any way in the decision.
How would you word that then?
I think you're just saying that, like you have been, that the restaurant business is, there's ebbs and flows there and whatever. So you want to have at least 3 to 6 months worth of data, particularly given, because what time of the year are they coming in? Summer, winter, so that plays into it also.
Right. Okay. So, any thoughts on how, well, first of all, Peter Lowe, do you think we should not be reducing their seat number from what they asked? Is that what you were saying?
I just find myself, saying, well, I have no idea what, I don't understand the rationale for establishing and coming up with compromises and what their numbers are and our numbers. The numbers are going to be whatever they are, and it either will have an impact or it will not. And I recognize that it's a fruitful exercise to try to make these estimations and try to be mindful of the impact on the town and Greenwich Avenue and everything. I just think it's a very
So what
tough.
are you suggesting? Yes, it's tough. We agree. What are you suggesting we do?
I wouldn't try to put too fine a point on it. I wouldn't get hung up on the numbers.
So what are you suggesting we do in terms of a decision? We can't say we're not getting hung up on the numbers in a decision. So what are you suggesting we do?
No, I mean, we can have this discussion and you can say, all right, let's come to some agreement on what the numbers are. And all I'm saying is my guess is that whatever we come up with probably won't be terribly material. That's all I'm saying. I'm not giving you a number because I don't know.
Okay.
But I think
Okay.
we may be.
What are
may
you
be spinning
suggesting
our
we
wheel.
do yes, but what are you suggesting we do in the decision? God, I'm sorry. I keep asking you the same question because if you
I'm
were
not
making the
supposed
motion, what would it be? What would it have
I'm
in
not
it?
supposed to be telling you what my decision would be.
No, if you were making a motion, what would you put to the group?
Whatever the whole group wants. I wouldn't do it. I mean, I wouldn't make that motion.
Mr. Lowe, I think you're more asking a question than you are trying to make a statement. And the question is, why have a limit period? So, and the answer to that is that, yes, there are free market forces that will play into this, but you should have some limits based on based on the capacity here, and also because this is another thing I want to remind you,
Katie,
it's non-conforming use. So that's why, because you've got this gym, you've got these two 15,000 square foot buildings. So there's all these plays in here that is not normal. And that's why you want to have something to counter that.
Right. I know. I understand all that. I think we may be spending too much time on this, that it will play out over time. On the other hand, if what the applicant is saying, and I understand what their argument is, and they're going to want to argue to exaggerate to a certain extent so that we arrive at some, compromise that works for them.
But if we approve what they're proposing, we can never reduce that again. Never.
If they get all these hundreds of people coming to that restaurant every night and every day for 7 days, God bless them.
As I see it, though, we have actually 3 uses in this building on 2 floors: bakery, grocery, restaurant.
Right.
So understanding that, as you're saying, Peter, the restaurant.
Well, it's not grocery; it's retail. I'm sorry.
Retail.
That's an important distinction. Sorry.
Okay. If the restaurant's not doing well, that's the big impact at 225 seats, right? The retail, the bakery, that's kind of thing in terms of actually things we had talked about. People are running into the bakery, grabbing something and leaving. So it's not an impact on the area. Same thing with the retail.
Right.
People running in and coming out, it's not having an impact in the area. And it's that restaurant use that's upstairs, that's the issue. And I think what we're maybe looking for, what I'm looking for, is some kind of a balance to say, can I actually free up spaces in the area for the bakery, the retail, as people coming and going, the other stores in the area, the established retails, that's not food related, that kind of thing. And then say, let's take a look at the restaurant. And as Margarita was saying, let's start out slow. Let's give them a couple of seats, get things up and running. If it's incredibly successful, maybe we can up this and we can actually do a mea culpa. But at the same time, as she said, if we give them the whole kit and caboodle, what I'm saying is that if they go in, we give them the whole thing, it goes under, there's a retail space or a restaurant space there that has a gazillion seats in it now. So I think we've got to find that balance, and I think we have.
Yeah,
that's a business risk to the applicant, right? That scenario that you just described is a business risk to the applicant, and the town arguably is no worse off than they were today. If we're trying to control that by limiting them or hamstringing them in some way, I'm not a restaurateur. I'm not I'm not as familiar with the workings and what they need and what they don't need. That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't restrict it a little bit. I'm just saying we probably shouldn't spend all this time fretting over 25 seats here and 25 seats there. I just don't think, I'll go along with what the group wants to do. I'm not putting up a stumbling block. I'm just saying, I think we may be overthinking this.
Well, I think that the way I see it, because you bring up a good point, how do you really look at this? I have a lot of respect for the restaurateur who knows his business. So he's come to us with something which he believes is not arbitrary. So I respect that, because it's not my business either. So I agree with you that I can't really weigh in on that. So I'm looking at it as they're giving us a basis by which to understand what the marketplace, what they feel the marketplace is for them, how they can do business. And we are tempering what they're presenting and respecting what they're presenting. But as Margarita has coyly put it, we do want to preserve some way of tamping the brakes so that we can control something that might be beyond the capacity of our the limitations of our parking. So it's just a way of just putting some kind of break on their presentation, because we need to be responsible to the town. And this is one way to do it. And I think it's a pretty clever kind of way to look at this fairly complicated application. And I think we've come up with something that meets some of our, well, what our real concern is that we want to try to respond to the concerns of the other establishments that also rely on the limited resources. So this is a way of finding some kind of middle ground, as tepid as it might be, that gives us the opportunity to give something back to them if we feel that it's deserving.
No, I totally understand that, Peter. My point, I mean, part of my point is, this is a business. If it's successful, if you think that it's, if it's going to be wildly successful, and there are these constraints on parking and traffic, guess what? It may not be so successful. People are not, they don't go, Yogi Berra, they don't go anymore there
But
anymore.
but the problem is you impact all the surrounding businesses if you create too much traffic, number one. Number two, my quick math is that we're reducing the number, Nick, quickly, about 10%. Is that right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, 10%. That's a good number to go by.
Call it roughly 10%. What we're doing is we're saying, let's just say that 10%, maybe that's what'll push you over. Maybe it's what it won't, but we want to be conservative and cut it back by 10%. But our concern is, how does it affect other businesses that are already there and have gotten through COVID and all of that? So that's the thing. We want to preserve all the businesses on the avenue. And to Peter Levy's point, that's our job. Okay, on my way back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. This is one final thing. I understand that, but in a free market system, if some entity is successful, they deserve to have the ability to compete, and it will lift everybody else. It'll lift the level of competition. It'll have people on their toes, and other restaurants will have to step up, whatever you want to call it. But I just find this somewhat arbitrary, trying to pinpoint exact numbers. But I'm not against this, what you all are talking about. I'm just giving you my impression, having listened to all these.
Right, I agree. There's an uncomfortableness about the what we have to do here because it's complicated.
Folks, when we say that our numbers are arbitrary, we are creating a problem for ourselves. So what we're saying we're not being arbitrary. We have picked approximately a 10% reduction, roughly, that we think will give us sufficient flexibility, because this isn't a free market situation, and that you have a very limited resource. You have a one-way street, old neighborhood, lots of restaurants, lots going on. And so we're trying to pick something that has a rationale in what we decide.
And may I suggest, again, that because this is a 141 application, that is your rationale. You're taking the gym and you're making something that's less detrimental to the neighborhood, and you have to come up with a number to have that be the rationale for what this type of application is. Because don't forget, you have those two 15,000 square foot buildings you've got to deal with, and you could deal with that through 141 also.
So we've got to get to the point where we're all agreed that there is an underlying logic to our approach. The restaurant has given us a number, and we're thinking that by cutting it back to 90%, we will have enough flexibility, enough cush to protect the other surrounding businesses and to keep some sort of handle on the traffic. If somebody has a better idea for a deeper rationale, speak up.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So I'm just making some observations of my own, and I'm not being critical. I'm not intending to be critical. I'm just being.
Do you feel, I got concerned when you said we were just kind of pulling it out of the hat. Do you guys see a logic to what we're saying? Is everybody agreed that there's a logic here, or do you have issues with the logic of what we're proposing?
And the logic is less non-conforming by virtue of the number of participants at
Correct.
peak A, and B, also the addition of the 25 parking spaces offsite that was represented, they would have access to all the time, at least during the dinner peak, and then they would try to get it.
Katie, what is a reasonable amount of time to get data? And again, I've been trying to figure that out, and I don't know. Is it 3 months? And then
I would say 3 months if it's during the summer months, and 6 months if it's during the winter.
All right.
I think that's where, and I think if you just say it's recommended that if the applicant wants to come back before the commission to increase the number of seats, that they have to have somewhere between 3 to 6 months of data. So it's just making a recommendation to them that this is what you would want to see in the future. It doesn't mean they can't come in before that. They can obviously do that, but you'd like to see some information.
Yes, and that one of the reasons that we have a concern is because we know that we continued to have questions about how they had done their trip generation calculations throughout the process. We continued to have questions, and this is one of the things we're addressing here. The second thing is we had said no outdoor dining. They had agreed to no outdoor dining already, so that's another thing. No outdoor dining. This 10% cushion, which they would reassess after 3 months of the summer, 6 months in the winter, the 25 seats. I think that's it, right?
I think that's it.
They also, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that was it.
Didn't they also say that they're not a wedding venue? They weren't going to have weddings. So this restaurateur might say that, but you should note that so that if someone else takes it over, it's
no
understood.
weddings. All right. Okay. Can we throw that all into a motion?
Well, I'm just saying it's not the wedding per se. It's just that, well, I guess it is because it's a special event. Is how many people are at that special event?
Well, we limited the special events already.
Mr. Weld has done that. Yeah. So whether it's a wedding or something else, I don't think it's relevant.
They're also on record of saying they're not going to do weddings specifically.
Yeah, I don't know why we're saying no weddings when we're restricting events.
Yeah, we're restricting events. They could have a small wedding.
Right.
Katie,
yeah.
Katie, you can go get married there. Okay. All right. Okay.
Her wedding is going to be too big for there. I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Could we put it into a motion?
Yeah, let's see what we can do with this.
And do we have anything else that was giving us agita? I mean, but
Well,
I think
let's get
Katie's-
through this and then we can actually work on our agita.
Okay, well, Katie's point on the nonconformity, Nick, is that, again, the existing number of stations, when it was a gym, the use now is going to be, it is a lesser nonconformity. Okay. I mean, because you've got to look at that at capacity, and that was one of the many problems we had with the ITE. Okay, give it a shot.
Okay. 810 Lewis Street, application PLPZ 2022-161. Final site plan special permit applicants requesting approval to convert former retail space and fitness establishment to a retail bakery. Retail, I think this is Katie's retail food or just retail?
I think it's retail food.
Retail food and restaurant on a combined lot area of 15,400 square feet in the CGBR and CGIO zone. Whereas the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the March 15th public hearing. Although both levels of the building are within 18 inches of mean curb, the CEO has determined that the Lewis Street facade to be ground level, therefore making the Liberty Way entrance below ground level. The property is within the front and rear building lines of Lewis Street. The building does not comply with section 61031 as it is over 15,000 square feet. But it is legally non-conforming as the building predates section 6103 amendment. The building will contain the following seating. Bakery is 12, retail food is 12, and restaurant is 225. The commission finds that it's a lesser non-conforming use for the site. So the commission finds that sewer issued comments dated 5/22 requesting applicant sign an acknowledgement letter. Engineering issued comments said 4/26 with issues for P&Z to discuss. And then ARC issued amendments at their 5/15/22 meeting indicating approval as submitted with notes. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following conditions. The applicants to return to ARC for a review of construction documents. Prior to zoning permit, a revised off-site employee parking agreement shall be submitted indicating parking for employees only after 6 p.m. and for any special event. Per sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter. If staff can fill that in because I can't put my hand on the letter for the acknowledgement. The restaurant seating shall be adjusted daily by the following: for lunch and dinner, Monday through Friday, 200 seats. Lunch Saturday and Sundays, 150 seats. Dinner Saturday and Sunday. Hold on, let me just, I'll finish it. We'll go back and correct it if I need to.
Yeah.
Dinner Saturday and Sunday is 200 seats. And special events is limited to a max of 75 seats.
Yeah, Nick, I think lunch Monday through Friday was 125.
125. Lunch
Right.
and dinner Monday through Friday, 125.
No, just lunch, 125, Monday through Friday.
Okay. And what was dinner then?
Dinner Monday through Friday was 200.
Okay. I see. Okay.
And dinner Saturday and Sunday was 200. So you could say dinner throughout the week, right? 200.
Okay. Yep. Okay. And there shall be a reassessment of seating after 6 months. That's correct. Or do we want to add more detail to that?
Anybody want to add anything?
Wasn't it 3 to 6
Put in the
months?
parking.
3 months in the, I thought we said 3 to 6 months.
We're gonna
Reassessment of seating.
We're gonna be bracketing seasons probably here, so. Right?
Okay. After 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
Well, I think you could add the 3 months over the summer and 6 months over the winter, depending on the opening date. I think, tell them that, they could come in as early as 3 months. Or maybe leave it open and say 3 to 6 months. We just want to know how it goes. We'll have a set of breaks.
Okay. Right.
And
Okay.
it's a recommendation for that data. And you did mention 141, that it's not more detrimental. You're making that finding.
Yes, that it's lesser non-conforming per 141. I did.
And Nick, did you want to specify 25 parking places for employees? Because that's what they offered.
25 spaces. Yep.
Is that specifically for employees or what was that for?
Yes,
Employees.
I think we had discussed this the last time. It's specifically for employees because they're off-site. So that way, the employees are going to be there longer than anybody else. I think we also had discussed actually to see if we can get it opened after 6 p.m. all the time. So employees can actually have the priority to park off-site any day of the week. Reassessment of after 3 to 6 months. Section 6141. And applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues. Anybody else?
What, yeah.
Yes.
Who, who's going to, how is anybody going to determine that? I mean, where's the data to support a change going to come from?
Well, I don't think you need to predetermine. I think you can just let them provide you the data. If they want to make the increase in seats, let them provide you the data.
I mean, because they could turn around and just come in and say, look, we've been open for 3 months and we think, you know, y'all are being mean and we're
Right.
hardly generating any traffic and we want you to change it. We want them to have that flexibility when they open. We're just being cautious.
And I did note also that we do have an existing condition right now based on parking counts that DPW has done.
Yeah, but
Right.
the only thing is that because it's front and rear building lines, we're focused more on the traffic generation and how it could impact other locations.
But we will not, the town will not be quantifying it to any degree, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And I wish I could say that I wasn't seeing you guys tomorrow and Friday. So I was like really counting on the vacation.
And then we'll really start summer vacation.
Yeah, and then, you know, we got to get the landscaping regs done and all that. Okay, folks, thank you for everything.
I just want to mention that the passing of Don Heller. He passed this past week. I think he was there for a little over a decade as the chair. So I thought it was worth mentioning. I didn't know if everybody knew or not.
I meant it. Yeah, the email went to the whole commission. I wanted to announce it to the public earlier tonight and just thank him for his service. And then I promptly didn't get it done.
There you go.
So
quite a unique individual, I'll tell you. I was a newbie when he was chairman, and I remember actually being mentored in a couple of different ways as
in
my
ways
first
that
year.
Nick didn't. Yes, that were kind of a surprise to Nick, but so we're all unique in our own unique ways. But one thing is true about Donnie, he really cared about the town.
Yes.
He wasn't crazy about our POCD, our last POCD. So hopefully we'll do okay with it. So he thought it should have been more aggressive in its development. So we'll see. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I hope some of you guys made it. Somebody made it to the service on Sunday.
I did not make it to the service, but I did make it to Shiva on Monday night.
Good.
So it was very nice.
And we went out to all the people who've ever been on the Planning and Zoning Commission with the notice. Katie circulated it to absolutely everybody who's ever been on the commission. So hopefully some other people got to the Shiva.
Yeah, that email list is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Does the commission want to just send a condolence letter to Ginger?
I was gonna do one from, I've got one drafted. If that's okay, I'll just say it's on behalf of all of us.
Okay.
And then,
yes.
But I mean, Peter, you knew him so well that you should
Yeah.
probably also write your own.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I mean, because you guys were close, and I will write Ginger on behalf of all of P&Z. I've got it started, so I can definitely say that.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Very good.
Bye, guys. I wish I didn't have to say I was seeing you in the morning, but there you go.
What time?
You won't
10.
see me.
10 o'clock in the
10.
morning. Right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
And we have something in our already sent out to us.
Yes, I will resend you the link, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Night.
Bye.